For as long as human beings have lived together in organized societies, they have searched for someone to lead them. Sometimes that leader emerged through inheritance, sometimes through conquest, sometimes through election by powerful nobles, and sometimes simply because no one else was strong enough to oppose them. Across thousands of years and every inhabited continent, kings became among the most recognizable symbols of political authority. They commanded armies, collected taxes, issued laws, built cities, sponsored great works of architecture, and decided the fate of millions of people. Some brought peace and prosperity, others left behind only destruction. Yet whether remembered as heroes, tyrants, visionaries, or failures, the most influential kings changed the course of history in ways that continue to shape the modern world. This book is not simply a collection of royal biographies. Instead, it is an exploration of how kings transformed civilizations. Each chapter examines one ruler whose decisions altered the political, military, economic, religious, or cultural development of entire regions. Some of these kings are household names, while others are less familiar outside academic circles, despite their enormous historical importance. Together, they span more than 3,000 years of human history, from the earliest empires of ancient Mesopotamia to kingdoms whose influence reached far beyond their own lifetimes. History, however, is rarely as straightforward as popular legend suggests. Many famous kings are surrounded by stories that have been repeated for centuries, stories of miraculous births, impossible victories, hidden treasures, legendary battles, and extraordinary acts of courage or cruelty. Some of these stories contain elements of truth. Others grew gradually through generations of storytelling until they became almost impossible to separate from historical fact. One of the central goals of this book is to distinguish between what historians know, what they strongly suspect, and what remains uncertain. Every chapter follows the same educational approach. First, we will explore the historical background that shaped each king's rise to power. We will examine the world they inherited, the challenges they faced, and the decisions that defined their reign. We will then consider their lasting influence on history, asking not simply whether they were successful during their own lifetimes, but whether their actions permanently changed the civilizations that followed. Just as importantly, each chapter will also examine how historians know what they know. Ancient history is not reconstructed from a single surviving book or perfect historical record. Instead, historians piece together evidence from archaeology, inscriptions carved into stone, clay tablets, coins, royal decrees, contemporary chronicles, foreign accounts, religious writings, letters, legal records, and countless other fragments left behind by earlier civilizations. Every new archaeological discovery has the potential to confirm long-held ideas, overturn previous assumptions, or reveal entirely new perspectives on familiar historical figures. Readers will also discover that certainty decreases the farther back we travel through time. Medieval kings often left behind thousands of surviving documents. Roman emperors are described by numerous contemporary writers. Earlier rulers from Egypt, Mesopotamia, China, and the Bronze Age frequently survive only through scattered inscriptions, damaged monuments, and administrative records that reveal frustratingly little about their personal lives. Historians must therefore act much like detectives, comparing independent sources, identifying political bias, evaluating archaeological evidence, and acknowledging where the evidence simply does not allow firm conclusions. This willingness to embrace uncertainty is one of history's greatest strengths rather than one of its weaknesses. Good historians do not claim to possess perfect knowledge. Instead, they constantly test old ideas against new discoveries, revise conclusions when better evidence emerges, and distinguish carefully between established fact, reasonable interpretation, and informed speculation. Throughout this book, you will often encounter phrases such as "most historians believe," the evidence suggests, or scholars remain divided. These are not signs of indecision. They are signs of careful scholarship. The kings featured in this volume ruled vastly different societies. Some governed fertile river valleys where agriculture supported immense populations. Others commanded armies that crossed deserts, mountains, and oceans. Some built stable governments that endured for centuries, while others forged enormous empires that collapsed almost immediately after their deaths. Their personalities differed dramatically, as did their ambitions, yet they shared one defining characteristic. Each fundamentally altered the trajectory of history. It is also important to remember that kings never ruled alone. Behind every crown stood advisors, generals, priests, merchants, engineers, diplomats, administrators, craftsmen, farmers, and countless ordinary people whose labor made kingdoms possible. Although this book focuses on individual rulers, history is always the product of entire societies. Great kings succeeded or failed, not only because of their own decisions, but because of the cultures, institutions, economies, technologies, and people that surrounded them. Selecting only 10 kings from thousands of years of recorded history inevitably involves difficult choices. Many remarkable rulers have been omitted despite their extraordinary achievements. This book does not attempt to rank the greatest military commanders, the wealthiest monarchs, or the most virtuous rulers. Instead, it focuses on influence. Which kings permanently changed the way kingdoms functioned? Which altered the balance of power between civilizations? Which introduced new systems of government, warfare, law, religion, or administration, whose effects continued long after their own reigns had ended? These are the questions that guide every chapter. The story that follows begins over 4,000 years ago, with a ruler whose empire may have introduced humanity to an entirely new concept of kingship. From there, we will journey across ancient empires, medieval kingdoms, and early modern states, meeting rulers whose decisions shaped continents and whose legacies still echo through the modern world. The history of kings is, in many ways, the history of civilization itself. It is a story of ambition and responsibility, conquest and administration, innovation and tradition, triumph and failure. Above all, it is the story of how individuals, operating within the circumstances of their own time, helped shape the world we have inherited. As we begin this journey through 10 of history's most influential kings, we will not only discover who they were, but also how we know their stories, why historians continue to study them, and where the greatest mysteries still remain. When historians attempt to identify the first truly influential king in recorded history, one name appears again and again despite the extraordinary age of the evidence: Sargon of Akkad, who is believed to have ruled Mesopotamia sometime around 2334 to 2279 BCE. Thousands of years before the rise of Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Charlemagne, or Genghis Khan, Sargon established what many historians regard as the world's first multinational empire, stretching across much of ancient Mesopotamia and influencing the development of kingship itself. Although earlier rulers certainly existed, powerful city kings who governed places like Uruk, Ur, Lagash, and Kish, they generally ruled individual city-states whose authority rarely extended far beyond neighboring territories. Sargon represented something fundamentally different. Rather than merely governing one prosperous city, he conquered numerous independent kingdoms, replaced local rulers with governors loyal to himself, secured major trade routes, and established a centralized authority over peoples who spoke different languages, worshipped different local gods, and possessed different cultural traditions. Whether every detail of his legendary life is accurate remains uncertain, but the political model he pioneered would echo across history. Later emperors from Assyria, Persia, Rome, China, and countless other civilizations would build upon concepts that first became visible during Sargon's reign. permanent imperial administration, standing military organization, provincial governors, centralized taxation, and the idea that one ruler might legitimately claim authority over vast regions containing many different peoples. Understanding Sargon requires understanding the world into which he was born. Southern Mesopotamia, located largely within modern Iraq, was already one of humanity's most advanced regions. Cities had flourished there for well over 1,000 years. Monumental temples dominated skylines. Farmers used sophisticated irrigation canals to produce abundant harvests. Merchants traded across hundreds of kilometers. Writing, in the form of cuneiform pressed into wet clay tablets, had existed for centuries. Mathematics, accounting, legal agreements, and organized religion were already highly developed. Yet despite this remarkable sophistication, Mesopotamia remained politically fragmented. Rather than existing as one unified kingdom, it consisted of dozens of competing city-states. Cities such as Ur, Uruk, Kish, Umma, and Lagash frequently fought one another over farmland, water rights, trade routes, and political prestige. Alliances shifted constantly. Victorious kings rarely maintained dominance for long before another rival challenged them. Historians often compare this political landscape to ancient Greece many centuries later, where independent city-states competed continuously without forming a lasting unified nation. Into this unstable environment emerged Sargon, whose ambitions extended far beyond simply becoming king of a single city. The earliest stories surrounding Sargon's birth already illustrate one of the greatest challenges historians face when studying the distant past: separating political mythology from historical probability. According to later inscriptions written centuries after his death, Sargon's mother was a high priestess who secretly gave birth to him and placed the infant into a reed basket sealed with bitumen before setting him adrift upon a river. A water carrier supposedly discovered the child, raised him, and eventually helped him rise to greatness. Modern readers immediately recognize striking similarities between this story and later traditions surrounding figures such as Moses. Historians generally suspect these narratives belong to a widespread ancient literary tradition in which extraordinary rulers receive miraculous or mysterious childhoods that demonstrate divine favor. Such stories were not intended as objective biographies in the modern sense, but as political statements emphasizing that the gods themselves had chosen the future king. While it remains possible that some elements preserve distant memories of real events, there is currently no contemporary evidence confirming the famous basket story. Most historians therefore treat it cautiously, recognizing its cultural importance while distinguishing legend from verifiable history. The historical record becomes somewhat firmer when Sargon first appears serving as a cupbearer to Ur-Zababa, king of Kish. Modern readers might imagine a servant simply pouring wine, but in ancient royal courts, the position carried far greater significance. A cupbearer often stood among the ruler's most trusted officials, responsible not only for serving drinks, but also protecting the king from poisoning and managing access to the royal household. The position provided proximity to political power and opportunities to build influence among military officers, priests, merchants, and administrators. At some point, exactly how remains uncertain, Sargon overthrew or replaced his former master and established control over Kish. Soon afterward, he founded a new capital known as Akkad, or Agade, from which both he and his empire would derive their names. Curiously, despite Akkad's enormous historical importance, archaeologists have never conclusively identified its location. Numerous candidates have been proposed, but the city's precise site remains one of ancient Mesopotamia's enduring archaeological mysteries. This uncertainty serves as a useful reminder that even civilizations which transformed world history sometimes leave surprisingly incomplete physical evidence. Sargon's greatest achievement lay not merely in conquering neighboring kingdoms, but in sustaining those conquests through administrative innovation. Military victories alone rarely produced lasting empires. Throughout history, many ambitious conquerors captured territories only to lose them within a generation because they lacked effective systems of governance. Sargon appears to have recognized this problem. Rather than allowing defeated kings to continue ruling independently, he often replaced them with governors directly accountable to his own administration. Local elites retained certain responsibilities, but ultimate authority flowed upward toward Akkad. Standardized administration allowed taxes, tribute, agricultural production, and military manpower to be coordinated on a scale previously unseen in Mesopotamia. River transport along the Tigris and Euphrates further strengthened imperial communication, while officials recorded transactions using cuneiform writing upon thousands of clay tablets. Although much documentation has been lost, surviving administrative texts reveal a remarkably organized bureaucracy capable of managing labor forces, agricultural supplies, temple resources, and long-distance trade. Military organization also distinguished Sargon's reign. Earlier city-states certainly possessed armies, yet Sargon appears to have developed forces capable of sustained campaigning across enormous distances. Ancient inscriptions boast of victories extending from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean Sea. Like many royal inscriptions, these claims undoubtedly contain exaggeration intended to glorify the king, yet archaeological evidence broadly supports the conclusion that Akkadian influence spread over a vast region encompassing southern and northern Mesopotamia and extending into Syria and beyond. Control over these territories provided access to timber, metals, stone, luxury goods, and valuable trade routes unavailable within southern Mesopotamia itself. This expansion dramatically altered regional economics. Goods that once passed through multiple independent kingdoms increasingly moved within a single imperial framework. Although local populations often resisted imperial rule, the empire facilitated exchanges of technology, artistic styles, administrative practices, and religious ideas across much larger geographic areas than had previously been common. Religion formed another essential pillar of Sargon's authority. Ancient Mesopotamian kings rarely separated political power from divine approval. Rulers presented themselves as chosen by the gods, responsible for maintaining order, justice, and proper worship. Sargon repeatedly associated himself with the goddess Inanna, later identified with Ishtar, whose patronage reinforced his legitimacy. His daughter, Enheduanna, became high priestess of the moon god Nanna at the important religious center of Ur. Her appointment was politically significant because it strengthened imperial control over one of southern Mesopotamia's most influential temples. Even more remarkable, Enheduanna herself became history's earliest known author, whose name survives with certainty. Her surviving hymns reveal both sophisticated literary skill and the close relationship between religion and imperial politics. Through her writings, historians gain rare insight not only into Akkadian religious life, but also into how royal families actively shaped cultural identity across the empire. Naturally, such rapid expansion provoked resistance. Ancient inscriptions record repeated rebellions against Sargon's authority, particularly among conquered cities unwilling to surrender their independence. Royal texts describe the king defeating coalitions of rebellious rulers, restoring order, and reaffirming divine support for his reign. Historians generally accept that significant revolts occurred, although the victorious tone of surviving inscriptions almost certainly understates the severity of these crises. Royal monuments throughout the ancient world functioned partly as propaganda. Kings commissioned inscriptions celebrating victories, divine favor, and prosperity rather than military defeats or political failures. Consequently, historians compare royal inscriptions with archaeological evidence, administrative tablets, later chronicles, and patterns of destruction across multiple sites before reconstructing likely historical events. This careful comparison helps distinguish plausible history from political self-promotion, although many uncertainties inevitably remain. One of the most fascinating aspects of Sargon's story is how quickly history merged with legend. Several centuries after his death, scribes copied stories portraying him as the ideal king whose wisdom, courage, and divine favor became models for future rulers. Later, Mesopotamian kings frequently invoked Sargon's memory to legitimize their own ambitions. Some claimed to restore his empire, others presented themselves as heirs to his achievements. In effect, Sargon became more than a historical individual. He became a symbol of universal kingship itself. This process complicates historical reconstruction because later writers often reshaped earlier traditions according to contemporary political needs. Yet it also demonstrates the extraordinary influence Sargon's reign exerted upon subsequent civilizations. Even when individual details became embellished, the underlying memory of his transformative rule remained remarkably durable across nearly 2,000 years of Mesopotamian history. How, then, do historians actually know any of this? Unlike many later civilizations that produced lengthy historical narratives, evidence for Sargon's reign comes from a patchwork of different sources that must be assembled carefully. Archaeologists excavate palace ruins, temples, administrative buildings, and ancient settlements throughout Iraq and neighboring countries. Clay tablets preserve economic records, official correspondence, religious hymns, legal documents, and administrative accounts written in cuneiform. Royal inscriptions carved onto monuments proclaim military victories and building projects, although these require cautious interpretation because they were designed to glorify the king. Later Babylonian and Assyrian copies preserve traditions about Sargon's life, even though they were written centuries afterward. Linguistic analysis helps date inscriptions through changes in language and writing style. Radiocarbon dating, stratigraphy, pottery analysis, and comparisons between archaeological layers further refine chronological understanding. No single source tells the entire story. Instead, historians compare thousands of individual pieces of evidence, weighing reliability, identifying contradictions, and gradually constructing the most probable reconstruction possible. Even after more than a century of intensive archaeological research, substantial uncertainties remain. We still do not know the exact location of Akkad. The precise sequence of many military campaigns remains debated. Dates vary slightly among different chronological systems. The famous birth narrative almost certainly contains legendary elements, but historians cannot determine whether it preserves any historical core. Estimates of the empire's exact boundaries fluctuate as new discoveries emerge. Even so, the broad outline commands remarkable scholarly agreement. Sargon transformed the political landscape of the ancient Near East by demonstrating that a single ruler could unite vast territories under centralized administration, sustained military power, and coordinated economic management. Whether or not he truly deserves the title of history's first great emperor, he unquestionably established patterns of imperial rule that later civilizations repeatedly adopted, adapted, and expanded. For that reason, historians continue to regard Sargon of Akkad not merely as an ancient king, but as one of the foundational figures in the long history of monarchy itself, a ruler whose innovations shaped the very concept of kingship for thousands of years to come. When historians discuss the greatest kings in history, one name consistently rises above nearly every other founder of empire: Cyrus II of Persia, better known today as Cyrus the Great. Living nearly 3 centuries after Sargon of Akkad, Cyrus ruled from approximately 559 to 530 BCE and created an empire unlike anything the ancient world had previously witnessed. While earlier conquerors had certainly assembled large kingdoms through military force, Cyrus introduced an approach to imperial rule that proved remarkably durable. Rather than attempting to erase the cultures, religions, and traditions of conquered peoples, he frequently chose to preserve them, incorporating diverse civilizations into a political system that allowed local identities to continue while acknowledging Persian authority. This philosophy did not arise from modern ideas of equality or democracy. nor was Cyrus a ruler by contemporary standards. He remained an absolute monarch commanding immense armies and expecting loyalty from every corner of his growing empire. Yet compared with many conquerors before and after him, Cyrus displayed a striking pragmatism that allowed his empire to expand rapidly while experiencing relatively little internal rebellion. The empire he founded, the Achaemenid Persian Empire, would eventually stretch from the Mediterranean Sea to Central Asia, encompassing millions of people, dozens of languages, countless religious traditions, and some of the wealthiest civilizations on Earth. More importantly, Cyrus demonstrated that an empire could be held together not solely through fear, but through a combination of military strength, efficient administration, political flexibility, and calculated respect for local customs. His methods influenced later rulers from Alexander the Great to the Roman emperors and helped establish principles of governance that historians still study today. To appreciate the significance of Cyrus, it is first necessary to understand the political landscape of the ancient Near East during the 6th century BCE. The Assyrian Empire, once the dominant military power of the region, had collapsed after generations of relentless warfare and internal instability. In its place emerged several competing kingdoms, most notably the Median Empire in modern Iran. The Neo-Babylonian Empire centered upon Babylon in Mesopotamia, the wealthy kingdom of Lydia in western Anatolia, and numerous smaller states scattered across the eastern Mediterranean and Central Asia. Trade flourished across these regions, connecting merchants carrying gold, silver, timber, spices, horses, textiles, and precious stones over thousands of kilometers. Yet political stability remained fragile. Alliances shifted rapidly, ambitious rulers sought expansion, and warfare remained a frequent feature of international relations. Persia itself was not yet the great empire that later generations would know. Instead, it existed as a relatively modest kingdom in southwestern Iran, whose rulers acknowledged the authority of the more powerful Medes. Few observers at the time could have predicted that within a few decades, this small Persian kingdom would eclipse every neighboring power and become the largest empire the world had yet seen. Like many famous rulers of antiquity, Cyrus's early life exists somewhere between history and legend. Ancient Greek historian Herodotus tells a dramatic story in which the Median king Astyages dreams that his grandson will one day overthrow him. Terrified by the prophecy, Astyages supposedly orders the infant Cyrus to be killed. Instead, according to the story, the child is secretly spared by a compassionate official and raised by shepherds before eventually discovering his royal heritage and fulfilling the prophecy. Modern readers will notice familiar themes found in many ancient legends: miraculous survival, hidden identity, divine destiny, and the inevitable triumph of fate over human efforts to resist it. Similar motifs appear throughout world mythology because such narratives reinforce the belief that exceptional rulers had been chosen by higher powers from birth. While Herodotus remains an invaluable historical source, he wrote approximately a century after Cyrus lived and often blended oral tradition with historical investigation. Contemporary Persian records provide little confirmation of these colorful childhood stories. Most historians therefore regard the account as legendary, while accepting the more basic conclusion that Cyrus belonged to the Persian royal family and eventually inherited leadership of the kingdom of Anshan before challenging Median supremacy. Around 550 BCE, Cyrus rebelled against the Medes and defeated Astyages, bringing the Median kingdom under his own authority. Exactly how this remarkable victory unfolded remains debated. Some ancient sources suggest portions of the Median army defected to Cyrus during the campaign, while others portray a more conventional military conquest. Whatever the precise sequence of events, the outcome fundamentally transformed the political balance of the region. Rather than destroying the Median nobility, Cyrus incorporated many Median officials into his own government, preserving valuable administrative experience while reducing resentment among conquered elites. This decision would become characteristic of his entire reign. Instead of replacing every existing institution, Cyrus frequently adapted successful systems already in place. Such pragmatism allowed conquered territories to continue functioning with minimal disruption while transferring ultimate authority to the Persian crown. Historians often point to this willingness to integrate rather than eradicate existing administrations as one of the principal reasons the Persian Empire expanded so rapidly. Having secured control over the Medes, Cyrus next turned toward Lydia, one of the richest kingdoms of the ancient world. Ruled by the legendary King Croesus, whose immense wealth gave rise to the modern expression, rich as Croesus, Lydia controlled important trade routes linking the eastern Mediterranean with the interior of Asia. Ancient accounts describe Croesus consulting the famous Oracle of Delphi before attacking Persia. The oracle reportedly declared that if Croesus crossed the river separating the kingdoms, a great empire would fall. Confident that the prophecy referred to Persia, Croesus launched his campaign, only to discover that the empire destroyed would be his own. Although the story almost certainly reflects later literary embellishment, historians broadly agree that Cyrus defeated Lydia around 547 or 546 BCE, after a series of military engagements culminating in the capture of Sardis, the Lydian capital. Once again, Cyrus demonstrated moderation unusual for the period. Rather than devastating the conquered kingdom, he retained much of its administrative structure and integrated Lydia into the growing Persian state. Control of Lydia also brought the wealthy Greek cities of western Anatolia under Persian influence, setting the stage for the famous conflicts between Persia and Greece that would unfold several decades later. Perhaps the most celebrated event of Cyrus's career came with the conquest of Babylon in 539 BCE. Babylon was among the greatest cities on earth, a center of learning, engineering, religion, astronomy, and commerce, whose immense walls, temples, canals, and palaces inspired awe throughout the ancient world. Earlier conquerors might have expected prolonged sieges and catastrophic destruction when attacking such a city. Yet according to several ancient sources, Babylon fell with remarkably limited fighting. The exact details remain uncertain. Some classical writers describe Persian engineers diverting the Euphrates River to allow troops to enter beneath the city walls, while Babylonian records emphasize internal dissatisfaction with King Nabonidus and suggest that elements within Babylon may have welcomed Cyrus's arrival. Modern historians generally believe a combination of military pressure, political division, and effective planning contributed to the city's relatively swift capture. Regardless of the precise mechanics, Babylon's peaceful incorporation into the Persian Empire dramatically enhanced Cyrus's reputation throughout the region. Following the conquest of Babylon, Cyrus adopted policies that would define his historical legacy. Rather than imposing Persian religious practices upon conquered peoples, he publicly honored Babylonian traditions and presented himself as the legitimate protector of local temples and gods. Most famously, he authorized displaced populations to return to their ancestral homelands and restore religious sanctuaries that earlier rulers had damaged or neglected. Among those benefiting from this policy were many Jewish exiles who had been deported to Babylon decades earlier, after the Babylonian conquest of Jerusalem. Biblical books such as Ezra and Chronicles describe Cyrus permitting the Jewish people to return to Judah and rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. Because of this decision, Cyrus occupies a uniquely favorable place within Jewish historical tradition, where he is even described as an instrument chosen by God, despite not belonging to the Jewish faith. Few foreign rulers receive such extraordinary recognition within the Hebrew Bible, highlighting the lasting significance of his policies. One artifact has become particularly associated with Cyrus's reputation for enlightened rule: the Cyrus cylinder, a clay cylinder inscribed in Akkadian cuneiform shortly after the conquest of Babylon. The text records Cyrus's restoration of temples, return of religious images to their traditional sanctuaries, and efforts to bring stability following Nabonidus's unpopular reign. In modern times, The cylinder has sometimes been described as the world's first declaration of human rights. While this characterization reflects admiration for Cyrus's relatively tolerant policies, most historians caution against applying modern political concepts too directly to ancient documents. The cylinder was fundamentally a royal inscription intended to legitimize Cyrus's rule according to long-established Mesopotamian traditions. Similar inscriptions by earlier kings likewise claimed divine approval and restoration of order. Nevertheless, the cylinder remains invaluable evidence demonstrating Cyrus's deliberate strategy of presenting himself as a restorer rather than merely a conqueror. It reveals how carefully he understood the importance of political legitimacy among conquered populations. Administering such a vast empire required more than military victories. Cyrus established the foundations of an administrative system, later refined by his successors. Territories were organized into provinces governed by trusted officials, communication routes linked distant regions, and royal authority extended across thousands of kilometers through an increasingly sophisticated bureaucracy. Persian roads, courier networks, standardized taxation, and provincial governance enabled information and resources to move efficiently throughout the empire. Although many of these systems reached their fullest development under Darius I, historians recognize that Cyrus laid the essential political foundations upon which later Persian administration was built. His achievement therefore consisted not simply of conquest, but of creating institutions capable of sustaining conquest across multiple generations. The final years of Cyrus's reign remain somewhat obscure. Ancient sources generally agree that he died during a military campaign in Central Asia around 530 BCE, but they differ sharply concerning the circumstances. Herodotus famously claims Cyrus was killed while fighting the Massagetæ, a nomadic people led by Queen Tomyris, who supposedly defeated the Persian army after Cyrus employed deceptive tactics. According to the dramatic legend, Tomyris ordered Cyrus's severed head placed into a container filled with blood, declaring that he should finally drink his fill after causing so much suffering. Other ancient writers provide entirely different accounts of his death, suggesting alternative campaigns or less sensational endings. Because contemporary evidence is limited, historians cannot determine which version, if any, is entirely accurate. What remains beyond dispute is that Cyrus's empire survived him, a remarkable accomplishment considering how often empires collapsed immediately following the death of their founders. How do historians reconstruct the life of Cyrus after more than 25 centuries? Once again, the answer lies in combining many different forms of evidence, rather than relying upon any single narrative. Babylonian chronicles provide valuable contemporary records of military campaigns and political events. The Cyrus Cylinder offers insight into royal ideology and imperial policy. Archaeological excavations at Pasargadae, Cyrus's capital, reveal monumental architecture, palaces, gardens, and his remarkably simple stone tomb, which still stands today in southern Iran. Greek historians, particularly Herodotus and Xenophon, preserve extensive narratives, although both wrote after Cyrus's lifetime and mixed historical observation with moral instruction and storytelling. Biblical texts provide additional evidence concerning Persian policy toward Jewish exiles. Administrative tablets, inscriptions, linguistic analysis, and comparative archaeology help scholars cross-check these diverse sources, identifying areas where independent evidence converges and recognizing where literary embellishment likely entered the historical tradition. Despite this abundance of evidence compared with many earlier rulers, significant uncertainties remain. Historians continue debating the reliability of Herodotus's dramatic anecdotes, the precise sequence of several military campaigns, the extent to which Cyrus personally designed administrative reforms later attributed to Persia, and even aspects of his family relationships. The Cyrus Cylinder itself remains subject to differing interpretations regarding its political and religious significance, Yet the central historical picture enjoys broad scholarly agreement. Cyrus transformed a relatively small Persian kingdom into the largest empire the world had yet seen, established principles of governance that encouraged long-term imperial stability, and demonstrated that respecting the traditions of conquered peoples could strengthen rather than weaken centralized authority. His combination of military brilliance, administrative foresight, and political pragmatism permanently altered the history of empire. Later rulers admired him, philosophers praised him, religious traditions honored him, and historians continue to regard Cyrus the Great not only as one of history's greatest conquerors, but as one of its most remarkable kings, a ruler whose influence extended far beyond the battlefield into the enduring art of governing diverse civilizations. Few rulers in all of history have inspired as much admiration, fascination, debate, and myth as Alexander III of Macedon, remembered almost universally as Alexander the Great. Unlike Sargon of Akkad, whose life survives only in fragments separated from us by more than 4,000 years, or Cyrus the Great, whose achievements were preserved through royal inscriptions and later historical traditions, Alexander lived during a period when literacy, record-keeping, diplomacy, and historical writing had become far more sophisticated. As a result, historians possess far more information about Alexander than they do about nearly any earlier king. Even so, remarkable uncertainties remain. Many of the surviving accounts describing his campaigns were written centuries after his death, and much of what later generations admired about Alexander gradually merged into legend. Yet beneath those legends stands one of history's most extraordinary realities. Before reaching the age of 33, Alexander conquered the largest empire the world had yet seen, ending the Persian Empire founded by Cyrus, extending Macedonian rule from Greece to Egypt and as far east as India, and permanently reshaping the political, cultural, and intellectual history of Europe, Asia, and North Africa. His reign lasted barely 13 years, yet its consequences would continue for centuries. Cities he founded remained important long after Rome had risen to greatness. Greek language and philosophy spread across continents. Trade expanded between civilizations that had previously known little of one another. Scientific knowledge, artistic traditions, and religious ideas flowed across unprecedented distances. Alexander did not simply conquer territory. He accelerated the exchange of civilizations on a scale the ancient world had never before experienced. To understand Alexander's astonishing achievements, one must first understand Macedonia itself. During much of classical Greek history, the southern Greek city-states, Athens, Sparta, Corinth, and Thebes, often regarded the Macedonians as somewhat uncivilized northern neighbors. Macedonia possessed fertile plains, abundant timber, valuable mineral resources, and excellent cavalry horses. But politically, it had long remained outside the cultural center of the Greek world. That situation changed dramatically under Alexander's father, Philip II. An exceptionally capable king, Philip transformed Macedonia into the dominant military power in Greece through extensive military reforms. He reorganized the army around the famous Macedonian phalanx, equipped infantry with the long sarissa spear, developed highly disciplined professional soldiers, strengthened cavalry forces, improved siege warfare, and skillfully combined diplomacy with military conquest. By the time Philip was assassinated in 336 BCE, Macedonia controlled most of Greece through the League of Corinth. Alexander inherited not only a kingdom, but also one of the finest military machines the ancient world had ever produced. Historians frequently emphasize that while Alexander deserves immense credit for his victories, many of the institutions that made those victories possible were painstakingly created by Philip over several decades. Alexander's education likewise contributed significantly to his later success. As a young prince, He studied under the philosopher Aristotle, one of history's greatest intellectual figures. Aristotle introduced Alexander to philosophy, literature, science, medicine, politics, geography, and natural history. Whether Alexander absorbed every lesson remains uncertain, but he clearly developed a lifelong curiosity about the peoples, landscapes, animals, and cultures he encountered during his campaigns. Ancient accounts describe him collecting botanical specimens, questioning local scholars, consulting engineers, and maintaining interest in scientific observation alongside military affairs. At the same time, he admired the heroic figures of Greek mythology, especially Achilles from Homer's Iliad. According to later tradition, Alexander carried a copy of the epic with him during his campaigns, viewing Achilles as the ideal warrior whose glory he hoped to equal or surpass. Whether this story is literally true or somewhat embellished, it accurately reflects Alexander's evident desire to achieve immortal fame. When Philip II was assassinated during a public ceremony, Alexander was only 20 years old. Many neighboring peoples immediately assumed the young king would prove incapable of maintaining his father's empire. Several Greek cities rebelled, while tribes north of Macedonia prepared for renewed independence. Alexander responded with astonishing speed. He secured his succession, suppressed revolts in the Balkans, marched south into Greece, and destroyed the city of Thebes after it rebelled against Macedonian authority. The destruction of Thebes shocked the Greek world. Although Alexander spared temples and the house traditionally associated with the poet Pindar, much of the city was razed, and thousands of inhabitants were killed or enslaved. Historians often view this harsh action as a calculated demonstration that rebellion against Macedonian leadership would not be tolerated. After witnessing Thebes's fate, most remaining Greek cities accepted Alexander's authority without further resistance, allowing him to focus on the ambitious campaign his father had planned against Persia. The Persian Empire Alexander invaded in 334 BCE remained one of history's greatest political achievements. Built upon the foundations established by Cyrus the Great and expanded by successors such as Darius I and Xerxes, Persia governed an immense territory stretching across 3 continents. King Darius III commanded enormous financial resources, experienced administrators, and armies drawn from dozens of nations. By every conventional measure, Persia possessed overwhelming advantages in manpower, wealth, and territorial depth. Yet Alexander repeatedly defeated Persian forces through superior battlefield tactics, extraordinary speed, careful logistical planning, and his willingness to lead from the front. His first major victory came at the Battle of the Granicus River in western Asia Minor, where Macedonian forces successfully crossed a defended river and defeated Persian satraps. Soon afterward, Alexander secured much of Asia Minor, liberating many Greek cities from Persian rule, while simultaneously presenting himself as both conqueror and protector. Perhaps the most decisive turning point occurred in 333 BCE at the Battle of Issus. Despite commanding a much larger army, Darius III found his numerical advantage restricted by narrow terrain that limited the effective deployment of Persian forces. Alexander seized the opportunity, personally leading a cavalry charge aimed directly toward Darius himself. As the Persian king fled the battlefield, portions of his army collapsed into confusion. The Macedonians captured Darius's family, including his mother, wife, and children. Remarkably, ancient sources consistently emphasize Alexander's respectful treatment of these royal captives. Rather than humiliating or executing them, he allowed them to retain their dignity and provided generously for their care. Whether motivated by genuine compassion, political calculation, or both, such actions contributed to Alexander's growing reputation as a ruler capable of combining military ruthlessness with personal magnanimity. Following Issus, Alexander advanced southward along the eastern Mediterranean coast. Here he encountered one of the most difficult military operations of his career, the Siege of Tyre. The city stood upon an island protected by formidable walls, rising directly from the sea. Instead of abandoning the campaign, Alexander ordered construction of an enormous stone causeway extending from the mainland to the island. For months, engineers, laborers, and soldiers slowly advanced toward the city, while Tyrian defenders fiercely resisted from ships and towers. Eventually, after acquiring additional naval support from conquered Phoenician ports, Alexander breached Tyre's defenses. The siege demonstrated not only his determination, but also the growing sophistication of Hellenistic military engineering. Yet it also revealed the darker side of his character. Enraged by the city's prolonged resistance, Alexander permitted widespread slaughter and enslavement following its capture. Throughout history, admiration for Alexander's brilliance has often been tempered by recognition of the immense human suffering his campaigns inflicted. Alexander next entered Egypt, where events unfolded very differently. Egyptian priests welcomed him as a liberator from Persian rule. He founded the city of Alexandria near the Nile Delta, strategically positioned between the Mediterranean Sea and Egypt's fertile interior. Of all the many cities bearing his name, Alexandria in Egypt became by far the most famous. Over subsequent centuries, it developed into one of the ancient world's greatest centers of commerce, scholarship, science, philosophy, and literature. The renowned Library of Alexandria and its associated research institutions attracted scholars from across the Mediterranean. Although these institutions flourished primarily under Alexander's successors rather than Alexander himself, the city's foundation illustrates one of his greatest legacies. Wherever practical, Alexander established new urban centers that facilitated trade, administration, military control, and cultural exchange. These cities became lasting monuments to his vision of a connected world. The decisive collapse of the Persian Empire occurred in 331 BCE at the Battle of Gaugamela. Once again, Darius assembled a vast army, selecting open terrain intended to maximize the effectiveness of Persian cavalry and war chariots. Ancient authors often report enormous Persian numbers, although modern historians generally regard these figures as exaggerated. Regardless of exact troop strengths, Alexander confronted a significantly larger force. Through disciplined maneuvering, flexible tactics, and another daring cavalry assault aimed toward Darius's position, he shattered Persian resistance. Darius fled once more, effectively ending organized imperial opposition. Within months, Alexander occupied Babylon, Susa, Persepolis, and other great Persian capitals. The ceremonial burning of Persepolis remains among the most debated episodes of his career. Ancient writers offer differing explanations. Some describe deliberate revenge for the earlier Persian destruction of Athens. Others portray an impulsive decision influenced by alcohol and court festivities. Historians remain uncertain whether the destruction represented calculated political symbolism or tragic excess, but the event marked the unmistakable end of the Achaemenid Empire. Rather than returning triumphantly to Macedonia after defeating Persia, Alexander pressed onward into Central Asia and eventually northwestern India. These campaigns proved among the most difficult of his career. Local resistance, unfamiliar terrain, harsh climates, and extended supply lines challenged even the experienced Macedonian army. During this period, Alexander increasingly adopted elements of Persian royal ceremony, wore aspects of Persian dress, married the Bactrian noblewoman Roxana, and encouraged marriages between Macedonian officers and Persian women. His goal appears to have been the creation of a ruling elite that blended Macedonian and Persian traditions rather than preserving strict ethnic divisions. Not all his followers welcomed these policies. Many Macedonian veterans viewed them as betrayals of their own customs, while conquered peoples remained uncertain whether genuine partnership or continued domination awaited them. Historians continue debating whether Alexander truly envisioned a multicultural empire or simply recognized the practical necessity of governing millions of non-Macedonian subjects through cooperation rather than permanent occupation. Alexander's final major campaign carried him into the Punjab region of present-day Pakistan, where he fought King Porus at the Battle of the Hydaspes River. Despite defeating Porus, Alexander reportedly admired his courage and restored him to power as a subordinate ruler. Once again, military victory was followed by political accommodation. Yet the Macedonian army had reached its limit. After years of continuous campaigning, thousands of kilometers from home, soldiers refused to march farther east toward the Ganges Valley. Ancient sources describe emotional confrontations between Alexander and his exhausted veterans before the king reluctantly agreed to turn back. The difficult return journey through the Gedrosian desert proved disastrous, with many soldiers dying from thirst, starvation, and exhaustion. Even Alexander's remarkable leadership could not overcome the physical realities of distance, climate, and logistics. In 323 BCE, while in Babylon preparing further campaigns that may have included Arabia and perhaps even the Western Mediterranean, Alexander suddenly became ill and died at just 32 years of age. His death remains one of history's enduring mysteries. Ancient writers describe fever, weakness, and gradual loss of strength over nearly 2 weeks. Proposed explanations include malaria, typhoid fever, West Nile virus, pancreatitis, complications from previous battle wounds, autoimmune disorders, accidental poisoning, and deliberate assassination. Modern medical historians continue debating these possibilities, but no definitive conclusion has emerged. Because no contemporary medical records survive and ancient descriptions remain limited, historians acknowledge that Alexander's precise cause of death will probably never be known. The consequences of his death were immediate and profound. Alexander left no mature heir capable of governing his vast empire. His generals, known collectively as the Diadochi, soon fought a series of prolonged wars that divided the empire into competing kingdoms. Politically, Alexander's empire fragmented. Culturally, however, his influence expanded. Greek language became the common language of diplomacy, trade, philosophy, and scholarship across much of the Eastern Mediterranean and Near East. This period, known as the Hellenistic Age, witnessed extraordinary advances in mathematics, astronomy, engineering, medicine, geography, architecture, and literature. Ideas moved more freely between Greece, Egypt, Persia, and parts of India than ever before. The world Alexander created through conquest became one of unprecedented cultural interaction. How do historians know so much about Alexander? Curiously, none of the major surviving biographies were written during his lifetime. Instead, historians rely upon later authors such as Arrian, Plutarch, Diodorus Siculus, Curtius Rufus, and Justin, all of whom drew upon earlier works that have since been lost. Among these lost sources were accounts written by individuals who actually accompanied Alexander, including Ptolemy, Aristobulus, Nearchus, and Callisthenes. Although the original eyewitness narratives disappeared, portions survive indirectly through quotations and summaries preserved by later writers. Archaeology provides additional evidence through excavated cities, inscriptions, coins bearing Alexander's image, monumental architecture, military equipment, and artistic representations. Babylonian astronomical diaries, Egyptian inscriptions, Persian archaeological remains, and Indian traditions offer valuable independent perspectives that help historians compare Greek narratives with evidence from other civilizations. By carefully evaluating agreements and contradictions among these sources, scholars reconstruct Alexander's remarkable career while remaining alert to exaggeration, political bias, and literary embellishment. Even after more than 2,000 years of study, historians continue debating fundamental questions about Alexander's personality and ambitions. Did he consciously seek world conquest, or did each victory simply create new strategic necessities? Did he sincerely hope to unite different peoples into a shared imperial civilization, or were such policies primarily political expedients? Was he an enlightened visionary ahead of his time, or an exceptionally gifted conqueror whose achievements came at staggering human cost? The evidence allows multiple interpretations, yet on one conclusion, there is virtually universal agreement. Alexander permanently altered the trajectory of ancient history. By overthrowing the Persian Empire, founding dozens of cities, spreading Greek culture across vast territories, and creating conditions for centuries of intellectual and commercial exchange, he reshaped the ancient world more rapidly than perhaps any other individual ruler. His empire did not survive intact, but the civilization that emerged from it endured for centuries, making Alexander the Great not merely one of history's greatest kings, but one of its most influential human beings. Among the great kings of history, few experienced a transformation as profound, or as consequential, as Ashoka Maurya, commonly known as Ashoka the Great. Most conquerors are remembered for the territories they seized, the battles they won, or the empires they expanded. Ashoka certainly achieved all of those things. During the 3rd century BCE, he ruled one of the largest empires the Indian subcontinent had ever known, stretching across most of present-day India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Afghanistan. Yet, historians remember him for something far more unusual. After one of the bloodiest military victories of the ancient world, Ashoka publicly questioned the value of conquest itself. Rather than celebrating endless expansion, he redirected much of his reign toward promoting justice, religious tolerance, public welfare, ethical government, and the moral responsibilities of kingship. This transformation did not make him a modern pacifist, nor did it eliminate warfare entirely from his empire. He continued to govern an immense state supported by military power and administrative authority. Nevertheless, his decision to redefine what constituted successful kingship stands almost alone in ancient political history. Few rulers have so openly admitted regret for the suffering caused by their own victories. Even fewer attempted to reshape an empire according to moral principles that emphasized compassion over conquest. The influence of those decisions extended far beyond his lifetime, helping spread Buddhism across much of Asia and establishing Ashoka as one of history's most admired monarchs. To understand Ashoka's significance, historians first examine the empire he inherited. Less than a century before his reign, much of northern India consisted of competing kingdoms, republics, and tribal confederations. Political unity was rare, and regional powers frequently struggled for dominance. This changed dramatically with the rise of the Mauryan Empire, founded around 322 BCE by Chandragupta Maurya. Chandragupta successfully overthrew the Nanda dynasty, established control over much of northern India, and later defeated territories left vulnerable after Alexander the Great's withdrawal from northwestern India. Guided in part by his famous advisor Chanakya, also known as Kautilya, traditionally associated with the political treatise Arthashastra, Chandragupta built one of the ancient world's most sophisticated administrative systems: tax collection, provincial government, intelligence networks, road construction, agriculture, trade regulation, and military organization all became increasingly centralized. By the time Ashoka came to power several decades later, the Mauryan Empire already possessed an impressive bureaucracy capable of governing millions of people across an enormous geographical area. Like Alexander before him, Ashoka benefited from institutions carefully built by previous generations. The details of Ashoka's early life remain less certain than many later legends suggest. Most historians believe he was one of several sons of Emperor Bindusara, Chandragupta's successor. Ancient Buddhist traditions describe Ashoka as intelligent, ambitious, and militarily gifted, but also stern and sometimes ruthless during his youth. Some later stories even portray him as exceptionally harsh before his spiritual transformation, earning colorful titles such as Ashoka the Fierce. Modern historians treat many of these accounts cautiously because they were written centuries after his death by Buddhist authors seeking to emphasize the dramatic contrast between his earlier character and his later commitment to moral governance. Contemporary evidence for his personality before becoming emperor is extremely limited. What appears reasonably clear is that Ashoka possessed considerable administrative and military experience before ascending the throne around 268 BCE, after a succession struggle that remains only partially understood. Once securely established as emperor, Ashoka initially continued the expansionist policies characteristic of many successful ancient rulers. The greatest obstacle remaining outside Mauryan authority was the prosperous kingdom of Kalinga, located along India's eastern coast. Kalinga controlled important trade routes connecting inland India with maritime commerce across the Bay of Bengal. Independent, wealthy, and strategically positioned, it represented both an economic opportunity and a political challenge. Around 261 BCE, Ashoka launched a full-scale invasion. The resulting conflict became one of the defining events not only of his reign, but of world history itself. Unlike many ancient battles known only through later chronicles, the consequences of the Kalinga War are described by Ashoka himself in inscriptions carved into stone during his lifetime. According to these royal edicts, approximately 100,000 people were killed, many more died later from famine and disease, and hundreds of thousands were displaced or taken captive. Ancient casualty figures are often exaggerated, and historians cannot verify the exact numbers. Even allowing for exaggeration, however, the campaign clearly inflicted enormous human suffering. What distinguishes Ashoka from nearly every other ancient conqueror is what happened next. Instead of commissioning monuments celebrating military glory, Ashoka publicly expressed sorrow over the devastation caused by the war. In one of his most famous inscriptions, now known as Rock Edict 13, he declares that the conquest of Kalinga filled him with deep remorse because so many innocent people suffered alongside soldiers. Families were separated, religious communities were disrupted, ordinary civilians endured hardships that victory could never justify. This statement remains extraordinary in the history of kingship. Ancient rulers commonly acknowledged military difficulties or praised mercy shown after victory, but outright regret over successful conquest is remarkably rare. Historians continue debating the precise sincerity of Ashoka's transformation. Was it primarily a genuine spiritual awakening, a sophisticated political strategy for governing a vast empire, or some combination of both? Whatever motivated him, the policies that followed represented a significant departure from conventional imperial ideology. Central to this transformation was Ashoka's embrace of Buddhism, a religion founded several centuries earlier by Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha. Buddhism taught principles emphasizing compassion, moderation, ethical conduct, and the reduction of suffering. Ashoka did not attempt to force Buddhism upon his subjects, nor did he abolish other religious traditions. Instead, he promoted what he called Dhamma, a broad ethical philosophy encouraging kindness, respect between religious communities, honesty, generosity, obedience to parents, humane treatment of servants, and compassion toward both humans and animals. Historians emphasize that Ashoka's Dhamma was not identical to Buddhist theology. Rather, it represented an ethical code designed to unite an extraordinarily diverse empire containing followers of many religions, languages, and cultural traditions. In this respect, Ashoka resembled Cyrus the Great, who likewise recognized that stable empires often depended upon accommodating diversity rather than suppressing it. Ashoka's commitment to Dhamma appeared not only in words but also in practical government. Throughout the empire, he ordered inscriptions carved into rocks and polished sandstone pillars placed beside roads, near cities, and at important public locations. These inscriptions explained royal policies directly to the population, encouraging ethical behavior while announcing administrative reforms. They described the planting of shade trees along highways, construction of wells, establishment of rest houses for travelers, medical facilities for both humans and animals, and efforts to improve agricultural conditions. Officials known as Dhamma Mahamatras were appointed to oversee moral welfare, encourage fair treatment of different communities, and help resolve disputes. Modern readers should not imagine a welfare state in the contemporary sense. Ancient governments lacked the administrative capacity for such systems. Nevertheless, Ashoka clearly expanded the idea that kings bore responsibility not merely for taxation and warfare, but also for the well-being of ordinary people. Religious tolerance became another defining feature of Ashoka's reign. His inscriptions repeatedly urge respect for different religious traditions, arguing that praising one's own beliefs while insulting those of others ultimately harms everyone. Instead, he encouraged mutual understanding among Buddhists, Brahmins, Jains, Ajivikas, and other religious communities throughout the empire. Such policies were not entirely unprecedented, but Ashoka articulated them with unusual clarity and consistency. Historians often note that his commitment to tolerance likely reflected practical political considerations, as well as genuine philosophical conviction. Governing one of the world's largest multicultural empires required maintaining stability among populations with diverse customs and beliefs. Encouraging religious harmony therefore served both ethical and administrative purposes. Ashoka also played a crucial role in the international spread of Buddhism. According to later Buddhist traditions, he sponsored missionary expeditions across South Asia and beyond, sending teachers to Sri Lanka, Central Asia, and perhaps even regions bordering the Hellenistic kingdoms established after Alexander's conquests. While some details of these missionary accounts remain debated, archaeological evidence strongly supports the conclusion that Buddhism expanded dramatically during and after Ashoka's reign. In Sri Lanka especially, Buddhist chronicles preserve extensive traditions describing the arrival of missionaries associated with Ashoka's court, including his son Mahinda and daughter Sangamita. Whether every element of these stories is historically accurate remains uncertain, but there is broad agreement that Ashoka's patronage greatly accelerated Buddhism's transformation from a regional religious movement into one of the world's major faiths. Over subsequent centuries, Buddhism spread throughout Southeast Asia, Central Asia, China, Korea, Japan, Tibet, and Mongolia, influencing hundreds of millions of people. In this sense, Ashoka's greatest conquest may ultimately have been cultural rather than military. Despite his emphasis on morality, historians caution against viewing Ashoka as abandoning kingship altogether. The Mauryan Empire remained a powerful centralized state. Taxes continued to be collected. Laws were enforced. Provincial governors exercised royal authority. The army remained intact because maintaining such a vast territory required credible military strength. Ashoka himself never dissolved imperial institutions or renounced political power. Instead, he attempted to redefine the purpose of power. Military force became a means of preserving order rather than continually expanding territory. Royal authority became increasingly associated with justice, welfare, and ethical leadership alongside traditional administrative responsibilities. Whether these ideals were fully realized throughout such an immense empire is impossible to determine, but they undoubtedly influenced the way Ashoka wished both his subjects and future generations to understand his reign. Following Ashoka's death around 232 BCE, the Mauryan Empire gradually weakened. Strong, centralized leadership proved difficult to maintain across so many distant provinces. Within roughly 50 years, much of the empire had fragmented into smaller kingdoms. Some historians therefore ask whether Ashoka's rejection of aggressive expansion weakened the empire militarily. Others argue that the empire's eventual decline reflected ordinary political succession problems rather than his moral policies. Because evidence remains incomplete, No definitive answer exists. What is clear is that while the Mauryan state eventually disappeared, Ashoka's reputation survived in religious traditions even after much of his political legacy faded. Ironically, many of his inscriptions were forgotten for centuries, until 19th-century scholars successfully deciphered the ancient Brahmi script. Only then did historians fully appreciate that many ethical principles, long associated with later Buddhist tradition, had actually been proclaimed directly by the emperor himself over 2,000 years earlier. How do historians know so much about Ashoka despite the immense passage of time? Fortunately, he left behind one of the richest collections of contemporary royal inscriptions from the ancient world. More than 30 major rock and pillar edicts survive across India, Nepal, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Afghanistan. These inscriptions, carved during Ashoka's own reign, provide direct evidence of his policies, religious outlook, administrative reforms, and personal reflections. Archaeologists have carefully documented the locations, language, and physical characteristics of these monuments, allowing historians to trace the geographical reach of Mauryan authority. Additional evidence comes from Buddhist texts such as the Mahavamsa and Dipavamsa of Sri Lanka, the Ashokavadana, later Sanskrit literature, Greek references to India, excavated cities, coins, monumental architecture, and ongoing archaeological research throughout the Indian subcontinent. Because historians possess both contemporary inscriptions and later literary traditions, they can compare different sources, separating probable historical events from stories that gradually accumulated around Ashoka's memory. Significant uncertainties nevertheless remain. Historians continue debating the precise extent of Ashoka's personal commitment to Buddhism during different stages of his reign, the historical accuracy of many later miracle stories, the exact chronology of certain inscriptions, and the effectiveness of Dhamma policies across distant provinces. Scholars also discuss whether his ethical transformation occurred suddenly after the Kalinga War, or developed gradually over many years. These debates illustrate the careful process through which history is reconstructed from incomplete evidence. Yet on one conclusion, there is overwhelming agreement. Ashoka fundamentally expanded the idea of what a king could be. Rather than defining greatness solely through conquest, wealth, or military glory, he argued that true kingship required justice, compassion, restraint, and concern for the welfare of all subjects. In doing so, he left behind not only one of history's greatest empires, but one of its most enduring visions of moral leadership. More than 2,000 years later, his lion capital remains the national emblem of modern India, while the wheel that appeared on many of his monuments, the Ashoka Chakra, occupies the center of the Indian national flag, serving as a lasting reminder that the legacy of a king may ultimately rest not upon the battles he won, but upon the values he chose to leave behind. Among the rulers who shaped medieval Europe, none occupies a larger place in historical memory than Charlemagne, the Frankish king whose name literally came to mean Charles the Great. Born sometime in the late 740s and ruling from 768 until his death in 814, Charlemagne transformed a powerful but regionally limited kingdom into an empire spanning much of Western and Central Europe. His territories included most of modern France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Western Germany, Switzerland, Austria, and northern Italy, along with regions extending into parts of Spain, the Balkans, and Central Europe. Yet his importance cannot be measured only by the land he conquered. Charlemagne strengthened royal administration, reorganized military obligations, supported education and literacy, standardized aspects of law and worship, expanded Christianity through both missionary work and force, and created a political ideal that influenced European rulers for more than 1,000 years. On Christmas Day in the year 800, Pope Leo III crowned him emperor in Rome, reviving the idea of a Western Roman imperial title more than 3 centuries after the collapse of Roman rule in Western Europe. Later French and German monarchs both claimed him as a foundational figure. Medieval emperors presented themselves as his successors. Modern Europeans have sometimes celebrated him as an early symbol of continental unity. At the same time, historians recognize that Charlemagne's empire was built through nearly constant warfare, harsh suppression of resistance, forced religious conversion, and a political system heavily dependent upon his personal authority. He was not the peaceful architect of a unified Europe imagined by later legend, nor was he simply a brutal conqueror. He was a highly capable medieval king whose combination of military expansion, administrative experimentation, religious ambition, and cultural patronage helped define the political character of Europe for centuries. To understand Charlemagne's achievement, it is necessary to look beyond the familiar image of medieval Europe as a landscape of stone castles, armored knights, and clearly defined kingdoms. When Charlemagne was born, the Western Roman Empire had been gone for almost 300 years. Roman political authority had fragmented into a collection of successor kingdoms ruled by Germanic dynasties, while cities, trade networks, literacy, taxation systems, and long-distance administration had declined unevenly across Western Europe. The Roman Empire had not disappeared entirely. Its eastern half, governed from Constantinople, survived as the Byzantine Empire and still claimed to represent the legitimate Roman state. In Western Europe, however, political life became increasingly local. Kings depended upon personal alliances with nobles, warriors, bishops, abbots, and regional landholders. Roads and towns inherited from Rome continued to exist, but governments possessed far fewer resources than the ancient imperial administration had commanded. Christianity provided one of the few institutions connecting distant regions, although religious practice varied considerably from place to place. Charlemagne inherited this world through the Frankish kingdom, a powerful realm whose rulers had gradually expanded from territories near the Rhine into much of present-day France and Western Germany. The dynasty into which Charlemagne was born had itself risen through political transformation. Earlier, Frankish kings belonged to the Merovingian family, but over time real authority passed increasingly to officials known as mayors of the palace. Charlemagne's grandfather, Charles Martel, became the most powerful figure in the Frankish realm, despite never formally claiming the royal title. Charles Martel is best remembered for defeating an Umayyad raiding force near Tours or Poitiers in 732, an event later portrayed as a decisive defense of Christian Europe against Islamic conquest. Modern historians view that interpretation cautiously. The battle was certainly important, but later writers often exaggerated its significance and transformed Charles Martel into a symbolic savior of Europe. His more lasting achievement was consolidating the military and political power of his family. Charlemagne's father, Pepin the Short, went further. With support from the papacy, Pepin deposed the last Merovingian king in 751 and had himself crowned King of the Franks, establishing what became known as the Carolingian dynasty. In exchange for papal support, Pepin intervened militarily in Italy and granted lands to the Pope, contributing to the formation of the Papal States. Charlemagne therefore inherited not only a kingdom, but also a developing alliance between the Frankish monarchy and the Roman Church. When Pepin died in 768, according to Frankish custom, the kingdom was divided between his two surviving sons, Charlemagne and Carloman. Dividing territory among male heirs was common, but it often produced rivalry, instability, and civil war. Relations between the brothers quickly became tense. Each maintained his own court, supporters, and political ambitions. Before open conflict occurred, Carloman died unexpectedly in 771. His widow and children fled to the court of the Lombard king in Italy, leaving Charlemagne as sole ruler of the Franks. The circumstances of Carloman's death do not appear suspicious in the surviving sources, But the event unquestionably transformed Charlemagne's position. He now controlled the entire Frankish kingdom and faced no adult brother capable of challenging his authority. From that point forward, his reign became defined by expansion. Over the next 4 decades, Charlemagne conducted campaigns in nearly every direction, often leading armies personally and spending relatively little time in any single capital. One of his earliest major conquests was the defeat of the Lombard kingdom in northern Italy. Relations between the Franks, the Lombards, and the papacy had long been unstable. Charlemagne initially married a daughter of the Lombard king Desiderius, probably as part of a diplomatic alliance, but he soon repudiated her and sent her back to her father. When Desiderius later threatened papal territories and supported the claims of Carloman's exiled family, Pope Hadrian I appealed to Charlemagne for assistance. In 773, Charlemagne crossed the Alps, besieged the Lombard capital of Pavia, and forced Desiderius to surrender. Rather than placing a loyal subordinate on the throne, Charlemagne assumed the title King of the Lombards himself. This was an important innovation. He did not simply annex Lombard lands into the Frankish kingdom. He presented himself as the legitimate successor to the Lombard monarchy, preserving aspects of local law and administration while placing them under his personal authority. As Cyrus the Great had done more than 1,000 years earlier, Charlemagne often found it useful to absorb existing political structures rather than destroy them completely. The longest and most violent struggle of Charlemagne's reign occurred in Saxony, a region covering much of northern Germany. The Saxons were not governed by a single centralized king, but consisted of several related groups with strong local traditions and a largely non-Christian religious culture. Frankish and Saxon communities had raided one another for generations, but Charlemagne escalated the conflict into a systematic campaign of conquest beginning in 772. The wars continued intermittently for more than 30 years. Saxon leaders repeatedly submitted, accepted baptism, surrendered hostages, and then rebelled when Frankish armies withdrew. Charlemagne responded by constructing forts, deporting communities, confiscating land, and imposing Christianity through law. One of the most controversial events occurred at Verdun in 782, where royal annals report that Charlemagne ordered the execution of approximately 4,500 Saxon prisoners following a major rebellion. Historians debate the exact circumstances and even the reliability of the reported number, but there is little doubt that the suppression was exceptionally harsh. Later Christian writers often celebrated the Saxon conquest as the triumph of faith over paganism, while modern scholars emphasize the coercion, violence, and forced cultural transformation involved. The Saxon Wars illustrate a central contradiction within Charlemagne's reign. He presented himself as a Christian ruler responsible for defending the church and guiding his subjects toward salvation. Yet he sometimes pursued conversion through military compulsion. Laws imposed upon conquered Saxons prescribed severe penalties, including death, for rejecting baptism, attacking churches, or continuing certain traditional religious practices. Over time, some of these policies were moderated, particularly as Charlemagne's advisors encouraged more gradual missionary methods, but Christianity remained inseparable from imperial authority. To Charlemagne, political unity and religious unity were closely connected. A people who accepted Frankish rule but rejected Christianity could still be regarded as fundamentally disloyal, while baptism represented not only spiritual conversion but submission to a new political order. This relationship between monarchy and religion would become one of the most enduring features of medieval European government. Charlemagne also campaigned south of the Pyrenees against Muslim-ruled territories in the Iberian Peninsula. In 778, invited by dissident Muslim leaders who opposed the Emir of Córdoba, he led an army into Spain. The campaign achieved little and ended in a difficult retreat. During the return journey, the Frankish rear guard was attacked in the Pyrenees by Basque forces at the Battle of Roncesvalles Pass. Among those killed was a military commander named Roland. The historical event was a relatively small ambush, but centuries later it became the basis of the Song of Roland, one of the most famous works of medieval literature. In the poem, the Basque attackers were transformed into an enormous Muslim army. Roland became an idealized Christian hero, and the defeat became a grand struggle between faiths. The contrast between the probable historical event and its legendary retelling provides an excellent example of how medieval memory reshaped the past to serve later cultural and religious ideals. Not all of Charlemagne's expansion involved famous battles. His armies defeated the Avars, a powerful confederation based in the Carpathian Basin, and seized enormous quantities of treasure accumulated through generations of warfare and tribute. He imposed authority over Bavaria, campaigned against Slavic peoples along his eastern frontiers, and established defensive border regions known as marches. These frontier territories were governed by military commanders responsible for protecting the empire and extending its influence beyond settled boundaries. Through conquest, tribute, diplomacy, marriage alliances, and the appointment of loyal officials, Charlemagne became the dominant ruler in Western Europe. Yet his empire did not resemble a modern centralized nation-state. Languages, laws, customs, and local political arrangements varied widely. Travel was slow, communication unreliable, and royal officials often possessed considerable independence. Charlemagne therefore faced a problem familiar to every ruler of a large empire. How could one king maintain authority across territories extending over thousands of kilometers? His solution relied upon constant movement, written instructions, personal loyalty, religious institutions, and a system of inspection. Charlemagne did not rule from a permanent capital in the modern sense, although he increasingly favored the palace complex at Aachen in present-day Germany. Instead, the royal court traveled throughout the empire, consuming local resources, hearing legal cases, meeting nobles, celebrating religious festivals, and reminding regional elites that royal authority remained active. Royal estates supplied food, horses, weapons, and accommodation. Counts governed local districts, collected revenue, raised troops, presided over courts, and represented the king. Bishops and abbots likewise played major administrative roles because members of the clergy were among the most educated people in the empire. Charlemagne issued written decrees known as capitularies, divided into short sections or chapters, addressing matters ranging from military service and judicial procedure to education, religious discipline, estate management, prices, weights, and measures. To prevent local officials from becoming too independent, Charlemagne developed the use of representatives known as missi dominici, or envoys of the Lord. Usually sent in pairs, often consisting of one secular noble and one church official, the missi traveled through assigned regions to inspect courts, investigate complaints, enforce royal decrees, and report misconduct. The system was not entirely new, but Charlemagne expanded and regularized it. Its effectiveness remains difficult to measure. Surviving documents reveal the ideal structure the king wished to create, but they do not prove that every command was obeyed in distant provinces. Local elites still possessed enormous power, and the monarchy depended heavily upon their cooperation. Nevertheless, the missi demonstrate Charlemagne's serious effort to make royal authority visible throughout his empire, and to hold officials accountable to standards extending beyond personal loyalty alone. Charlemagne's government also depended upon an oath sworn directly to the ruler. Free men, especially those holding political or military responsibilities, could be required to pledge loyalty to the king and later to him as emperor. These oaths reinforced the personal nature of medieval government. People did not primarily imagine themselves as citizens of an impersonal state. Their duties were expressed through relationships to family, lord, church, community, and king. Charlemagne attempted to connect these local bonds to a broader imperial order. Military service remained a central obligation, although not every free man fought in every campaign. Wealthier landholders were expected to provide equipment, horses, and armed followers, while poorer men could combine resources to support one soldier. Because Charlemagne campaigned so frequently, the demands of military service placed heavy burdens upon the population. His victories brought treasure, land, and prestige, but they also depended upon repeated mobilization and extensive labor. Alongside conquest and administration, Charlemagne sponsored an intellectual and educational revival commonly known as the Carolingian Renaissance. The term should not be confused with the much later Italian Renaissance. Charlemagne did not restore the full intellectual life of ancient Rome, nor did widespread literacy suddenly appear among the general population. Instead, his court encouraged a concentrated program of educational reform designed primarily to improve government, religious practice, and the training of clergy. Charlemagne gathered scholars from many regions, including the English scholar Alcuin of York, the Lombard historian Paul the Deacon, the Visigothic theologian Theodulf of Orleans, and the Frankish writer Einhard. Palace schools and monasteries promoted the study of grammar, rhetoric, logic, mathematics, astronomy, music, and religious texts. Clergy were instructed to improve their Latin so that prayers, scripture, and official documents could be copied and understood more accurately. One of the most important results of these reforms was the development and spread of Carolingian minuscule, a clear and standardized style of handwriting. Earlier manuscripts were often written in regional scripts that could be difficult for outsiders to read. Carolingian minuscule used consistent spacing, recognizable letter forms, punctuation, and distinctions between capital and lowercase letters. It greatly improved the copying and transmission of texts. Monks and scribes preserved not only Christian writings, but also many works of classical Latin literature that might otherwise have disappeared. A large portion of what modern scholars know about authors such as Cicero, Virgil, and other ancient writers survives through manuscripts copied during or after the Carolingian period. Charlemagne's educational reforms therefore influenced not only medieval government, but the preservation of European intellectual heritage. How educated was Charlemagne himself? His biographer Einhard describes him as an eager learner who studied languages, astronomy, rhetoric, and theology. He could apparently understand spoken Latin and perhaps some Greek in addition to his native Frankish language. Einhard also claims Charlemagne attempted to learn writing, but began too late in life to master it fully, keeping tablets near his bed so that he could practice forming letters. Historians debate exactly what this means. Charlemagne may have been able to read to some extent while finding the physical act of writing difficult, or Einhard may have emphasized his efforts as evidence of admirable intellectual curiosity. In any case, Charlemagne clearly valued education even if he did not possess the literary training of the scholars he gathered around him. The event that most dramatically shaped Charlemagne's later reputation occurred in Rome on December 25, 800. Pope Leo III had faced violent opposition from Roman rivals, who accused him of misconduct and attempted to remove him. Leo escaped and sought Charlemagne's protection. After the king entered Rome and presided over proceedings that restored the pope, Charlemagne attended Christmas Mass at St. Peter's Basilica. During the ceremony, Leo placed a crown upon his head and proclaimed him emperor. Einhard later wrote that Charlemagne would not have entered the church had he known what the pope intended, suggesting that he resented the implication that imperial authority came from papal coronation. Historians remain uncertain whether the event was truly a surprise. It is difficult to believe that such an important ceremony could have been arranged without prior discussion, but Charlemagne may have objected to the precise form it took. The coronation carried enormous symbolic meaning. In Western eyes, the old Roman imperial title had been vacant since the removal of the last Western emperor in 476. The Byzantine Empire still existed, but it was then ruled by Empress Irene, whose position many Western leaders considered illegitimate, because she was a woman and had seized power after deposing and blinding her own son. By crowning Charlemagne, the Pope proclaimed the restoration of imperial government in the West. Charlemagne eventually used a title describing himself as emperor governing the Roman Empire, although the Byzantine court initially refused to recognize his claim. The coronation did not recreate ancient Rome. Charlemagne's government, army, economy, and culture remained distinctly Frankish and Christian. Yet it revived the idea that a Western European monarch could possess authority greater than ordinary kingship and could claim to defend a universal Christian order. This idea later influenced the formation of the Holy Roman Empire, whose rulers continued invoking Roman and Carolingian traditions until the 19th century. The relationship between Charlemagne and the papacy also created a lasting political question. Did the Pope possess the authority to make an emperor, or did the emperor's power come directly from God, conquest, and inherited rule? Medieval popes and emperors would repeatedly clash over this issue. Charlemagne probably regarded himself as protector and supervisor of the church within his territories, not as a ruler subordinate to the Pope. He appointed bishops, summoned church councils, ordered reforms of religious practice, and participated actively in theological controversies. To him, kingship and Christian responsibility were inseparable. Yet the spectacle of a pope placing the imperial crown upon a ruler's head gave future church leaders a powerful symbol they could use to claim influence over secular authority. Charlemagne's private life and family arrangements likewise reveal the distance between medieval kingship and modern ideals. He married several times, maintained relationships with other women, and fathered numerous children. He appears to have been deeply attached to his daughters and reportedly resisted arranging marriages for them, perhaps because he feared empowering ambitious sons-in-law. His sons received portions of the empire to govern, but only one legitimate adult son, Louis the Pious, survived him. Charlemagne crowned Louis as co-emperor in 813, apparently placing the crown upon him without papal participation, a gesture that may have emphasized the independence of imperial succession from Rome. When Charlemagne died at Aachen in January 814, the empire passed peacefully to Louis, but the political unity he created would not endure for long. After Louis's death, Charlemagne's grandsons fought over the inheritance, eventually dividing the empire through the Treaty of Verdun in 843. The western portion contributed to the development of medieval France, while the eastern portion contributed to the development of Germany. The Middle Kingdom, stretching from the North Sea through Italy, proved more difficult to preserve and became a source of conflict for centuries. Historians should be cautious about treating these divisions as the immediate birth of modern nations, since medieval identities and borders remained fluid. Nevertheless, the fragmentation of Charlemagne's empire influenced the political geography of Europe in lasting ways. His inability to create a stable system of undivided succession also revealed the limits of his achievement. The empire depended heavily upon the prestige, energy, and military authority of one exceptional ruler. Once divided among heirs, it proved difficult to maintain as a unified political structure. How do historians know about Charlemagne's life and reign? The evidence is unusually rich compared with that available for many earlier kings, but it still requires careful interpretation. The most famous narrative source is the Life of Charlemagne, written by Einhard, a scholar and courtier who knew the emperor personally. Einhard provides valuable descriptions of Charlemagne's appearance, habits, family, education, government, and military campaigns. He portrays the king as tall, energetic, generous, devout, and intellectually curious. Yet Einhard was not an impartial observer. He admired Charlemagne and modeled his biography partly upon ancient Roman works, especially Suetonius's Lives of the Emperors. His account therefore presents an idealized portrait shaped by literary convention and personal loyalty. Additional information comes from the Royal Frankish Annals, a year-by-year account of political and military events produced within the royal court. These annals record campaigns, assemblies, diplomatic missions, rebellions, religious affairs, and natural events. Because they were connected to the monarchy, They often present Charlemagne's victories as justified and minimize Frankish failures. Revised versions sometimes altered embarrassing passages or explained defeats more favorably. Historians compare these annals with independent chronicles, papal letters, legal decrees, charters, theological writings, poems, archaeological evidence, buildings, manuscripts, coins, and accounts from neighboring societies. The abundance of official material helps reconstruct Charlemagne's reign in detail, but it also means much of the surviving record reflects the viewpoint of the people closest to power. Archaeology provides important physical evidence. Excavations at Aachen have revealed aspects of Charlemagne's palace complex and chapel, although later construction altered much of the site. Surviving churches, monasteries, manuscripts, metalwork, weaponry, and settlement patterns reveal broader changes within Carolingian society. Dendrochronology, architectural analysis, and the study of handwritten manuscripts help date buildings and texts. Charters reveal grants of land and privileges, although some documents attributed to Charlemagne were later forged by institutions seeking to strengthen legal claims. Historians must therefore examine handwriting, wording, seals, materials, and political context to determine authenticity. The study of Charlemagne illustrates how medieval history is reconstructed not from one perfect account, but from thousands of documents and objects created for different purposes. Many questions remain uncertain. Historians debate Charlemagne's exact birth year and birthplace. They disagree over how effectively his decrees were enforced beyond the royal court. The scale of literacy growth under his educational reforms is difficult to measure. His intentions during the imperial coronation remain disputed, as does the extent to which he imagined a single unified European empire rather than a collection of kingdoms ruled by one dynasty. Even his physical appearance is known primarily through Einhard's admiring description rather than a confirmed contemporary portrait. Later, medieval artists depicted him according to the fashions of their own centuries, often giving him crowns, armor, and facial features that tell us more about later ideas of kingship than about the historical man. Charlemagne's legacy is therefore both immense and complicated. He preserved and expanded learning while waging relentless war. He promoted Christian morality while forcing religious conversion. He strengthened government while creating an empire that depended heavily upon personal loyalty. He encouraged legal order but ruled through systems that treated societies, religions, and social classes very differently. Later generations transformed him into many different symbols: ideal Christian king, German emperor, French national hero, conqueror of pagans, protector of the papacy, and father of Europe. None of these images captures the entire historical figure. What can be said with confidence is that Charlemagne altered the political imagination of Europe. He demonstrated that a Western king could unite vast territories, cooperate with the church, sponsor learning, reform administration, and claim the inheritance of Roman emperors. Although his empire fragmented, the ideal it created endured. For 1,000 years, rulers measured themselves against his example, sought titles connected to his legacy, and imagined the possibility of rebuilding the unity he had briefly achieved. In that sense, Charlemagne's greatest influence lay not only in the kingdom he ruled, but in the enduring vision of kingship he left behind. Few kings changed a country as completely or as permanently as William I of England, better known as William the Conqueror. When he crossed the English Channel in 1066, William was not yet King of England, but the Duke of Normandy, a powerful territory in northern France, whose rulers were descended from Scandinavian settlers. By the end of that year, he had defeated King Harold II at the Battle of Hastings, seized the English crown, and begun a transformation that altered nearly every level of English society. The conquest replaced much of the native Anglo-Saxon aristocracy with a new Norman ruling class, reorganized land ownership, reshaped the monarchy, accelerated castle construction, changed the language spoken at court, strengthened connections between England and continental Europe, and produced one of the most remarkable administrative surveys of the medieval world, the Domesday Book. The effects of William's reign extended far beyond his own lifetime. English law, architecture, warfare, government, culture, and language all developed differently because of the Norman conquest. Even modern English vocabulary bears the imprint of the social divisions created after 1066, with many words connected to government, law, warfare, and elite culture entering the language from Norman French. Yet William's achievement came at enormous human cost. His conquest depended upon invasion, confiscation, political terror, and repeated military suppression. Large parts of northern England were devastated during campaigns so severe that some regions required generations to recover. William therefore stands as one of the clearest examples of a ruler whose historical influence cannot be separated from violence. He created a stronger and more centralized monarchy, but he did so by destroying an existing political order and imposing a foreign elite upon a conquered population. The England William invaded was neither primitive nor politically disorganized. By the 11th century, the Anglo-Saxon kingdom possessed one of the most sophisticated governments in Western Europe. The country was divided into shires administered by royal officials known as sheriffs. Local courts handled legal disputes. Taxation was collected through established systems. Coinage was tightly controlled, and kings communicated their orders through written documents known as writs. England's rulers could raise armies and fleets, collect large taxes, and summon leading nobles and bishops to a royal council known as the Witan. Major towns such as London, Winchester, York, and Lincoln functioned as centers of commerce and administration, while monasteries preserved literacy and religious learning. William did not conquer a loosely connected collection of tribes. He captured a functioning kingdom with institutions capable of governing a wealthy and productive population. One reason his conquest proved so consequential was that he retained many of these existing systems rather than replacing them entirely. Norman military power was combined with Anglo-Saxon administrative experience, producing a monarchy stronger than either tradition might have created alone. The crisis of 1066 began with the death of Edward the Confessor, King of England, on January 5th. Edward had no surviving children, and his failure to produce an undisputed heir created a dangerous political vacuum. Several powerful men believed they possessed legitimate claims to the throne. The most important was Harold Godwinson, Earl of Wessex, and head of the wealthiest noble family in England. Harold had extensive political experience, strong support among the English aristocracy, and close connections to the late king. The Witan selected him as Edward's successor, and he was crowned almost immediately. William of Normandy, however, argued that Edward had previously promised him the English throne, and that Harold himself had sworn an oath to support William's claim. A third contender, Harald Hardrada, King of Norway, based his claim upon earlier agreements among Scandinavian rulers. Harold Godwinson's estranged brother Tostig supported Hardrada, adding a deeply personal dimension to the succession struggle. Each claimant could construct a plausible argument according to different customs, promises, and political traditions. There was no universally accepted constitutional procedure capable of resolving the dispute. As was often the case in medieval kingship, legitimacy would ultimately be determined not only by ancestry or election, but by military victory. One of the central historical questions surrounding the Norman conquest is whether Edward truly promised the throne to William. Norman sources insist that he did. Some describe Edward sending messengers to Normandy, while others emphasize Harold's supposed oath of loyalty to William during a journey to the continent. English sources either ignore such promises or present Harold's coronation as lawful. Historians remain cautious because succession customs in 11th century England were flexible. Royal blood mattered, but the outgoing king's preference, the approval of leading nobles, military strength, and political circumstances all influence the choice. Even had Edward once favored William, he may later have changed his mind. Moreover, a king could not necessarily transfer the crown as though it were private property. The support of the Witan remained important. William's claim therefore rested upon a combination of alleged promise, distant family connection, papal approval, and the argument that Harold had committed perjury by breaking a sacred oath. Whether William sincerely believed he had been cheated or simply used these claims to justify an ambitious invasion cannot be known with certainty. William's own rise had been extraordinarily difficult. Born around 1028, he was the illegitimate son of Robert I, Duke of Normandy, and a woman traditionally known as Herleva. Because his parents were not married, William was frequently called William the Bastard by enemies and later chroniclers. When his father died during a pilgrimage, William inherited the duchy at approximately 8 years old. Normandy descended into political violence as rival nobles attempted to control or eliminate the child duke. Several of William's guardians were murdered, and the young ruler survived years of instability that likely shaped his suspicious and uncompromising personality. As an adult, he gradually defeated rebellious nobles, secured his authority, formed a politically valuable marriage with Matilda of Flanders, and established himself as one of northern France's most formidable rulers. By 1066, he commanded experienced cavalry, wealthy supporters, and a network of nobles eager to gain land and status through conquest. William's invasion of England was a tremendous gamble, but it was not an impulsive act by an inexperienced adventurer. It was the calculated campaign of a ruler who had spent most of his life surviving political conflict. Preparing the invasion required extraordinary organization. William gathered ships, soldiers, horses, weapons, food, and supplies from across Normandy and neighboring territories. His forces included Norman nobles, Breton warriors, Flemish contingents, archers, infantry, and heavily armed mounted knights. Medieval sources provide widely varying estimates of the army's size, and historians cannot determine an exact number. Many modern estimates place it somewhere between 7,000 and 12,000 men, although arguments continue. The fleet itself may have contained several hundred vessels. Constructing and assembling such a force demonstrated William's political influence and logistical ability. He also secured the support of Pope Alexander II, who reportedly sent a papal banner endorsing the campaign. This religious approval strengthened William's argument that he was not merely invading another Christian kingdom for personal gain, but punishing an oath-breaker and restoring lawful rule. While William prepared in Normandy, Harold Godwinson faced a strategic nightmare. He stationed troops along the southern coast of England for months, waiting for the Norman fleet. Adverse winds delayed William's crossing, and as supplies dwindled, Harold eventually released parts of his army. At almost the same moment, Harold Hardrada and Tostig invaded northern England with a Norwegian force. Harold reacted with remarkable speed, marching his army north and defeating the invaders at the Battle of Stamford Bridge on September 25, 1066. Hardrada and Tostig were both killed. The victory ended the immediate Scandinavian threat and is sometimes regarded as marking the close of the Viking Age in England. Yet Harold had no opportunity to recover. Just days later, William landed on the southern coast near Pevensey. Harold turned south, gathering troops as he marched, and covered roughly 200 miles in less than 2 weeks. His decision to confront William quickly remains debated. He may have feared allowing the Normans time to establish a permanent base, ravage additional territory, or attract collaborators. However, his army was exhausted, and reinforcements from other parts of England may not yet have arrived. The two forces met near Hastings on October 14, 1066. The battle became one of the most famous military encounters in European history, although many details remain uncertain. Harold positioned his army along a ridge, where English infantry formed a dense shield wall. The Anglo-Saxon force included elite household warriors known as housecarls, many armed with large two-handed axes, alongside regional troops called the fyrd. William's army combined archers, infantry, and cavalry, giving it greater tactical variety but forcing it to attack uphill. For hours, the English shield wall resisted repeated Norman assaults. At several points, Norman troops retreated, either genuinely or as part of deliberate, feigned withdrawals. Some English soldiers broke formation to pursue them, allowing Norman cavalry to turn and attack isolated groups. Exactly how many withdrawals were planned remains disputed, but the gradual weakening of the English line appears to have been decisive. Harold died during the battle, but the famous image of an arrow striking him in the eye is less certain than popular tradition suggests. The Bayeux tapestry appears to show a figure pulling an arrow from his face near another man being cut down by a mounted warrior, accompanied by text stating that King Harold was killed. Scholars disagree over which figure represents Harold and whether later repairs altered the scene. Some written sources mention an arrow wound, while others describe Norman knights surrounding and killing him. It is possible that Harold was wounded by an arrow and then finished by swords, or that the arrow story developed later as symbolic punishment for perjury. Medieval writers often portrayed oath breakers as suffering injuries connected to the body part used in the sinful act. Because the evidence conflicts, historians can describe Harold's death with confidence only in its broadest form. He was killed near the end of the battle, and the English army collapsed soon afterward. Victory at Hastings did not immediately make William secure King of England. London and several major nobles continued resisting. English leaders briefly considered placing the young Edgar Atheling, a descendant of the earlier royal house, upon the throne. William advanced cautiously, burning settlements and cutting routes around London until the remaining leadership submitted. On Christmas Day, 1066, he was crowned in Westminster Abbey. The ceremony itself reportedly descended into confusion. When Norman and English participants shouted their approval inside the church, soldiers stationed outside mistook the noise for an attack and set fire to nearby buildings. While the coronation continued, people fled to control the flames and protect their property. The episode, preserved by later chroniclers, captures the nervous and violent atmosphere surrounding the birth of the new regime. William possessed the crown, but he had not yet conquered the entire kingdom. Resistance continued for years. Rebellions erupted in the West, the Southwest, the Midlands, and especially the North. English nobles sought assistance from Denmark, while local leaders attempted to restore native rule. William responded by constructing castles, confiscating land, placing loyal followers in strategic positions, and conducting punitive campaigns. Castles were central to Norman control. England had possessed fortified settlements before 1066, but the Normans built private and royal castles on an unprecedented scale. Many early structures followed the Motte and Bailey design, a wooden tower raised upon an artificial mound beside an enclosed courtyard protected by ditches and palisades. These could be constructed quickly, using local labor, and served as military bases, administrative centers, residences, prisons, and visible symbols of occupation. Castles rose within or beside towns, often requiring the demolition of existing homes. To the conquered population, they represented not only defense, but domination. The harshest suppression occurred during the harrying of the North in 1069 and 1070. After repeated uprisings and a Danish intervention, William ordered systematic devastation across parts of northern England. Crops were burned, livestock slaughtered, villages destroyed, and food supplies eliminated to deprive rebels of support. Later chroniclers describe widespread famine and depopulation. Some accounts may exaggerate the scale, but evidence from Domesday Book indicates severe economic destruction in numerous northern districts years afterward. Land once recorded as productive was listed as waste. William's campaign succeeded militarily, yet its human cost was immense. Medieval admirers who praised his authority occasionally expressed discomfort with the suffering he caused. Modern historians often regard the harrying as the darkest episode of his reign, and a reminder that the Norman state was established through deliberate terror as well as administrative skill. Land ownership changed dramatically after the conquest. Before 1066, most major estates belonged to Anglo-Saxon nobles, churches, and royal officials. Within approximately 20 years, nearly all important secular landholders had been replaced by Normans and other continental followers of William. The king claimed ultimate authority over the land and distributed estates to supporters in return for loyalty and military service. These holdings were often scattered across several counties, reducing the likelihood that any one noble could build a compact regional power base strong enough to challenge the crown. The exact nature of English feudalism remains heavily debated, and historians caution against imagining a perfectly organized pyramid in which every relationship followed a universal formula. Nevertheless, conquest created a more militarized landholding elite whose wealth and status depended directly upon the king's victory. William also changed the English church. Many Anglo-Saxon bishops and abbots were removed and replaced by Norman or continental clergy. His most important ecclesiastical appointment was Lanfranc, an Italian-born scholar who became Archbishop of Canterbury. Lanfranc reorganized church administration, strengthened discipline, encouraged monastic reform, and supported the rebuilding of major cathedrals in the Romanesque style. Across England, wooden or modest stone churches were replaced with immense Norman structures characterized by heavy columns, rounded arches, thick walls, and monumental scale. Cathedrals at Durham, Winchester, Ely, and other centers demonstrated both religious devotion and the power of the new elite. William cooperated closely with the papacy when it served his interests, but he resisted allowing popes direct control over English political affairs. Like Charlemagne before him, he regarded religious reform as part of royal authority rather than evidence that kings should submit entirely to church leaders. One of William's greatest strengths was his ability to combine Norman innovation with Anglo-Saxon institutions. He preserved the shire system, continued appointing sheriffs, maintained royal writs, and retained the English system of taxation. The Geld, a land tax originally developed to fund resistance against Viking invasion, gave the Norman monarchy access to revenue far greater than that available to many contemporary rulers. William also maintained the royal minting system, ensuring consistent coinage throughout the kingdom. Although the ruling class changed, much of the machinery of government remained operational. This continuity helps explain how a relatively small group of conquerors could control a population vastly larger than themselves. The Normans did not need to invent an administration from nothing. They captured one, adapted it, and used it to reinforce their own authority. The most extraordinary evidence of William's administrative ambition is the Domesday Book, commissioned in 1085 and completed the following year. Facing possible invasion from Denmark and needing a clear understanding of his kingdom's resources, William ordered commissioners to survey landholdings across most of England. Local juries were questioned under oath about who owned each estate, who had possessed it before the conquest, how much land it contained, how many people lived there, what livestock and agricultural resources were available, and how much the property was worth. The results were compiled into 2 large volumes covering thousands of settlements and landholders. No comparable survey existed elsewhere in contemporary Western Europe. The name Domesday, meaning a final day of judgment, emerged because its decisions were regarded as authoritative and extremely difficult to challenge. Domesday Book is invaluable, but it must be interpreted carefully. It was primarily a fiscal and political record, not a complete census. Women, landless laborers, children, and many urban residents appear only indirectly or not at all. The survey focuses on taxable resources and legal claims rather than offering a neutral description of everyday life. Even so, It provides an extraordinary snapshot of land, wealth, agriculture, population, and social organization 20 years after the conquest. Historians use it to measure the transfer of property from English to Norman hands, identify areas devastated by warfare, study the growth of towns, trace the distribution of mills and livestock, and reconstruct the hierarchy of landholding. It also demonstrates the reach of William's monarchy. Royal officials could investigate resources across nearly an entire kingdom, question local communities, and assemble the findings into a centralized record. The Norman conquest also transformed language. The majority of the population continued speaking Old English, while the new aristocracy used varieties of Norman French. Latin remained the principal language of written administration, scholarship, and the church. For centuries, England functioned as a multilingual society in which language reflected social position and institutional setting. Thousands of French words gradually entered English, especially in fields associated with elite rule: government, court, justice, prison, army, battle, noble, servant, tax, and parliament. Everyday farming vocabulary often remained Germanic, while the prepared foods consumed by the ruling classes acquired French-derived names. Thus cattle became beef, sheep became mutton, and pigs became pork when they reached the noble table. This pattern was not created by one deliberate policy, but it reflects the social divisions established after 1066. Over time, Old English and Norman French interacted to produce Middle English, the ancestor of the language later used by Geoffrey Chaucer and eventually by modern English speakers. William's rule extended across both England and Normandy, creating a political problem that would shape relations between England and France for centuries. As King of England, William was an independent monarch. As Duke of Normandy, he remained technically a vassal of the King of France. This meant one man could be sovereign in one territory while owing obligations to another ruler for lands elsewhere. Such overlapping relationships were common in medieval Europe, but frequently produced conflict. English kings after William inherited continental interests and spent enormous resources defending or expanding them. Rival claims to French territories eventually contributed to repeated wars, including the long conflict known as the 100 Years' War. William could not have foreseen every consequence, but his conquest permanently tied England's political elite to the affairs of continental Europe. The king's personality emerges from surviving sources as disciplined, formidable, religious, politically intelligent, and capable of extreme anger. Chroniclers describe him as physically powerful, an excellent horseman, and a ruler whose presence commanded fear. They also portray him as devoted to his wife Matilda, unusually faithful by the standards of medieval royal courts, and generous toward religious foundations. Yet admiration often exists beside criticism. Even writers sympathetic to Norman rule acknowledged his greed for land, heavy taxation, and harsh treatment of opponents. A famous description in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle praises William's wisdom and power while condemning his severity. Such mixed testimony is especially valuable because it suggests contemporaries could recognize both the administrative success and moral cost of his reign. William's later years were troubled by family conflict and warfare in Normandy. His eldest son, Robert Curthose, repeatedly rebelled against him, frustrated by his lack of independent authority. During one battle, father and son reportedly encountered one another without initially recognizing their opponent, and Robert unhorsed William before realizing whom he had attacked. Whether every dramatic detail is accurate remains uncertain, but the conflict itself is well established. William also faced resistance from the French king and rival nobles along Normandy's borders. In 1087, while campaigning against the town of Mantes, William suffered a serious abdominal injury, possibly when his horse stumbled among burning ruins. He was carried to Rouen, where his condition worsened. Before dying, he divided his territories. Normandy passed to Robert, while England went to his second surviving son, William Rufus. His youngest son, Henry, received money rather than a kingdom, though he would eventually rule England as Henry I. Accounts of William's funeral contain a final episode of grim symbolism. His body was brought to the Abbey of Saint-Étienne in Caen, but a local man reportedly interrupted the ceremony, claiming the church had been built upon land taken unjustly from his family. The dispute had to be settled before burial continued. Chroniclers then describe William's swollen body failing to fit properly into the stone tomb, causing it to rupture and fill the church with a terrible odor. Historians cannot verify every detail, and the story may have been shaped as a moral lesson about the humiliation awaiting even the most powerful ruler at death. Yet its survival reflects contemporary unease about conquest, property, and divine judgment. The king who had seized an entire kingdom could not escape accusations that even his burial place rested upon confiscated land. How do historians know about William and the Norman conquest? The evidence is exceptionally rich by medieval standards. English sources include versions of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, a series of annals compiled and continued in monasteries across England. Different manuscripts sometimes present distinct perspectives, allowing historians to compare regional reactions. Norman writers such as William of Poitiers praised the conqueror and defended his claim to the throne, while later historians, including Orderic Vitalis, William of Malmesbury, and Henry of Huntingdon, drew upon earlier material, oral testimony, monastic records, and political traditions. Charters, royal writs, church documents, coins, legal records, architectural remains, and Domesday Book provide extensive contemporary evidence independent of narrative chronicles. The most famous visual source is the Bayeux Tapestry, an embroidered cloth nearly 70 meters long depicting the events leading to Hastings and the battle itself. Despite its name, it is embroidery rather than woven tapestry. Historians believe it was probably created within a decade or two of the conquest, perhaps commissioned by William's half-brother Odo, Bishop of Bayeux. The work presents a largely Norman interpretation of events, emphasizing Harold's oath and William's legitimacy, but it also depicts English soldiers with dignity and offers remarkable details about ships, weapons, clothing, horses, buildings, feasting, and political ceremony. Like every source, it contains bias and symbolism. It should not be treated as a photographic record. Nevertheless, when compared with written accounts and archaeological evidence, it becomes one of the most valuable windows into 11th century warfare and society. Archaeology further reveals the scale of Norman transformation. Castle earthworks, cathedral foundations, settlement changes, weapon finds, human remains, and landscape surveys help historians trace conquest beyond the written record. Studies of skeletal trauma can illuminate patterns of violence, while environmental evidence shows changes in agriculture and land use. The remains of towns reveal how castles displaced housing or altered commercial routes. Modern technology, including aerial photography, ground-penetrating radar, and digital mapping, has allowed researchers to identify lost fortifications and reconstruct historical landscapes. Even after centuries of scholarship, new discoveries continue refining understanding of how the conquest unfolded locally. Many important questions remain disputed. Historians cannot determine exactly how large William's invasion army was, how many ships crossed the Channel, or how many soldiers fought at Hastings. The legal strength of his claim to the throne remains a matter of interpretation. Scholars disagree over the degree to which 1066 represented total transformation or continuity beneath a new aristocracy. Some emphasize the survival of Anglo-Saxon institutions. Others stress the near destruction of the native elite and the profound restructuring of land, culture, and military power. The scale of population loss during the harrying of the North is likewise uncertain. Even the famous details of Harold's death and William's coronation rely upon sources written with political or moral purposes. What remains certain is that William altered England more decisively than almost any later monarch. The kingdom he conquered retained many of its existing institutions, but those institutions were placed in the service of a new dynasty and a foreign aristocracy. Castles changed the landscape. Norman French transformed the language. Continental architectural and religious reforms reshaped churches and monasteries. Land ownership was redistributed on an enormous scale. Royal administration became more tightly connected to military obligation and feudal lordship. England's politics became inseparable from Normandy and France, creating rivalries that lasted for generations. William's victory at Hastings therefore mattered not simply because one king defeated another. It redirected the development of an entire country. His reign demonstrates that conquest can destroy and preserve at the same time, replacing one ruling class while adapting the systems it leaves behind. For that reason, William the Conqueror remains one of history's most influential kings, a ruler whose 11th-century-old victory continues to echo through the language, institutions, architecture, and political identity of England today. Among the most influential rulers of the medieval world, few have captured the modern imagination as powerfully as Mansa Musa, the 14th-century king of the Mali Empire, whose wealth became legendary across Africa, Europe, and the Islamic world. He is often described as the richest person who ever lived, although such claims must be treated cautiously because medieval wealth cannot be converted meaningfully into modern currency. Mansa Musa did not possess a bank account that historians can calculate, nor did the Mali Empire publish annual financial records. His wealth rested instead upon control of land, goldfields, trade routes, labor, taxation, tribute, and political authority over one of the largest and most prosperous states in Africa. Even so, the surviving evidence leaves no doubt that his resources were extraordinary. During his famous pilgrimage to Mecca in 1324, he traveled with a vast royal caravan, distributed enormous quantities of gold, impressed foreign observers, and announced Mali's existence to regions that had previously known little about the empire. Yet Mansa Musa's importance cannot be reduced to a story about wealth. He strengthened royal authority, expanded Mali's influence, supported Islamic scholarship, encouraged architecture and urban development, connected West Africa more closely to international trade and intellectual networks, and helped transform cities such as Timbuktu into enduring symbols of African learning. His reign also reveals how incomplete popular understandings of medieval history can be. While European kingdoms struggled through dynastic disputes and regional wars, Mali governed an immense territory supported by thriving cities, sophisticated commerce, religious institutions, and long-distance diplomacy. Mansa Musa did not merely rule a rich kingdom. He brought one of the great civilizations of medieval Africa into the wider historical record. The Mali Empire arose in the western Sudan, a broad historical region south of the Sahara that included parts of present-day Mali, Senegal, Mauritania, Guinea, the Gambia, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Côte d'Ivoire. The word Sudan in this older geographical sense came from an Arabic expression meaning the lands of black peoples, and should not be confused only with the modern country of Sudan in northeastern Africa. The region contained grasslands, river valleys, farming communities, market towns, and trade centers linking the forests of West Africa with the deserts and Mediterranean coast to the north. For centuries, merchants crossed the Sahara in caravans carrying salt, cloth, copper, horses, books, and luxury goods southward, while transporting gold, ivory, leather, cola nuts, and enslaved people northward. The desert was not an empty barrier separating civilizations. It was a dangerous but active commercial zone, crossed by experienced merchants, guides, scholars, pilgrims, and diplomats. Whoever controlled the southern ends of these trade routes could acquire immense wealth. Before Mali, the Ghana Empire, which was located northwest of modern Ghana, had dominated much of this commerce. Ghana weakened during the 11th and 12th centuries, creating opportunities for new states to emerge. According to oral tradition and later written accounts, the Mali Empire was founded during the 13th century by Sundiata Keita, a prince whose life became the subject of one of West Africa's greatest epics. The story of Sundiata survives primarily through generations of oral historians known as griots or jeliu, who preserve genealogies, political memories, songs, and cultural traditions. In the epic, Sundiata overcomes childhood weakness, exile, betrayal, and powerful enemies before defeating the ruler Sumanguru at the Battle of Kirina around 1235. Historians believe a major political consolidation did occur under Sundiata, although the precise details of the epic cannot always be verified. Like stories surrounding Cyrus, Alexander, or Charlemagne, the Sundiata tradition blends history with moral instruction, royal legitimacy, and heroic legend. Mansa Musa inherited the empire several generations after Sundiata. The title Mansa is usually translated as king, ruler, or emperor. Musa's exact birth date is unknown, and little reliable information survives about his childhood. Most historians believe he came to power around 1312. One important account of his succession comes from the Arab-Egyptian historian al-Umari, who recorded information provided by people who had met Musa or heard about his pilgrimage. According to this account, Musa explained that his predecessor had become obsessed with discovering what lay beyond the Atlantic Ocean. The earlier ruler supposedly sent a fleet westward, and after only one ship returned, personally led a second expedition containing thousands of vessels and never came back. Musa had been left as deputy and became Mansa when the expedition disappeared. This story has generated fascination because it raises the possibility of a major West African voyage into the Atlantic before European transoceanic expansion. Some writers have suggested that Malians may even have reached the Americas. However, there is no reliable archaeological or documentary evidence proving such contact. Historians therefore regard the tale as intriguing but uncertain. It may preserve memory of genuine maritime experiments, represent a misunderstanding, or reflect a story Musa used to explain an unusual transfer of power. Whatever the circumstances, Musa inherited an empire already wealthy and powerful. Mali's economy rested heavily upon agriculture and trade. Communities cultivated millet, sorghum, rice, and other crops adapted to regional conditions. The Niger River supported farming, fishing, transportation, and urban life. Gold from regions such as Bambouk and Boura flowed through imperial trading networks, while salt from Saharan mines remained essential for human health, food preservation, and livestock. In some markets, high-quality salt could command prices comparable to precious metals. Mali's rulers did not necessarily own every mine directly. Instead, they controlled trade routes, taxed commerce, demanded tribute, regulated access to valuable resources, and exercised authority over merchants and local rulers. The Mansa's wealth therefore reflected the broader productivity of the empire and his ability to direct part of that wealth toward royal purposes. The exact boundaries of Mali under Mansa Musa remain difficult to reconstruct, but the empire extended across an enormous portion of West Africa. It included major towns along the Niger River and exercised influence from Atlantic regions in the west toward the middle Niger Bend in the east. Some territories were governed directly by royal officials, while others retained local rulers who paid tribute and acknowledged the Mansa's supremacy. This flexible structure was common in pre-modern empires. Central governments could not administer every village through permanent bureaucracies, especially across large distances. Authority depended upon alliances, tribute, military power, marriage connections, trade, and the cooperation of regional elites. Mansa Musa's kingdom was therefore not a modern state with fixed surveyed borders. Its influence varied from region to region and could strengthen or weaken depending upon political conditions. Musa's most famous act began in 1324 when he set out on the Hajj, the pilgrimage to Mecca required of Muslims who are physically and financially able to undertake it. Islam had been present in West Africa for centuries, spread largely through trade, scholarship, and contact with North African merchants rather than through a single military conquest. By Musa's time, many rulers, merchants, and urban elites were Muslim, while large portions of the population continued following local religious traditions. The Mali court combined Islamic practices with older political customs. Musa's pilgrimage therefore had religious, diplomatic, and political significance. It demonstrated his personal devotion, connected Mali with the wider Islamic world, and displayed the power of his monarchy before foreign rulers and merchants. Descriptions of the royal caravan vary dramatically. Later writers claim that tens of thousands of people accompanied Musa, including officials, soldiers, servants, merchants, scholars, and enslaved attendants. Some accounts describe hundreds of camels carrying gold, while others say attendants held golden staffs or wore luxurious fabrics. Exact numbers cannot be verified and may have grown as the story was retold. Medieval authors often used enormous figures to communicate magnificence rather than provide precise statistics, yet the scale was clearly remarkable. Moving even a fraction of the reported caravan across the Sahara would have required careful planning, access to water, reliable guides, food supplies, pack animals, and coordination with communities along the route. The journey itself demonstrated Mali's administrative and logistical capacity. Musa passed through Cairo, capital of the Mamluk Sultanate, where his arrival caused a sensation. Egypt was one of the wealthiest and most important centers of the medieval Islamic world. Cairo contained magnificent mosques, markets, schools, government offices, and merchant communities connected to the Mediterranean, Red Sea, and Indian Ocean. Musa met Sultan al-Nasir Muhammad, although accounts suggest diplomatic tension arose over court etiquette. Mamluk protocol required visitors to bow before the Sultan, while Musa resisted actions that might imply submission to another earthly ruler. According to later reports, he eventually bowed while declaring that he did so only before God. Whether the exchange occurred exactly as described is uncertain, but it reflects the political sensitivity surrounding encounters between powerful monarchs. During his stay, Musa spent and distributed so much gold that observers claimed he disrupted the Egyptian economy. Al-Umari later reported that gold's value in Cairo fell and remained depressed for years. Modern historians debate the extent of this effect. The basic economic principle is plausible. Suddenly increasing the supply of gold in a market can reduce its relative value. However, measuring the scale of inflation from medieval sources is extremely difficult. Price records are incomplete, observers may have exaggerated, and other economic forces may have influenced the value of gold. Some accounts also claim Musa borrowed gold at high interest on his return journey, possibly to reduce the supply he had introduced, or because his generosity had exhausted his funds. It is uncertain whether this represented deliberate monetary policy, ordinary financial necessity, or another detail enlarged through storytelling. What historians can say confidently is that Musa's generosity was so exceptional that it remained famous in Cairo long after he departed. The pilgrimage continued through the Arabian Peninsula to Mecca. Little is known about Musa's personal experience there, but the journey connected him with scholars, architects, legal experts, and religious leaders from across the Islamic world. On his return, he reportedly invited educated individuals to accompany him to Mali. Among them was an Andalusian poet and architect commonly known as Abu Ishaq al-Sahili. Later tradition credited al-Sahili with introducing major architectural innovations to West Africa and constructing famous buildings for Musa, particularly in Timbuktu and Gao. Historians now question some of these claims. Earthen architecture had existed in West Africa long before his arrival, and local builders possessed sophisticated knowledge suited to regional materials and climate. Al-Sahili may have contributed ideas or supervised certain projects, but describing him as the creator of West African monumental architecture ignores centuries of indigenous development. One of Musa's most important legacies was his support for Timbuktu, which had begun as a trading settlement near the Niger River. Under Mali's rule, the city became increasingly important as a center of commerce, Islamic scholarship, manuscript production, and religious education. Musa is associated with the construction or expansion of the Jingwereber Mosque, although the existing structure has been repaired and altered many times. Built largely from mud brick, timber, and organic plaster, the mosque belongs to a regional architectural tradition that requires regular communal maintenance. Its materials may appear temporary when compared with stone cathedrals, but they are well adapted to local environmental conditions and reflect highly developed building knowledge. Timbuktu's later fame as a center of learning reached its height under subsequent rulers and empires, especially during the 15th and 16th centuries. It would therefore be inaccurate to attribute every scholarly achievement of Timbuktu directly to Mansa Musa. Nevertheless, his patronage helped create conditions in which the city could grow. Mosques supported schools, scholars copied and collected manuscripts, and merchant wealth financed intellectual life. Subjects included theology, law, grammar, mathematics, astronomy, medicine, poetry, history, and commercial practice. The popular phrase describing Timbuktu as home to a single great university can be misleading if it suggests a modern centralized campus. Education occurred through networks of mosques, private teachers, scholarly families, libraries, and study circles. Students learned under recognized masters and received authorization to teach particular texts. This decentralized system was typical of the medieval Islamic world. Mansa Musa also invested in cities such as Gao, where later sources describe him building a mosque after returning from Mecca. Gao lay farther east along the Niger and had its own powerful political traditions. Whether Musa conquered the city personally or inherited authority established by predecessors remains debated. In either case, his support for religious and commercial centers strengthened Mali's influence across the river system. Urban development served multiple goals. Mosques demonstrated Islamic devotion, markets generated revenue, scholars enhanced royal prestige, and administrative centers helped manage distant territories. The religious character of Musa's rule requires careful interpretation. Later Islamic authors admired him as a devout Muslim king who performed the pilgrimage, supported mosques, and respected scholars. Yet Mali remained religiously diverse. Traditional beliefs, rituals, and political customs continued throughout the empire. A ruler who had tried to eliminate them completely would likely have faced widespread resistance. Musa appears instead to have promoted Islam at court and in major commercial centers, while tolerating older practices among much of the population. This combination allowed Mali to participate more fully in international Islamic networks without requiring immediate cultural uniformity. Musa's support for Islam also had practical political value. Arabic served as a major language of scholarship, diplomacy, law, and long-distance trade across North Africa and the Middle East. Muslim merchants possessed networks extending across enormous distances, and Islamic legal traditions helped regulate contracts and commercial disputes. By presenting himself as a respected Muslim monarch, Musa strengthened Mali's international legitimacy and made the empire more attractive to scholars and traders. Religion, commerce, and diplomacy reinforced one another. His influence soon appeared on European maps. The most famous image occurs in the Catalan Atlas, created in 1375 by the Majorcan cartographer Abraham Cresques, or his workshop. The map depicts a crowned African king seated upon a throne, holding a large golden object, with a caption identifying him as Musa, ruler of the region and extraordinarily rich in gold. The image was produced decades after Musa's pilgrimage, but it reveals how widely his reputation had spread through Mediterranean trading networks. To European viewers, West Africa became associated with immense gold wealth, powerful kingdoms, and distant commercial opportunity. The Catalan Atlas must not be mistaken for a realistic portrait. Medieval maps combine geography, travelers' reports, religious symbolism, political information, and imaginative imagery. The artist almost certainly had no direct knowledge of Musa's physical appearance. The crown, throne, clothing, and pose reflect Mediterranean conventions for depicting kingship. Yet the image remains historically important because it demonstrates that Mali had entered the geographical imagination of Europe. Musa's pilgrimage transformed him into an international symbol of African wealth. That fame produced both opportunity and danger. European interest in West African gold contributed to later efforts to reach the region by sea. Portuguese explorers in the 15th century sailed down Africa's Atlantic coast, partly in search of direct access to gold markets that had previously been reached through Muslim-controlled Saharan routes. It would be too simple to claim that Musa's pilgrimage caused European maritime expansion, which had many political, technological, religious, and economic motivations. Still, his display of wealth reinforced the belief that extraordinary riches existed in the African interior. In the centuries that followed, foreign interest increasingly brought exploitation, warfare, and the expansion of the Atlantic slave trade. What was life like for ordinary people under Mansa Musa? The evidence is limited because most surviving sources focus on rulers, cities, merchants, and religious elites. The majority of the population lived in farming, herding, fishing, craft, and trading communities. Local identities, languages, customs, and political structures varied enormously. Mali's prosperity depended upon their labor. Gold had to be mined and transported, crops grown, salt carried, roads maintained, animals raised, and caravans supplied. Women played essential roles in agriculture, markets, household production, and community life, though written sources composed by male scholars rarely describe them in detail. Slavery also formed part of Mali's economy and political system. Enslaved people worked in households, agriculture, mining, administration, and royal service, and some were traded across the Sahara. The institution differed in certain respects from the later racialized plantation slavery of the Atlantic world, but it still involved coercion, loss of freedom, and human suffering. Accounts of Musa's pilgrimage mention enslaved attendants among his caravan. Celebrating Mali's achievements should not require ignoring this reality. Like many powerful pre-modern states, the empire combined cultural accomplishment and economic sophistication with systems of hierarchy and exploitation. Musa's position as king rested upon political traditions that likely combined sacred authority, military leadership, control of tribute, and negotiation with powerful families. Unfortunately, few internal administrative documents survive. The climate of West Africa preserves paper and parchment poorly, political upheavals destroyed archives, and much information remained oral rather than written. Historians therefore know much less about Mali's taxation, law, military organization, and court procedure than they do about contemporary kingdoms that left larger documentary collections. This absence does not indicate a lack of government. It means the surviving evidence is uneven. One important description of Mali comes from Ibn Battuta, the Moroccan traveler who visited the empire in the early 1350s after Mansa Musa's death. Ibn Battuta traveled more widely than almost any known individual of the medieval period, visiting North Africa, the Middle East, East Africa, Central Asia, India, Southeast Asia, and China. His account of Mali describes court ceremonies, hospitality, food, clothing, security, religious life, and social customs. He praised the empire's safety and the severity with which theft was punished. He also admired regular attendance at Islamic worship and the education of children in the Quran. At the same time, Ibn Battuta criticized customs that differed from his own expectations, particularly the public behavior and clothing of women. His reactions reveal as much about his cultural assumptions as they do about Mali. Historians use his account carefully, distinguishing direct observation from rumor and recognizing that he judged West African society according to Moroccan Islamic norms. Nevertheless, his testimony is invaluable because it provides one of the fullest surviving eyewitness descriptions of the empire within a generation of Musa's reign. Another major source is al-Umari, an administrator and scholar based in Cairo who compiled a vast geographical and political work. Al-Umari did not visit Mali, but he interviewed merchants, officials, and others who had encountered Musa during the pilgrimage. His account preserves descriptions of Musa's wealth, personality, caravan, generosity, and effect upon Cairo's gold market. Because his information came through witnesses, it offers evidence relatively close to the events, yet it remains second-hand and must be compared with other sources. A third important writer, Ibn Khaldun, composed histories of North Africa and West African kingdoms during the late 14th century. He recorded royal genealogies, political successions, and information about the Mali Empire obtained from merchants and scholars. Ibn Khaldun is celebrated for his analytical approach to history, particularly his ideas about political solidarity and the rise and decline of dynasties. Even so, his information about distant West Africa was incomplete, and names or chronological details sometimes conflict with other traditions. Oral history is equally essential. Griots preserved memories of royal families, wars, migrations, alliances, and social obligations through performance across generations. In societies where political knowledge was maintained orally, these specialists performed functions that written archives served elsewhere. Oral traditions are not simply stories invented without structure. They can preserve historical patterns, names, relationships, and events over long periods. However, performances also change according to audience, region, political circumstances, and the needs of later communities. Historians compare different versions, study recurring elements, and combine oral evidence with archaeology and written accounts. Archaeology has expanded understanding of medieval West Africa considerably. Excavations at sites such as Niani, Gao, Geno, and other settlements reveal urban development, craft production, trade goods, imported ceramics, glass beads, metalworking, and changing settlement patterns. Archaeologists trace trade through chemical and material analysis of gold, copper, glass, pottery, and other artifacts. Radiocarbon dating helps establish chronology, while environmental research reconstructs agricultural conditions and river systems. Because the location of Mali's royal capital remains debated, archaeology continues to test long-standing assumptions derived from oral and written traditions. Coins provide less evidence for Mali than they do for many Mediterranean kingdoms because the empire did not depend upon widespread royal coinage in the same way. Gold often circulated by weight, while other forms of exchange included commodities, metal bars, cloth, shells, and local currencies. The absence of coins bearing Musa's portrait helps explain why historians possess no confirmed contemporary image of him. Most familiar depictions are later inventions based upon the Catalan Atlas or modern artistic imagination. Mansa Musa probably died around 1337, although the date is uncertain. Written sources disagree over the order and length of subsequent reigns. His son Magan appears to have succeeded him, but Mali's later political history became increasingly complicated. The empire remained important for many decades, yet internal struggles, provincial independence, shifting trade routes, and the rise of rival powers gradually weakened central authority. The Songhai Empire eventually replaced Mali as the dominant force along much of the Niger River. Mali did not vanish suddenly, rather, its territory and influence contracted over centuries. This decline raises an important question. If Musa was such a successful ruler, why did his empire eventually weaken? The answer lies partly in the challenges facing all large pre-modern states. Great distances made communication slow, succession disputes encouraged rebellion, provincial governors could become independent, and trade routes shifted according to political and environmental conditions. A powerful monarch could maintain alliances and intimidate rivals, but later rulers might lack the same authority. The wealth that strengthened an empire could also attract foreign competitors and internal challengers. Musa's reign represented a high point, not a permanent solution to the structural difficulties of imperial government. Was Mansa Musa truly the richest person in history? Historians cannot answer that question scientifically. Modern estimates assigning him hundreds of billions of dollars create an illusion of precision unsupported by the evidence. Medieval wealth involved control over people, land, production, and resources rather than ownership of financial assets measured in modern markets. Gold itself had different values in different regions and periods. Musa's authority over major gold-producing territories made him extraordinarily wealthy, but historians cannot calculate his personal net worth or compare it meaningfully with modern billionaires, Roman emperors, Chinese rulers, or other monarchs. The claim remains useful only when understood as a way of expressing scale. Musa controlled access to a substantial share of the gold entering the Mediterranean economy. He could finance a caravan of extraordinary size, distribute gold lavishly across several countries, sponsor monumental building, and support royal institutions across a vast empire. Foreign observers accustomed to wealthy courts still found his resources astonishing. He was therefore unquestionably among the wealthiest rulers known to history, even though no exact ranking is possible. Historians are also uncertain about Musa's military record. Some sources attribute major territorial expansion to him, while others suggest he inherited most of Mali's lands. Gao and Timbuktu came under stronger imperial control during his era, but the precise timing and methods remain debated. Because his pilgrimage dominates the surviving narratives, peaceful activities receive more attention than wars or coercive administration. It would be a mistake to imagine that such a large empire existed without military force. Musa maintained authority through soldiers, governors, tribute, and punishment, even if the sources rarely describe individual campaigns. His reputation as a generous and pious ruler likewise comes primarily from elite observers. Cairo writers admired his gold and devotion, Muslim scholars valued his patronage, and later traditions celebrated the prosperity of his reign. Ordinary subjects may have experienced imperial authority differently. Taxation, military demands, slavery, local disputes, or conflicts with officials seldom appear in celebratory accounts. As with Cyrus, Ashoka, Charlemagne, and William, historians must distinguish royal image from the full reality of government. Musa's influence endured in several interconnected ways. First, he made Mali internationally visible. His pilgrimage caused scholars, merchants, and rulers from Egypt to Europe to take greater interest in West Africa. Second, he strengthened the connection between Mali and the wider Islamic intellectual world. Scholars, books, legal traditions, architectural ideas, and commercial relationships moved along the same routes as gold and salt. Third, his patronage contributed to the growth of cities that became famous for education and manuscript culture. Finally, his reign left a powerful historical example of an African monarchy operating at the center of medieval global exchange rather than at its margins. The phrase global exchange should not imply that the 14th century world was interconnected at modern speed. Journeys took months or years, news traveled slowly, and many communities remained primarily local. Yet networks overlapped. Gold mined in West Africa could pass through Saharan markets to Cairo, Tunis, Venice, or Genoa. Books produced in North Africa could reach scholars in Timbuktu. Pilgrims from Mali could meet Muslims from Persia, India, and Central Asia in Mecca. Mediterranean mapmakers could learn about an African king through merchants who heard stories in Egyptian markets. Mansa Musa's life makes these connections visible. How do historians know what they know about him? They begin with written accounts by al-Umari, Ibn Khaldun, Ibn Battuta, and other Arabic language authors. They compare these with maps such as the Catalan Atlas, with oral traditions preserved by griots, and with archaeology from former Malian territories. They study mosque architecture, settlement patterns, imported objects, trade routes, manuscript traditions, and environmental evidence. Each source answers different questions. A court historian may record succession, a traveler may describe custom, a map may reveal foreign reputation, an excavation may expose material life that writers ignored. Where are historians uncertain? They do not know Musa's birth date, appearance, precise family history, or exact accession circumstances. They cannot verify the enormous numbers associated with his caravan, determine exactly how much gold he carried, or calculate the economic effect of his spending in Cairo with confidence. They debate the boundaries of his empire, the location of its principal capital, the extent of his conquests, and his personal role in Timbuktu's later scholarly greatness. They cannot confirm that Mali's missing Atlantic fleet reached any distant continent. Much of Musa's personal personality remains hidden behind stories of wealth and piety. Yet uncertainty does not diminish his significance. The strongest evidence agrees on the central points. Mansa Musa ruled a vast and prosperous West African empire during the early 14th century. He controlled territories deeply involved in international gold and salt trade. His pilgrimage to Mecca became one of the most famous royal journeys of the medieval period. His wealth impressed Egypt and entered European geographical knowledge. His patronage supported religious institutions, urban development, and scholarship. Under his reign, Mali became not merely a regional power, but a recognized participant in the political, commercial, and intellectual world of its age. Mansa Musa belongs among history's most influential kings, because he changed how the wider world understood West Africa, and because his reign demonstrates that medieval history was never confined to Europe, the Mediterranean, or Asia. Mali was part of a complex international system in which African merchants, rulers, scholars, farmers, builders, and travelers played essential roles. Musa's gold made strangers notice him, but his empire's deeper achievements made that attention historically important. Behind the glittering caravan stood productive communities, commercial networks, cities, political institutions, religious traditions, and generations of accumulated knowledge. His greatest legacy was therefore not simply that he possessed wealth beyond imagination. It was that, through a single extraordinary reign, he made the power and sophistication of medieval West Africa impossible for the wider world to ignore. Few kings are as instantly recognizable or as heavily surrounded by legend as Henry VIII of England. Popular memory often reduces him to a series of dramatic images: the immense king in jeweled clothing, the 6 wives, the executions, the desperate search for a male heir, and the famous rhyme used to remember the fates of his queens. Yet Henry's historical importance extends far beyond his marriages. During his 38-year reign, from 1509 to 1547, England experienced a political and religious transformation whose consequences continue to shape the country and the wider world. Henry severed the English Church's institutional connection with the papacy, declared the monarch supreme head of the Church in England, dissolved hundreds of monasteries, redistributed enormous amounts of land, expanded royal administration, strengthened the navy, and helped establish conditions that would eventually produce a distinct Protestant national identity. He did not begin his reign intending to become a religious revolutionary. In fact, he initially defended the Catholic Church so enthusiastically that the Pope granted him the title Defender of the Faith. His break with Rome emerged from a combination of personal anxiety, dynastic ambition, theological argument, political opportunity, and the growing power of the early modern state. The result was not a simple conversion of England from Catholicism to Protestantism. Henry retained many traditional beliefs, persecuted reformers whose theology went too far for his preferences, and also executed Catholics who rejected his royal supremacy. His reign, therefore, resists easy classification. He was neither merely a selfish husband who changed a religion to obtain a divorce, nor a committed Protestant reformer leading England toward modernity. He was an intelligent, insecure, charismatic, increasingly authoritarian king whose personal crisis became inseparable from larger transformations already reshaping Europe. Henry was born on June 28, 1491, the second surviving son of Henry VII, founder of the Tudor dynasty, and Elizabeth of York. His father had gained the throne only 6 years earlier, after defeating Richard III at the Battle of Bosworth Field, generally regarded as the final major engagement of the Wars of the Roses. The Tudor claim to the crown was not exceptionally strong by hereditary standards, and Henry VII remained deeply conscious of rivals who might challenge his legitimacy. He therefore governed cautiously, strengthened royal finances, controlled powerful nobles, arranged politically advantageous marriages, and presented the Tudor dynasty as the force that had restored peace after decades of civil conflict. The young Henry was not originally expected to become king. That role belonged to his older brother Arthur, Prince of Wales, who was educated and prepared for rule from childhood. Henry instead received an education appropriate for a high-ranking royal prince and perhaps a future church leader. He studied Latin, theology, music, literature, languages, hunting, athletics, and courtly accomplishments. Contemporary observers described him as intelligent, energetic, handsome, and exceptionally tall for the period. Arthur's marriage to Catherine of Aragon, daughter of Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile, strengthened England's alliance with Spain, one of Europe's rising powers. Catherine had been raised within a court shaped by military victory, religious devotion, and international diplomacy. Soon after the marriage, however, Arthur became ill and died in 1502 at only 15 years of age. His younger brother Henry suddenly became heir to the throne. The English and Spanish monarchies sought to preserve their alliance by arranging for Catherine to marry Henry instead. This required special papal permission because church law prohibited a man from marrying his brother's widow. Catherine maintained that her marriage to Arthur had never been consummated, which would reduce the legal obstacle, but the papacy still issued a dispensation to remove doubt. These circumstances, seemingly resolved when Henry was still a child, would return decades later as the central legal and theological issue of his reign. When Henry VII died in April 1509, the 17-year-old prince became Henry VIII. He married Catherine shortly afterward, and the couple was crowned together in Westminster Abbey. The accession was greeted with enthusiasm. Henry appeared generous, confident, athletic, educated, and far more accessible than his cautious father. Early in the reign, several unpopular officials associated with Henry VII's financial policies were arrested and executed, allowing the new king to distance himself from the previous administration. Court celebrations, tournaments, music, hunting, and elaborate ceremonies presented Henry as the ideal Renaissance prince. Foreign ambassadors admired his appearance and physical ability. He composed music, discussed theology, spoke several languages, and participated enthusiastically in martial sports. The enormous, unhealthy figure familiar from later portraits belonged to the final years of his life, not the energetic young monarch who first took the throne. Henry's ambitions extended beyond domestic government. Like many European kings, he sought military glory in France and imagined himself as a warrior ruler in the tradition of medieval conquerors. England invaded France in 1513, achieving a victory at the so-called Battle of the Spurs and capturing several towns. During Henry's absence, Scottish forces invaded northern England. Catherine, serving as regent, helped oversee the response, and the English army defeated the Scots at the Battle of Flodden, where King James IV of Scotland was killed. These victories enhanced Henry's prestige, although they produced limited lasting territorial gains and consumed substantial resources. Warfare remained central to royal reputation, but it also exposed the growing financial demands of early modern monarchy. Armies, artillery, fortifications, ships, and diplomacy required revenue on a scale difficult for traditional royal income to support. One of the most influential figures in Henry's early government was Thomas Wolsey, the son of an Ipswich tradesman who rose through education, clerical office, and royal service. Wolsey became cardinal, Lord Chancellor, and Henry's principal minister, accumulating extraordinary political and ecclesiastical authority. He managed diplomacy, organized taxation, reformed aspects of the legal system, supervised royal patronage, and handled much of the routine work of government, while Henry concentrated on court life, foreign policy, and dynastic concerns. Wolsey's rise demonstrates that Tudor government was not controlled only by hereditary nobles. Educated administrators of relatively modest birth could gain immense power if they possessed royal confidence, yet their position remained dangerously dependent upon the king's favor. The central problem of Henry's reign emerged from the Tudor succession. Catherine became pregnant several times, but most of the children died before or shortly after birth. One daughter, Mary, born in 1516, survived. Henry appears to have cared for Mary and took pride in her education, but he remained deeply concerned that a woman could not secure the dynasty. England had never experienced the long and undisputed reign of a queen regnant. The civil conflicts of the previous century remained within living memory, and Henry feared that a disputed female succession could encourage rebellion, foreign intervention, or renewed dynastic war. His anxiety was not entirely irrational within the political assumptions of his time. However, his obsession with producing a male heir grew increasingly personal and destructive. By the 1520s, Catherine was approaching the end of her childbearing years. Henry also became attracted to Anne Boleyn, a courtier who had spent time in the royal courts of France and the Netherlands. Anne was educated, politically aware, and familiar with reformist religious ideas circulating through Europe. Unlike some of Henry's earlier mistresses, she refused to enter a temporary relationship and appears to have insisted upon marriage. Historians continue debating the balance between Henry's romantic desire for Anne and his genuine dynastic fears. Both were likely important. Henry became convinced, or persuaded himself, that his marriage to Catherine had violated biblical law because she had previously been married to his brother. He drew particular attention to a passage in Leviticus warning that a man who married his brother's wife would remain childless. Henry interpreted the deaths of his sons as evidence of divine punishment, even though he and Catherine had a surviving daughter. The theological problem was more complicated than Henry's argument suggested. Another biblical passage in Deuteronomy instructed a man to marry his deceased brother's widow under certain circumstances to continue the family line. Catherine's supporters argued that her first marriage had never been consummated and that the papal dispensation had made her marriage to Henry valid. Henry's opponents further noted that the couple had been married for many years without serious public challenge. The king's growing doubts conveniently coincided with his desire to marry Anne, yet it would be too simple to dismiss all of Henry's reasoning as insincere. Religious belief was deeply embedded in 16th-century political thought. A king who believed his marriage offended divine law could interpret repeated infant deaths as signs that God had rejected the union. Henry requested an annulment from Pope Clement VII, expecting that the papacy might invalidate the marriage. Royal marriages had been annulled in other circumstances, and political considerations often influenced such decisions. However, the international situation worked against Henry. Catherine was the aunt of Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor and King of Spain, one of the most powerful rulers in Europe. In 1527, Charles's troops had sacked Rome, leaving the Pope politically vulnerable and unwilling to offend him. Clement delayed, negotiated, and avoided a final decision. A special court convened in England to examine the marriage, but Catherine dramatically appealed directly to Henry and then rejected the court's authority. The proceedings were eventually transferred to Rome, where Henry was far less likely to succeed. Wolsey's inability to secure the annulment destroyed his career. Henry removed him from office in 1529 and accused him of exercising papal authority illegally within England. Wolsey surrendered much of his property and attempted to regain royal favor, but he was later arrested on charges of treason. He died while traveling south to face trial, reportedly declaring that had he served God as diligently as he served the king, he would not have been abandoned. The exact wording may have been shaped by later writers, but the sentiment captures the danger of Tudor service. Ministers could exercise immense authority, yet failure in the king's most important concern could erase decades of loyalty. After Wolsey's fall, Henry increasingly relied upon Thomas Cromwell, another man of relatively humble origins, who became one of the most effective and controversial administrators in English history. Cromwell recognized that Henry's marital problem could be solved only by challenging the Pope's authority within England. At the same time, Parliament became an important instrument of royal policy. Between 1529 and 1536, a series of laws transformed the constitutional and religious structure of the kingdom. These sessions later became known as the Reformation Parliament. Parliament restricted payments to Rome, attacked clerical privileges, and asserted that England was a sovereign political community whose king possessed ultimate authority within his own realm. In 1533, Thomas Cranmer, recently appointed Archbishop of Canterbury, declared Henry's marriage to Catherine invalid. Henry had already secretly married Anne Boleyn, who was pregnant. Anne was crowned queen, and later that year she gave birth to a daughter, Elizabeth. The birth of another girl was a severe disappointment, although Elizabeth was healthy and recognized as heir for a time. In 1534, Parliament passed the Act of Supremacy, declaring Henry the supreme head on earth of the Church of England. This law did not immediately create a fully Protestant church. Instead, it removed papal jurisdiction and placed ecclesiastical authority beneath the crown. The break with Rome was therefore both religious and political. It asserted that no foreign bishop possessed legal authority over the English king. How revolutionary was this claim? Medieval English monarchs had frequently argued with popes, controlled church appointments, taxed clergy, and resisted outside interference. Henry's actions drew upon a long tradition of royal jurisdiction. What made the 1530s different was the systematic and permanent legal transfer of papal authority to the monarchy. The king could now influence doctrine, appoint senior clergy, regulate church courts, and control institutions that had previously answered at least partly to Rome. This created a form of national church government whose development continued under Henry's children. Not everyone accepted the change. The most famous opponent was Sir Thomas More, former Lord Chancellor, humanist scholar, author of Utopia, and one of Europe's leading intellectuals. More did not openly organize rebellion, but he refused to swear an oath recognizing the succession settlement and rejecting papal authority. Henry interpreted silence and refusal as disloyalty. More was imprisoned in the Tower of London, tried for treason, and executed in 1535. Bishop John Fisher, another prominent critic, met a similar fate. Their deaths demonstrated that the new royal supremacy was not simply a constitutional theory. It demanded active obedience, and resistance could be punished as treason. At the same time, religious reformers also faced danger. Henry rejected several central Protestant teachings associated with Martin Luther. He remained committed to traditional understandings of the Mass, clerical hierarchy, and other doctrines. People who denied beliefs the king considered essential could be burned for heresy, while those who denied his supremacy could be hanged or beheaded for treason. The result was a religious policy shaped less by consistent Protestant theology than by Henry's conviction that he possessed authority to determine the boundaries of acceptable belief. England's church was separated from Rome, but it did not yet resemble the more clearly Protestant institution that emerged under Edward VI or Elizabeth I. The most dramatic material consequence of the break with Rome was the dissolution of the monasteries. England contained hundreds of monasteries, convents, abbeys, and religious houses that owned large amounts of land. These institutions served spiritual functions, but they also provided education, hospitality, employment, charity, medical care, and support for travelers and the poor. Cromwell organized investigations into monastic wealth and conduct. Official reports emphasized corruption, immorality, superstition, and mismanagement, although historians question how representative many accusations were. Smaller religious houses were dissolved first, followed by larger institutions. By 1540, monastic life had been eliminated across most of England and Wales. The Crown seized vast quantities of land, buildings, precious metal, livestock, and revenue. Some monasteries were dismantled for building materials, while others became parish churches, private homes, or ruins. Manuscript libraries were dispersed, and many books were lost. Monks and nuns received pensions in some cases, but communities dependent upon monastic charity or employment faced major disruption. The dissolution transformed England's landscape and economy. Henry sold or granted much of the land to nobles, courtiers, merchants, and local gentry, creating a powerful class with a direct financial interest in preventing the restoration of papal authority and monastic property. Even if later monarchs wished to reverse the Reformation, recovering these lands would have been politically difficult. Historians continue debating whether the dissolution was driven mainly by religious conviction or financial need. Both played important roles. Reformers criticized monasteries as corrupt remnants of an outdated religious system, while the Crown urgently needed money for defense, government, and war. The enormous transfer of property gave Henry resources unavailable through ordinary taxation. Yet he spent much of the wealth rapidly, particularly on fortifications and military campaigns. The dissolution made the monarchy temporarily richer, but the long-term beneficiaries were often private landholders who purchased former church estates. The changes provoked significant resistance. In 1536, a major uprising known as the Pilgrimage of Grace spread across northern England. Tens of thousands of people participated, including nobles, clergy, farmers, and townspeople. Their grievances included religious change, monastic closures, economic hardship, political exclusion, and resentment toward Cromwell and other royal advisors. The rebels used religious symbols, presented themselves as loyal subjects seeking correction rather than revolution, and demanded the restoration of traditional practices. Henry negotiated, offered pardons, and made vague promises. After further disturbances, he responded with executions and punishment. The rebellion collapsed, but its scale demonstrated that the Reformation was not universally welcomed and that many ordinary people valued the institutions being destroyed. While religious and political transformation unfolded, Henry's marriage to Anne Boleyn deteriorated. Anne failed to produce a surviving son and experienced miscarriages. Her forceful personality, political enemies, and uncertain position made her vulnerable. By 1536, Henry had become interested in Jane Seymour, one of Anne's attendants. Cromwell organized an investigation accusing Anne of adultery with several men and of plotting the king's death. Among those charged was her own brother, George Boleyn. The allegations were sensational and likely implausible. Some supposed acts occurred in places where Anne could not have been present, and the evidence was shaped by interrogation and political pressure. Most modern historians conclude that the charges were fabricated or grossly distorted to remove her. Anne was tried, convicted, and executed by sword at the Tower of London in May 1536. Her fall was astonishingly rapid. Only 3 years earlier, she had been crowned queen after contributing to a transformation of the English church. Now her marriage was annulled and her daughter declared illegitimate. Henry married Jane Seymour within days. Jane gave birth in 1537 to the long-awaited male heir, Edward, but died soon afterward from complications associated with childbirth. Henry appears to have remembered Jane with particular affection, partly because she provided the son upon whom he had staked the future of the dynasty. He was eventually buried beside her. Henry's fourth marriage, to Anne of Cleves, was arranged for diplomatic reasons. Cromwell hoped to strengthen ties with Protestant powers in Northern Europe, while court painter Hans Holbein the Younger produced a portrait that helped Henry evaluate the prospective bride. When Anne arrived in England, Henry claimed he was disappointed by her appearance, although political circumstances may have mattered more than personal attraction. The marriage took place in January 1540, but was annulled after only 6 months. Anne wisely cooperated, received property and status, and remained in England as the king's honorary sister. She outlived Henry and all his other wives. Cromwell did not survive the failure of the marriage. His enemies at court exploited Henry's anger, and he was arrested on charges of treason and heresy. He was executed in July 1540, the same day Henry married Catherine Howard, a young woman related to the powerful Howard family. Henry soon became deeply attached to her, but evidence emerged that Catherine had relationships before marriage and may have committed adultery afterward with Thomas Culpeper, a royal courtier. Unlike the allegations against Anne Boleyn, the case against Catherine Howard contained substantial documentary and testimonial evidence. Although the investigation occurred under intense pressure, Catherine was executed in 1542. Henry's sixth and final wife, Catherine Parr, was an educated widow with strong interest in religious reform. She acted as a companion, nurse, household manager, and occasional regent. She also helped reconcile Henry with his daughters Mary and Elizabeth, who were restored to the line of succession behind Edward, though questions regarding their legitimacy remained unresolved. Catherine published religious writings under her own name, making her one of the first English queens to do so. Her reformist beliefs nearly placed her in danger when conservative officials attempted to turn Henry against her. According to later accounts, she avoided arrest by presenting theological disagreement as a means of entertaining and learning from the king rather than challenging his authority. Whether the conversation unfolded exactly as reported is uncertain, but Catherine survived Henry and became the only one of his wives to outlive him. The marriages dominate popular accounts because they are dramatic, personal, and well-documented. Yet focusing only upon them can obscure other major developments. Henry invested heavily in the Royal Navy, expanding the fleet, constructing dockyards, improving administration, and ordering ships such as the Mary Rose. England had possessed warships before his reign, but Henry helped transform naval power into a more permanent royal institution. The Mary Rose sank during a battle against the French in 1545 and was raised from the seabed in 1982. Its preserved hull and thousands of artifacts have given historians extraordinary insight into Tudor naval warfare, diet, medicine, weaponry, clothing, and the daily lives of sailors. Henry also strengthened coastal defenses. Fear of invasion by France and the Holy Roman Empire led to the construction of forts along southern England. Artillery was becoming increasingly important, and traditional medieval castles were less effective against powerful cannon. The new fortifications reflected changes in military architecture and the growing ability of monarchies to organize expensive national defense projects. Henry's foreign wars produced mixed results. Campaigns in France won temporary prestige and limited territory, but consumed enormous sums. Conflict with Scotland continued, and the king's efforts to control Ireland contributed to his adoption of the title King of Ireland in 1541, replacing the earlier title Lord of Ireland. English authority beyond parts of the Pale around Dublin remained incomplete, but the title signaled greater ambitions for direct royal rule. Government itself changed significantly. Thomas Cromwell helped develop specialized financial courts and administrative departments to manage the revenues flowing from former monastic lands. Written records expanded. Parliament became more deeply involved in religious legislation, and royal proclamations reached further into public life. Some historians once described this as a Tudor revolution in government, arguing that Cromwell helped transform a medieval household monarchy into a more bureaucratic state. Later scholars have challenged the idea of a sudden revolution, emphasizing gradual change and the survival of older practices. Nevertheless, Henry's reign clearly strengthened the capacity of the Crown and Parliament to alter institutions throughout the kingdom. The role of Parliament is especially important. Henry was an authoritarian ruler who demanded obedience, yet he did not simply abolish legal procedure and rule without institutions. Instead, he used parliamentary statutes to give religious change the force of national law. This strengthened the principle that major constitutional transformations could be enacted through the combined authority of king, lords, and commons. Henry controlled political conditions and could intimidate opposition, but parliamentary participation gave the Reformation a legal foundation that proved difficult for later rulers to erase. The same institution used to expand royal supremacy would eventually challenge royal authority under later Stuart kings. Henry's physical and psychological decline affected the final decade of his reign. As a young man, he had been athletic and active, but repeated injuries limited his movement. A serious jousting accident in 1536 left him unconscious for an extended period and aggravated wounds in his legs. Chronic ulcers became painful and difficult to treat. Reduced mobility contributed to substantial weight gain. By the end of his life, he may have weighed well over 300 pounds and required assistance moving through royal palaces. Chronic pain, infection, and frustration may have influenced his temper, though historians caution against using medical speculation to explain every political decision. Numerous retrospective diagnoses have been proposed, including diabetes, Cushing syndrome, syphilis, traumatic brain injury, and genetic disorders that might explain the pregnancy losses experienced by his wives. None can be confirmed. The surviving evidence is incomplete, and many symptoms have multiple possible causes. There is little strong evidence for syphilis despite its frequent appearance in popular accounts. Medical theories can be useful, but they become misleading when treated as certainty. Historians can establish that Henry suffered severe leg problems, obesity, reduced mobility, and recurring illness. The precise diagnoses remain unknown. The king's later government became increasingly dominated by factional competition. Conservative and reformist groups struggled for influence, often using accusations of heresy or treason against one another. Henry encouraged this environment by shifting alliances and refusing to define a permanent theological direction. Executions became a recurring instrument of political control. Nobles, ministers, monks, priests, reformers, and royal relatives all faced danger if perceived as disloyal. The elderly Margaret Pole, Countess of Salisbury, was executed in 1541 partly because of her family's Yorkist royal connections and the opposition of her son, Cardinal Reginald Pole, to Henry's religious policies. Her execution, reportedly conducted with difficulty, damaged the king's reputation even among some contemporaries. How tyrannical was Henry? Estimates of the number executed during his reign vary widely, and sensational figures repeated in popular culture often lack reliable foundations. Tudor legal records are incomplete, and executions occurred for many crimes unrelated to royal politics. What can be said confidently is that Henry used treason law expansively, redefining spoken or written rejection of his supremacy as a capital offense. The climate of fear was real, especially among political and religious elites. At the same time, England was not governed entirely by arbitrary royal impulse. Trials, statutes, councils, and courts continue to operate, though they could be manipulated to deliver desired outcomes. Henry died at Whitehall Palace on January 28, 1547, at the age of 55. His 9-year-old son succeeded him as Edward VI. Because Edward was a child, government passed into the hands of regents and councillors who pursued more openly Protestant reforms than Henry had accepted. Edward died after only 6 years, and the succession crisis that followed eventually placed Henry's daughter Mary on the throne. Mary restored papal authority and Catholic worship, but failed to reverse permanently the redistribution of monastic lands. After Mary's death, Elizabeth I established a Protestant settlement that retained the monarch's supremacy over the English Church. Henry's children therefore carried his unresolved religious revolution in different directions, but none could return England fully to the political and ecclesiastical world that had existed before the 1530s. How do historians know so much about Henry VIII? Compared with the earlier kings in this book, the evidence is immense. The Tudor monarchy produced royal letters, legal statutes, diplomatic correspondence, financial accounts, inventories, court records, parliamentary proceedings, ambassadorial reports, theological works, household documents, trial records, architectural remains, weapons, clothing, paintings, books, and printed pamphlets. Henry's own handwriting survives in letters and annotations. Drafts of official documents sometimes preserve his corrections, allowing historians to see how closely he participated in particular decisions. Foreign ambassadors provide especially vivid testimony. Representatives from Venice, France, the Holy Roman Empire, and other states observed Henry's court and reported political developments to their governments. Their dispatches describe his appearance, moods, conversations, illnesses, marriages, diplomatic strategies, and relationships with ministers. These sources can be extraordinarily detailed, but they are not neutral. Ambassadors relied upon rumor, judged events according to their own government's interests, and sometimes misunderstood court politics. Historians compare their reports with English documents rather than accepting every dramatic statement literally. State papers reveal the machinery behind the Reformation. Letters among Cromwell, bishops, local officials, and royal councillors show how orders were communicated and enforced. Monastic records document property transfers, pensions, resistance, and the practical process of dissolution. Court proceedings preserve allegations against Anne Boleyn, Catherine Howard, Thomas More, and other prominent figures. But these documents must be read cautiously because the government controlled investigations and charges. A surviving indictment proves that an accusation was made. It does not automatically prove that the accused was guilty. Portraits are another important source. Hans Holbein's images helped create the familiar visual identity of Henry VIII. The best-known full-length composition presents him standing broad-legged, richly dressed, and looking directly toward the viewer with overwhelming confidence. The original mural was destroyed by fire, but copies preserve its design. This is not a casual record of his appearance. It is political theater intended to communicate strength, wealth, masculinity, and unquestionable authority. Even so, comparison among portraits allows historians to trace changes in his age, clothing, and public presentation. Archaeology contributes evidence from royal palaces, monasteries, battlefields, fortifications, and ships. The excavation and recovery of the Mary Rose transformed knowledge of Tudor maritime life. Monastic ruins reveal how religious houses were dismantled, reused, or abandoned. Surviving buildings such as Hampton Court Palace illustrate royal architecture and court ceremony. Scientific study of human remains has provided information about diet, disease, migration, and violence among Tudor populations, though identifying specific historical individuals remains difficult. Printed material became increasingly important during Henry's reign. The printing press allowed religious arguments, government declarations, Bible translations, and controversial ideas to circulate more widely than manuscript culture had permitted. William Tyndale's English translation of the Bible influenced later versions, but was condemned by Henry's government, and Tyndale was executed in the Low Countries. Later, Henry authorized the Great Bible for use in English churches. This contradiction reflects the instability of his religious policy. He could oppose unauthorized translation while later supporting an official English Bible under royal control. Where do historians remain uncertain? They continue debating the sincerity of Henry's theological objections to Catherine of Aragon, the exact nature of his relationship with Anne Boleyn before marriage, and the degree to which Anne influenced religious reform. The evidence surrounding Anne's alleged adultery remains deeply disputed, though most scholars regard the charges as politically manufactured. Historians disagree about whether Cromwell or Henry deserves greater credit for administrative change, and whether Cromwell fell because of the Cleves marriage, religious conflict, noble rivalry, or a combination of causes. The king's health presents additional uncertainty. No diagnosis can be established confidently from fragmentary records. His personality change after the 1536 jousting accident is often asserted but difficult to prove. Henry displayed ruthlessness before the accident and could show political calculation afterward. Chronic pain may have intensified existing traits rather than creating an entirely different person. Historians must resist explanations that turn complicated political decisions into the result of one injury or disease. The personal feelings of Henry's queens are also difficult to recover. Their surviving letters provide valuable evidence, but women at royal courts wrote within strict conventions and under intense political pressure. Catherine of Aragon's resistance to annulment appears rooted in personal conviction, dynastic duty, maternal concern, and religious belief. Anne Boleyn's ambitions and religious interests are visible only imperfectly through documents often written by enemies. Jane Seymour left relatively little direct evidence. Catherine Howard's voice is almost entirely obscured by the legal case that destroyed her. Catherine Parr's published works provide the clearest access to one queen's intellectual life. Even the phrase, "the English Reformation," can oversimplify events. Change unfolded differently across regions and over many decades. Some communities embraced reformist preaching and English scripture. Others resisted the loss of saints, shrines, monasteries, and traditional rituals. Many people adapted outwardly while preserving older beliefs privately. The transformation was not completed by one law or one king. Henry broke institutional ties with Rome, but the religious identity of England remained unstable until long after his death. Henry VIII belongs among history's most influential kings because he transformed a private dynastic problem into a permanent constitutional and religious revolution. His need for an heir created the immediate crisis, but the outcome depended upon wider forces: Renaissance kingship, humanist scholarship, anti-clerical criticism, the Protestant Reformation, the printing press, international rivalry, parliamentary law, and the expansion of royal administration. Another king might have responded differently, but Henry possessed the authority, determination, and temperament to force the issue through despite opposition from the Pope, his first wife, respected advisors, religious institutions, and many of his own subjects. His reign also demonstrates how historical change can exceed the intentions of the person who begins it. Henry did not create the later Anglican Communion in its modern form. He did not support all the Protestant doctrines adopted under Edward VI and Elizabeth I. He probably would have been horrified by some religious developments that followed. Yet by declaring the English crown supreme over the church, confiscating monastic property, and placing religious authority within national law, he created structures that future governments could not easily undo. The consequences spread far beyond England. The Church of England later became intertwined with English colonization, migration, and imperial expansion, eventually developing communities across North America, Africa, Asia, Australia, and the Pacific. Religious conflicts rooted partly in the Tudor settlement shaped relations among England, Scotland, and Ireland for centuries. Disputes over royal authority, parliament, and religious conformity contributed to later constitutional crises. Henry could not have foreseen these outcomes, but they emerged from decisions made during his reign. Popular culture remembers the six wives because their stories give Henry's reign a human and tragic form. Catherine of Aragon resisted abandonment. Anne Boleyn rose and fell with astonishing speed. Jane Seymour died after providing an heir. Anne of Cleves survived through cooperation. Catherine Howard was destroyed by scandal, and Catherine Parr navigated a dangerous court. Yet the rhyme, divorced, beheaded, died, divorced, beheaded, survived, conceals more than it explains. Henry's first and fourth marriages were annulled rather than ended through modern divorce. The circumstances of the executions differed greatly, and each queen possessed a political, religious, and personal history far more complex than her assigned fate. Behind the familiar image of the tyrant with six wives stands a larger historical figure, a Renaissance prince who became an authoritarian monarch, a defender of Catholic doctrine who rejected papal rule, a builder of the navy who squandered fortunes on inconclusive wars, and a king who strengthened government while surrounding political life with fear. His reign combined innovation and destruction, legal process and coercion, national independence and personal obsession. That combination explains why Henry VIII continues to fascinate historians. He did not merely sit upon the throne while England changed around him. Through his ambitions, beliefs, fears, and decisions, he forced the kingdom onto a new historical path, making him one of the most consequential kings in the history of Europe. Few rulers shaped the image of absolute monarchy as completely as Louis XIV of France, the king whose 72-year reign became the longest of any undisputed sovereign in European history. Born in 1638 and ruling from 1643 until 1715, Louis inherited a kingdom marked by noble rivalry, regional privilege, religious division, financial instability, and memories of civil disorder. By the time of his death, France had become the dominant cultural and military power in Europe. The royal court at Versailles had become the model for monarchies across the continent, and the king himself had become the central symbol of a political system in which authority appeared to radiate outward from the crown. Later generations remembered him as the Sun King, a ruler who placed himself at the center of government, ceremony, art, diplomacy, and war. Yet the familiar image of Louis as an all-powerful monarch must be examined carefully. He was extraordinarily influential, but he did not govern France alone, eliminate every institution capable of resisting him, or personally control every decision across his vast kingdom. His authority depended upon ministers, judges, tax collectors, military officers, clergy, financiers, provincial elites, and nobles whose cooperation remained essential. The grandeur of his reign also concealed serious weaknesses. France experienced artistic brilliance, administrative development, commercial expansion, and military achievement, but it also endured costly wars, crushing taxation, religious persecution, famine, and financial exhaustion. Louis XIV therefore stands not simply as the perfect example of royal absolutism, but as a king who transformed monarchy into a carefully managed system of power, performance, and dependence. Louis became king when he was not yet 5 years old. His father, Louis XIII, died in 1643, leaving the kingdom under the regency of Louis's mother, Anne of Austria, assisted by the Italian-born chief minister, Cardinal Mazarin. France was already one of Europe's largest and most populous kingdoms, but it was not politically uniform. Different provinces possessed their own laws, tax arrangements, courts, customs, languages, and historic privileges. Noble families controlled large estates and private networks of influence. Municipal governments guarded local rights. Regional courts known as parlements registered royal decrees and could delay or criticize policies. The monarchy had grown stronger under earlier kings, especially through the work of Cardinal Richelieu during Louis XIII's reign, but royal authority still depended upon negotiation with powerful groups throughout the kingdom. The early years of Louis's life coincided with a series of uprisings known collectively as the Fronde, which lasted from 1648 to 1653. The causes were complicated. France had been involved in expensive European wars, and the government attempted to raise additional revenue through taxes and financial measures that angered judges, nobles, officials, and ordinary people. The Parlement of Paris resisted some royal policies, while leading aristocrats used the conflict to pursue their own ambitions. At different moments, urban crowds erected barricades, noble armies fought one another, and the royal family was forced to flee Paris. The Fronde was not a unified democratic revolution against monarchy. Its participants wanted different things, and many nobles sought to defend traditional privileges rather than create a new political system. Nevertheless, the disorder left a deep impression upon the young king. Later, historians often argue that the Fronde taught Louis to distrust both Paris and the high nobility. The idea is plausible, but the evidence should not be overstated. Louis did not leave behind a childhood diary, explaining precisely how the uprisings shaped his personality. Later royal memoirs and court traditions emphasized the chaos of the period because it helped justify stronger monarchy. Still, there is little doubt that the experience demonstrated the dangers of divided authority. Louis witnessed powerful nobles challenge the crown, crowds threaten royal security, and government nearly collapse under financial pressure. When he later built a political system centered upon personal loyalty, court ceremony, and close supervision of elite society, memories of the Fronde likely formed part of the background. Cardinal Mazarin continued governing after the Fronde ended and gradually restored royal authority. He also guided France through the final stages of the 30 Years' War and the conflict with Spain that followed. By the time Mazarin died in 1661, France had emerged stronger within Europe. Many expected Louis to appoint another first minister to manage government. Instead, the 22-year-old king announced that he would govern personally. This decision marked the beginning of what historians sometimes call Louis's personal rule. The phrase does not mean that he dismissed ministers or handled every administrative task himself. On the contrary, Louis relied heavily upon capable officials. What changed was the location of final authority. Ministers would advise and administer, but none would become another Richelieu or Mazarin standing between the monarch and government. Louis attended councils, reviewed reports, made appointments, issued instructions, and cultivated the impression that every important decision ultimately depended upon him. He worked with remarkable regularity, following routines that allowed a large bureaucratic system to operate through the person of the king. One of the most important ministers of the early reign was Jean-Baptiste Colbert, who oversaw finance, trade, manufacturing, naval development, and royal construction. Colbert inherited a fiscal system filled with inefficiency, privilege, corruption, and debt. Taxation in France was deeply unequal. Many nobles and clergy enjoyed exemptions from major direct taxes, while peasants and commoners bore heavy burdens. The monarchy often sold offices, borrowed from private financiers, and granted tax collection rights to contractors who profited from the difference between what they collected and what they paid the crown. Colbert attempted to improve accounting, reduce waste, investigate corrupt officials, encourage domestic industry, and increase royal revenue. His economic policies are often described as mercantilism, although that modern label can simplify a broad set of practices. Colbert believed France should export valuable manufactured goods, reduce dependence upon foreign imports, develop colonies, expand shipping, and strengthen the navy. The government supported industries producing textiles, glass, tapestries, weapons, and luxury goods. Royal regulations attempted to standardize quality, while tariffs protected French producers. Colbert also invested in roads, canals, ports, and merchant companies. The Canal du Midi, linking the Atlantic and Mediterranean through southern France, became one of the great engineering achievements of the age. These policies achieved real successes. French luxury goods gained international prestige, ports expanded, and naval power grew dramatically. Yet the system had limits. Regulations could burden producers, colonial companies often struggled, and government intervention did not eliminate smuggling or regional barriers. More importantly, military spending repeatedly overwhelmed financial reform. Colbert could improve administration, but he could not balance the budget if the king continued launching expensive wars. The tension between economic development and military ambition became one of the defining contradictions of Louis's reign. Louis also worked to strengthen control over the provinces. Royal officials known as intendants served in regional districts, overseeing justice, policing, taxation, military recruitment, and communication with the crown. Intendants had existed before Louis, but their role expanded during the 17th century. Because they often came from administrative families rather than the ancient high nobility, they depended upon royal favor and could serve as instruments of central authority. They reported local conditions, enforced policy, and sometimes bypassed traditional provincial institutions. Even so, France did not become a perfectly centralized modern state. Local customs continued, parlements retained influence, noble families remained powerful, and regional officials often negotiated the application of royal orders. The monarchy's success rested partly upon cooperation. Louis granted offices, pensions, titles, military commands, church positions, and access to court in exchange for service. His government did not simply crush the nobility. It incorporated nobles into a system in which status increasingly depended upon proximity to the king. The greatest symbol of this system was Versailles. When Louis was young, Versailles was a modest hunting lodge outside Paris. Over several decades, he transformed it into an immense palace complex containing royal apartments, government offices, gardens, fountains, theaters, chapels, galleries, and residences for courtiers. In 1682, Versailles became the principal seat of the court and government. Its scale was breathtaking, and its influence spread across Europe. Other rulers attempted to imitate its architecture, gardens, ceremony, and artistic style. Versailles was more than a luxurious residence. It was a political machine. Great nobles who might once have exercised independent authority within their provinces were encouraged to spend extended periods at court. There they competed for royal attention, offices, apartments, invitations, military commands, and ceremonial honors. The privilege of handing the king his shirt, holding a candle during his evening routine, or standing in a particular place during a ceremony could carry immense social value. To modern readers, such rituals may seem trivial, but within court society, they communicated rank and access. A noble who remained close to the king might secure benefits for family members, clients, and dependents. The king's daily life became a public performance. His waking ceremony, known as the lever, involved carefully ranked groups of courtiers entering the royal chamber in stages. Meals, walks, religious services, hunts, council meetings, and the evening causerie followed established rules. Louis did not invent court ceremony, but he refined it into a system in which aristocratic ambition served royal control. Courtiers spent enormous sums maintaining clothing, residences, servants, and social appearances, often becoming financially dependent upon pensions or appointments controlled by the crown. Historians once commonly described Versailles as a kind of golden prison in which Louis neutralized the nobility. This interpretation contains truth, but requires qualification. Many nobles continued managing estates, commanding armies, governing provinces, and exercising local influence. Court attendance could strengthen rather than weaken them by providing access to patronage. The nobility was not imprisoned at Versailles. It participated voluntarily because royal favor was valuable. The court worked because nobles believed the competition was worth entering. The architecture of Versailles reinforced the political message. The palace's central axis, formal gardens, controlled perspectives, fountains, sculpture, and grand interiors presented nature itself as ordered by royal will. The famous Hall of Mirrors reflected light across a space decorated with images celebrating French victories and royal achievements. Apollo, the ancient sun god, appeared repeatedly in art associated with Louis. The king adopted the sun as a symbol of order, brilliance, regularity, and life-giving power. Like the sun around which the heavens seemed to revolve, the king stood at the center of the political universe. This symbolism contributed to the title Sun King, though it should not be imagined as a casual nickname used everywhere during his reign. It was part of a broader language of royal imagery, promoted through paintings, ballets, architecture, medals, festivals, poetry, and official histories. Louis understood the political importance of art. He supported academies of painting, sculpture, architecture, music, science, and literature. Artists such as Charles Le Brun developed a consistent visual language of monarchy, while composers including Jean-Baptiste Lully shaped court music and opera. Playwrights such as Molière and Racine produced works that remain central to French literature. Royal patronage had cultural and political purposes. By supporting artists and institutions, Louis enhanced French prestige and helped establish Paris and Versailles as centers of European taste. French became the preferred language of diplomacy and elite society across much of the continent. Clothing, furniture, gardening, architecture, cuisine, and manners associated with the French court were widely copied. Cultural influence became a form of power. Other monarchies might resist French armies while imitating French court life. Louis himself performed in court ballets as a young man, famously appearing in the role of the rising sun. Dance was not merely entertainment. It demonstrated grace, discipline, hierarchy, and command of the body. The king's physical presence communicated political order. As Louis aged and no longer performed, the professionalization of ballet continued under royal patronage, contributing to the development of a tradition that remains influential today. Religion formed another central foundation of Louis's kingship. Like most European monarchs of the period, he believed authority came from God. The theory later called the divine right of kings held that monarchs were accountable ultimately to God rather than to their subjects. This did not necessarily mean a king could behave without moral limits. Christian teaching required rulers to defend justice, protect the church, and govern responsibly. Yet subjects were expected to obey even flawed rulers rather than rebel against divinely established authority. The statement most often associated with Louis, "I am the state," has become the perfect summary of absolute monarchy. However, historians have found no reliable contemporary evidence that he actually said it. The phrase appeared later and probably reflects the reputation of his reign rather than a recorded declaration. A statement attributed to him near death, that he was departing but the state would remain, is better documented and conveys a more sophisticated understanding. Louis identified himself deeply with monarchy, but he knew the kingdom and crown were institutions larger than his individual life. The term absolutism likewise requires care. Louis possessed broad powers. He could appoint ministers, direct foreign policy, command armies, issue laws, influence the church, and imprison individuals through royal orders. Yet his power was not unlimited. He depended upon custom, social hierarchy, legal institutions, credit markets, provincial cooperation, and the practical capacity of officials to enforce decisions. He could demand taxes, but collecting them effectively remained difficult. He could issue religious decrees, but changing private belief was another matter. He could order armies into the field, but campaigns depended upon supply, weather, finance, and competent commanders. Louis's religious policies demonstrate both the reach and limitations of royal power. France was predominantly Catholic, but it contained a significant Protestant minority known as Huguenots. After decades of religious war during the 16th century, Henry IV had issued the Edict of Nantes in 1598, granting Huguenots limited rights of worship and legal protection. Louis gradually reduced those protections. Protestant churches were closed, professions restricted, children pressured toward Catholic conversion, and soldiers were sometimes housed in Huguenot homes to intimidate families. These forced quarterings became known as dragonnades. In 1685, Louis revoked the Edict of Nantes through the Edict of Fontainebleau. Protestant worship was prohibited, churches were destroyed, pastors were ordered to leave, and ordinary Huguenots were forbidden from emigrating. Despite that prohibition, perhaps hundreds of thousands fled to the Dutch Republic, England, German states, Switzerland, North America, and South Africa. Exact numbers remain debated, but the migration was substantial. Many refugees were merchants, artisans, soldiers, scholars, and skilled workers. Their departure damaged some French industries while benefiting rival states. Why did Louis pursue this policy? Religious conviction mattered. He believed religious unity strengthened the kingdom and that Protestantism represented error. Court officials also reported large numbers of conversions, encouraging the illusion that the Huguenot population had nearly disappeared and legal toleration was no longer necessary. Political symbolism played a role as well. A king who presented himself as defender of Catholic order could regard religious diversity as an imperfection within his authority. The revocation was praised by many French Catholics at the time, even though later historians generally view it as intolerant, economically harmful, and strategically foolish. Louis also faced conflict within Catholicism. He clashed with the papacy over royal authority within the French Church and supported aspects of Gallicanism, the tradition that defended certain national church liberties against papal control. He persecuted Jansenists, members of a Catholic reform movement emphasizing human sinfulness, divine grace, and moral rigor. The convent of Port Royal, associated with Jansenist intellectual life, was eventually closed and destroyed. These policies reveal that Louis did not simply defend Catholicism against Protestantism. He attempted to shape Catholic life according to royal and doctrinal priorities. War occupied much of Louis's reign. France's large population, productive economy, central position, and improved administration allowed it to maintain one of Europe's most powerful armies. Under ministers such as the Marquis de Louvois, the military became more standardized and professional. Uniforms, supply systems, promotion structures, barracks, artillery, and fortifications developed. The engineer, Sébastien Leprestre de Vauban, designed and improved a network of fortresses whose geometric defenses became models across Europe. Louis pursued several interconnected goals: securing defensible borders, expanding French influence, asserting dynastic claims, weakening rival powers, and gaining glory appropriate to a great monarch. His first major conflict, the War of Devolution, began in 1667 when France invaded the Spanish Netherlands, claiming territory through the inheritance rights of Louis's wife, Maria Theresa of Spain. French forces achieved rapid victories, but a coalition of other powers pressured Louis into accepting a limited settlement. The Franco-Dutch War, beginning in 1672, was larger and more destructive. Louis sought to punish the Dutch Republic, which had opposed his earlier expansion and competed with France commercially. French armies invaded with impressive speed, but the Dutch opened defensive water barriers by flooding portions of their own territory. William of Orange emerged as the central leader of resistance and later became King William III of England. The war expanded as Spain, the Holy Roman Empire, and other states joined against France. Louis gained territory through the final treaties, but the conflict demonstrated a recurring pattern. French success encouraged other powers to form coalitions to prevent one kingdom from dominating Europe. The concept behind these coalitions became known as the balance of power. European states did not need to share religion, political systems, or long-term friendship to recognize a common interest in limiting an overly powerful rival. Louis's strength therefore generated its own opposition. Every territorial gain increased fear, while fear produced alliances capable of making further expansion more costly. The War of the League of Augsburg, also known as the 9 Years' War, began in 1688. France fought a broad coalition including the Dutch Republic, England, Spain, the Holy Roman Empire, and several German states. Fighting spread across Europe, Ireland, North America, the Caribbean, and the seas, making it one of several conflicts during Louis's reign with a genuinely global dimension. Colonists and indigenous nations became involved in North American warfare connected to European rivalries. The final peace produced relatively modest territorial changes despite years of expense and destruction. The greatest struggle of the reign was the War of the Spanish Succession, which began in 1701. The Spanish king Charles II died without children, ending the Spanish branch of the Habsburg dynasty. His inheritance included Spain, territories in Italy and the Netherlands, and a vast overseas empire. Charles's will named Louis's grandson, Philip of Anjou, as heir. Philip became Philip V of Spain, establishing the Bourbon dynasty that still occupies the Spanish throne today. Other European powers feared that France and Spain might eventually unite under one family and dominate the continent. A coalition led by England, the Dutch Republic, and Austria fought France and its allies for more than a decade. Commanders such as the Duke of Marlborough and Prince Eugene of Savoy won major victories against French forces. Battles including Blenheim, Ramillies, Oudenarde, and Malplaquet caused immense casualties. France suffered invasion threats, financial breakdown, and severe hardship. Yet the coalition also experienced political division and exhaustion. The treaties of Utrecht, Rastatt, and Baden ended the conflict. Philip V remained King of Spain, but renounced any future claim to the French throne, preventing formal union. France retained its core territory, while Britain gained important colonial and commercial advantages. The war reshaped international politics. Spain declined further as Europe's dominant power. Britain expanded its naval and commercial influence, and France remained strong but financially weakened. Louis achieved the Bourbon succession in Spain, but the price was enormous. His reign illustrates how dynastic marriages and inheritance disputes could lead to wars affecting populations across continents. France's colonies formed part of this larger struggle. Under Louis, New France expanded through parts of present-day Canada and the Mississippi Valley. Explorers, missionaries, soldiers, traders, and settlers extended French claims across enormous territories, though the European population remained relatively small. French power depended heavily upon alliances and trade relationships with indigenous nations who pursued their own diplomatic and strategic interests. The colony of Louisiana was named in honor of Louis XIV. French influence also expanded in the Caribbean, where sugar plantations generated great wealth through the forced labor of enslaved Africans. In 1685, the royal government issued the Code Noir, regulating slavery in French colonies. The code required Catholic baptism, defined enslaved people as property, restricted their movement and legal rights, and prescribed punishments. It also imposed limited obligations upon slaveholders, but these provisions did not alter the system's fundamental brutality. Colonial wealth under Louis therefore rested partly upon racialized slavery, violence, and coerced labor. Any account of French grandeur must include the human cost of this expansion. At home, ordinary people experienced the reign very differently from courtiers at Versailles. France remained overwhelmingly rural. Most people lived through agriculture, and harvest failure could produce immediate crisis. Peasants paid royal taxes, church tithes, seigneurial dues, rents, and various local obligations. Tax burdens differed by region and social status, but inequality was widespread. Nobles and clergy possessed privileges that shifted more of the burden toward commoners. The monarchy's direct tax, the taille, fell largely upon non-noble households in many regions. Indirect taxes affected salt, beverages, and consumer goods. The gabelle, a complicated salt tax, became especially hated because rates varied dramatically across the kingdom, and people could be required to purchase set quantities from official sources. Smuggling flourished, and enforcement could be harsh. War increased demands for revenue, forcing the crown to borrow, create new offices, sell honors, and manipulate currency. Climatic conditions made the later reign particularly difficult. Europe experienced part of the period known as the Little Ice Age, during which colder weather and unstable seasons contributed to harvest failures. The famine of 1693 to 1694 caused widespread death, and the exceptionally severe winter of 1709 devastated crops, livestock, and vineyards. Estimates of mortality vary, but hundreds of thousands, and possibly far more, died from hunger, disease, and related hardship during major crises of the reign. Did Louis understand the suffering? Royal councils received reports from provincial officials, clergy, and military administrators. Relief measures were attempted, taxes were sometimes adjusted, grain movements regulated, and charities encouraged. Yet the government's ability to respond remained limited, especially while war consumed resources. Versailles continued to symbolize luxury during periods when subjects starved, though much palace construction had been completed earlier. The contrast later became central to criticism of monarchy, even if the connection between court spending and famine was more complicated than popular memory suggests. The cost of Versailles itself is difficult to calculate precisely because construction unfolded over decades and expenses were recorded across different accounts. It consumed enormous resources, but military spending greatly exceeded palace expenditure over the full reign. Versailles did not bankrupt France by itself. War, unequal taxation, inefficient finance, debt service, and structural exemptions caused deeper problems. Still, the palace became an enduring symbol of royal extravagance, because its purpose was visibly tied to magnificence. Louis's family life also served politics. His marriage to Maria Theresa of Spain had diplomatic importance and eventually provided the basis for Bourbon claims to the Spanish succession. The marriage produced several children, but only one legitimate son survived childhood, Louis, the Grand Dauphin. Maria Theresa died in 1683. Louis had several long-term relationships outside marriage, most famously with Louise de la Vallière and Madame de Montespan, and fathered numerous children whom he later legitimized. The presence of royal mistresses at court reflected both personal relationships and political structures. Their families and allies could gain offices and influence, while rivals used scandal as a weapon. Madame de Maintenon, who became governess to some of Louis's legitimized children, later developed a close relationship with the king. Most historians believe Louis married her secretly after Maria Theresa's death, though no surviving official marriage record provides absolute confirmation. Maintenon was religiously serious and influential at court, but popular claims that she controlled the king or personally caused major policies often exceed the evidence. Louis outlived most of his immediate heirs. The Grand Dauphin died in 1711. The following year, the king's grandson, the Duke of Burgundy, died along with his wife, and their eldest surviving son also died. Disease removed several generations of the royal family in rapid succession. The eventual heir was Louis's great-grandson, a small child who became Louis XV at the age of 5. The succession survived, but the deaths created profound anxiety and demonstrated the vulnerability of hereditary monarchy. The king himself aged publicly. The young dancer and warrior became an elderly ruler affected by illness, grief, and the burdens of prolonged war. Yet he continued maintaining the ceremonial rhythms of monarchy. His body remained part of the state's public life. Even illness was managed through court access and ritual. Medical treatment followed the practices of the time, including bleeding, purging, and procedures that could be painful or dangerous. Louis survived several serious conditions, including an operation for an anal fistula in 1686 that became widely discussed and imitated by courtiers eager to display solidarity. In 1715, Louis developed gangrene in his leg. Doctors could do little to stop its spread. He died at Versailles on September 1st, 4 days before his 77th birthday. According to accounts from those present, he addressed the child who would succeed him and advised him not to imitate his love of war or excessive building. The precise wording varies among sources, and deathbed statements are often polished by later writers, but Louis appears to have recognized some of the costs of his reign. Crowds reportedly celebrated the departure of his funeral procession, reflecting anger over taxation and hardship. Yet reactions were not uniform. Louis had ruled so long that almost no living French subject remembered another king. His death marked the end of an era. The monarchy remained powerful, but the regency that followed changed court life, government priorities, and financial policy. How do historians know so much about Louis XIV? The evidence is vast. Royal council records, ministerial correspondence, tax accounts, military orders, diplomatic dispatches, architectural plans, legal decrees, church documents, memoirs, newspapers, private letters, portraits, medals, music, plays, and surviving buildings all illuminate the reign. Versailles itself is both monument and archive, revealing how space, art, and ritual communicated power. Louis left memoirs and instructions intended partly for the education of his son. These texts discuss kingship, government, diplomacy, religion, and political conduct. They are invaluable, but cannot be treated as private confessions. They were written to present a model of rule and justify decisions. Their polished image of a diligent, divinely appointed monarch should be compared with administrative records and independent testimony. One of the most famous observers was the Duke of Saint-Simon, a nobleman whose memoirs describe court life in extraordinary detail. Saint-Simon recorded ceremonies, personalities, rivalries, scandals, and political judgments. His writing is vivid and often devastating, but he was intensely opinionated. He resented the elevation of people he considered socially inferior, disliked many ministers, and interpreted events through the values of high aristocracy. His memoirs provide unmatched insight into court culture, but they are not neutral transcripts. The letters of Madame de Sévigné offer another perspective, describing court news, provincial affairs, family concerns, illness, religion, and war. Foreign ambassadors reported on French diplomacy and royal behavior. Parish registers record baptisms, marriages, and burials, allowing demographic historians to measure mortality and family patterns. Tax documents and harvest records reveal economic pressure, while military archives show the scale of recruitment, supply, and casualties. Visual evidence is unusually abundant. Official portraits by artists such as Hyacinthe Rigaud present Louis in coronation robes, high-heeled shoes, elegant stockings, and an imposing pose. The famous 1701 portrait shows an aging king with idealized dignity and carefully displayed legs associated with his earlier dancing skill. Like Holbein's image of Henry VIII, it was political theater rather than a candid likeness. Replicas circulated among courts and embassies, spreading an image of royal authority. Coins and medals carried the king's profile and celebrated victories, births, building projects, and treaties. Festivals used temporary arches, fireworks, music, and allegorical performances to communicate monarchy to urban populations. Printed engravings allowed royal imagery to travel farther than the physical court. Historians study these objects to understand not only how Louis looked, but how the monarchy wished him to be seen. Versailles provides archaeological and architectural evidence, but interpretation remains necessary. Rooms changed function, structures were rebuilt, furnishings dispersed, and the palace was altered after the monarchy left. Restoration attempts reconstruct earlier appearances through inventories, plans, surviving objects, and paint analysis. The palace visitors see today as historical, but it is also the product of centuries of change and modern preservation. Military history relies upon battle reports, maps, engineering plans, casualty lists, letters, and enemy accounts. Official French reports often emphasized victory or minimized failure, while opposing states produced their own propaganda. Historians compare records from several countries to reconstruct campaigns. Even then, troop numbers and casualties can remain uncertain because armies counted soldiers inconsistently and disease caused more deaths than battle in many campaigns. Economic historians face similar challenges. State accounts were extensive but fragmented, and the monarchy used complex systems of credit, office sales, tax farming, and extraordinary levies. Determining the exact cost of Versailles, total royal debt, or real tax burden requires assumptions. Different scholars may produce different estimates without either acting carelessly, because surviving records categorize expenses in inconsistent ways. Where are historians most uncertain? Louis's precise personal role in individual policies remains debated. He clearly made final decisions, but ministers shaped information, developed proposals, and implemented orders. The king's approval does not mean he originated every idea. Historians continue examining whether Colbert, Louvois, religious advisors, military commanders, or court factions exercised greater influence at different moments. Louis's motives for revoking the Edict of Nantes remain similarly complex. Religious conviction, misinformation, political pride, clerical pressure, and the desire for unity all contributed. No single document provides a complete explanation. The economic effect of Huguenot emigration is also debated. France lost valuable skills and capital, but its enormous economy did not collapse. Refugee communities strengthened competitors in ways difficult to measure precisely. The effectiveness of absolutism remains another major question. Some historians emphasize centralization, administration, and the monarchy's ability to mobilize resources. Others stress negotiation, local privilege, corruption, and resistance. Both perspectives can be true. Louis's state was more powerful than that of many predecessors, yet far less capable than a modern government. Orders sent from Versailles could be transformed as they passed through provinces and local institutions. Historians also debate the connection between Louis's reign and the French Revolution, which began 74 years after his death. His wars, court culture, and financial practices contributed to long-term problems, but France changed greatly under Louis XV and Louis XVI. It would be misleading to draw a straight line from Versailles to revolution. The fiscal crisis of the 1780s arose from later wars, debt, political conflict, and failed reform, as well as inherited structures. Still, Louis XIV strengthened an image of monarchy so grand and centralized that later kings found it difficult to reduce expectations or share authority without appearing weak. Was Louis a successful king? The answer depends upon the measure used. He enhanced France's cultural prestige, expanded some borders, secured a Bourbon dynasty in Spain, strengthened the army and navy, and made the French monarchy the model of European royal power. He also left high debt, exhausted finances, religious bitterness, demographic loss, and a population burdened by war and taxation. Success during one decade often created problems in another. His greatest influence may have rested in the way he changed the practice and appearance of monarchy. Kings had long used ceremony, palaces, art, and patronage, but Louis integrated them into an exceptionally coherent political system. Versailles turned access into hierarchy. Ritual made obedience visible. Art transformed royal policy into mythology. Government schedules made the king appear constantly active. Noble competition converted ambition into dependence. Cultural excellence enhanced international influence. Other rulers studied and imitated him. Peter the Great built St. Petersburg, partly as a new stage for monarchy and state power. German princes constructed palaces inspired by Versailles. The Habsburgs developed their own grand court culture. Even rulers who lacked France's resources adopted French language, etiquette, fashion, and architecture. The political model was never copied perfectly, but its prestige was extraordinary. Louis also influenced modern ideas about leadership and public image. His court understood that power must be seen as well as exercised. The monarchy controlled symbols, ceremonies, official histories, portraits, architecture, and access. Modern governments operate through very different institutions, but the deliberate construction of public authority remains familiar. Louis's reign demonstrates that political power depends partly upon storytelling. Who appears central, who receives attention, what images circulate, and how institutions make hierarchy seem natural. The title, Sun King, captures both the brilliance and danger of his system. The sun gives light and order, but everything must revolve around it. By placing monarchy at the center of politics, Louis reduced some forms of aristocratic disorder and strengthened coordination. At the same time, the system made royal judgment increasingly important. When the king chose capable ministers and limited objectives, government could be effective. When he pursued prolonged war or religious uniformity, the entire kingdom absorbed the consequences. Louis XIV belongs among history's most influential kings, not because he possessed unlimited power, but because he came closer than most European monarchs to convincing contemporaries that he did. The palace, court, army, bureaucracy, church policy, artistic institutions, and royal rituals all reinforced one another. His reign made monarchy appear magnificent, rational, disciplined, and nearly timeless. Yet the records behind that appearance reveal negotiation, uncertainty, debt, suffering, and dependence. That contrast is precisely why historians continue studying him. What do they know? They know that Louis governed with extraordinary diligence, transformed Versailles into Europe's most famous court, expanded French cultural influence, strengthened royal administration, pursued decades of war, and attempted to impose religious unity. How do they know it? They draw upon an enormous archive of state records, memoirs, letters, art, architecture, financial accounts, diplomatic reports, military documents, parish registers, and surviving landscapes. Where are they uncertain? They continue debating his motives, the real limits of his authority, the effectiveness of his policies, and whether the grandeur of his reign ultimately strengthened or weakened the monarchy he devoted his life to preserving. Louis spent more than 7 decades embodying the French crown. He turned kingship into performance without making it merely theatrical, for behind the ceremony stood armies, officials, taxes, courts, and institutions capable of changing millions of lives. His reign produced beauty and misery, order and repression, prestige and exhaustion. It showed how a king could dominate an age not only by conquering territory, but by defining how power itself should look. For generations afterward, monarchs stood beneath painted ceilings, walked through formal gardens, held elaborate courts, and spoke the language of royal majesty created at Versailles. Even when revolutions later rejected absolute monarchy, they did so against the towering image Louis XIV had helped perfect. Among the rulers who transformed their kingdoms through sheer force of will, few compare with Peter I of Russia, better known as Peter the Great. Ruling first as Tsar and later as emperor from the late 17th century until his death in 1725, Peter altered the political, military, economic, cultural, and geographical direction of Russia more dramatically than almost any ruler before him. He created a modernized army and navy, reorganized the central government, weakened the independence of the traditional nobility, reshaped the Russian Orthodox Church, expanded state control over society, encouraged manufacturing and technical education, introduced Western European customs at court, fought a 21-year war against Sweden, and built an entirely new capital on the marshy shores of the Baltic Sea. By the end of his reign, Russia had emerged as a major European power. Yet Peter's achievements came at a terrible cost. His reforms were imposed through taxation, forced labor, military conscription, corporal punishment, censorship, surveillance, and the harsh suppression of resistance. Tens of thousands of soldiers and laborers died in his wars and construction projects. Families lost sons to lifelong military service. Peasants faced heavier obligations, while serfdom became more deeply embedded within Russian society. Peter's reign therefore raises one of the central questions of political history. Can a ruler be considered great when the state becomes stronger, but much of the population suffers in the process? His title reflects the scale of his influence, not a simple moral judgment. Peter made Russia more powerful, more connected to Europe, and more capable of competing with other empires, but he did so through methods that revealed the immense human dangers of reform, directed from above by an absolute monarch. Peter was born in Moscow on June 9, 1672, into the Romanov dynasty, which had ruled Russia since 1613. The dynasty had emerged after a period of civil war, foreign intervention, famine, and political collapse known as the Time of Troubles. By Peter's birth, the Russian state had recovered and expanded across vast territories, extending from Eastern Europe through Siberia toward the Pacific Ocean. Yet Russia differed significantly from the states of Western Europe. Its political culture was centered upon the autocratic authority of the Tsar, the service obligations of the nobility, the influence of the Orthodox Church, and an overwhelmingly rural economy supported by peasants whose freedom was steadily decreasing. Moscow remained the political and religious center, filled with churches, wooden neighborhoods, noble compounds, markets, and government offices. Foreign visitors often describe the city as impressive but unfamiliar, judging Russian customs through their own European assumptions. Russia was not isolated from the outside world, despite later stories portraying Peter as the first ruler to open an entirely closed country. Merchants, diplomats, military officers, doctors, craftsmen, and engineers from Western and Central Europe had lived in or visited Russia before his reign. The Moscow government hired foreign specialists, imported weapons, and participated in European diplomacy. Russian traders operated across Eurasia, while Orthodox religious and cultural ties connected the country to Ukraine, the Balkans, and the Eastern Christian world. Nevertheless, Russia possessed limited access to the major seas that supported international commerce. The Ottoman Empire and its allies controlled much of the Black Sea region. Sweden dominated the eastern Baltic, and the northern port of Archangel was frozen for much of the year. Peter inherited a vast land empire whose strategic isolation from warm water and Baltic ports constrained its military and commercial ambitions. Peter's childhood was shaped by court rivalry. His father, Tsar Alexis, had children by two wives, creating competing family factions. After Alexis died, Peter's older half-brother Fyodor III became Tsar, but died in 1682 without a surviving heir. Supporters of Peter's mother, Natalia Narishkina, attempted to place the 10-year-old Peter on the throne. The rival Miloslavsky family supported Peter's older half-brother Ivan, who suffered from serious health problems, but possessed a senior hereditary claim. The dispute became entangled with unrest among the Streltsy, hereditary infantry regiments based in Moscow. The Streltsy had once been an important military force, but had developed political and economic interests of their own. Rumors spread that Peter's relatives had murdered members of Ivan's family. Streltsy soldiers entered the Kremlin and killed several officials and Narishkin supporters in front of the young Peter. Historians often suggest that witnessing this violence caused Peter's lifelong hatred of the Streltsy and contributed to nervous facial movements noted later in his life. This connection is plausible, but it cannot be proven with certainty. The trauma undoubtedly exposed him at an early age to the instability of court politics and the danger posed by armed groups capable of challenging royal authority. A compromise placed both Ivan and Peter upon the throne as co-tsars, while their older sister Sofia Alexeyevna became regent. A special double throne was constructed for the two boys, reportedly with an opening behind it, through which advisors could provide instructions during ceremonies. Ivan occupied the senior position, but Sofia exercised real power. Peter and his mother spent much of their time away from the center of government in villages outside Moscow. This political marginalization gave the young Tsar unusual freedom to pursue his own interests. Peter became fascinated by military organization, machinery, crafts, mathematics, fortification, and navigation. He gathered companions for mock battles, forming so-called play regiments that later developed into the elite Preobrazhensky and Semyonovsky Guards. These exercises were far more serious than ordinary childhood games. Peter employed foreign officers, constructed fortifications, practiced artillery, and required participants to follow military discipline. Through experimentation, he learned about command, engineering, logistics, and the advantages of professional training. His interest in boats became particularly important. According to later tradition, Peter discovered a small English-style sailing boat stored on a family estate. Unlike traditional Russian rivercraft, it could move against the wind through skilled use of sails. Peter had it repaired and learned to sail, eventually practicing on larger lakes. The vessel later became known ceremonially as the grandfather of the Russian Navy. The story is supported by Peter's own recollections, though later patriotic accounts may have enhanced its symbolic importance. What is certain is that he developed an unusually personal interest in shipbuilding and naval warfare, subjects most Russian rulers had left to specialists. Peter also spent time in Moscow's German Quarter, a district where many foreign residents lived. The term German was often used broadly in Russia for Western Europeans who did not speak Russian. There he met soldiers, merchants, artisans, doctors, and adventurers from Scotland, the Dutch Republic, the German states, Switzerland, and other regions. Among his close associates were Patrick Gordon, a Scottish officer, Franz Lefort, a Genevan soldier and diplomat, and the Dutch merchant Andries Vinius. These relationships expanded Peter's understanding of European military and technical practices. They also introduced him to social customs very different from the formal traditions of the Moscow court. In 1689, conflict between Peter's supporters and Regent Sophia intensified. Fearing another Streltsy intervention, Peter fled to the fortified Trinity Monastery of St. Sergius and summoned loyal troops and nobles. Sophia's support collapsed, and she was confined to a convent. Peter's mother and senior advisors continued managing much of the government for several years, while Peter concentrated on military interests. When his mother died in 1694 and Ivan V died in 1696, Peter became the sole ruler of Russia. One of his first major goals was gaining access to the Black Sea. The Ottoman Empire and its Crimean Tatar allies controlled the southern approaches, while Tatar raids had long threatened Russian and Ukrainian lands. Peter's first campaign against the Ottoman fortress of Azov in 1695 failed, largely because Russia lacked naval forces capable of blocking supplies by sea. Rather than abandoning the effort, Peter ordered the rapid construction of a fleet at Voronezh. Shipwrights, soldiers, peasants, and foreign specialists worked under enormous pressure. In 1696, Russian forces returned with naval support and captured Azov. The victory was limited. Russia still lacked unrestricted passage through Ottoman-controlled waters, and Azov would later be returned after another conflict. Yet the campaign reinforced Peter's belief that naval power was essential. He persuaded the nobility and church institutions to support ship construction and began planning a diplomatic mission to Europe to seek allies against the Ottoman Empire and acquire technical knowledge. The resulting journey, known as the Grand Embassy, left Russia in 1697. Peter traveled under the name Peter Mikhailov, formally presenting himself as a lower-ranking member of the mission rather than as Tsar. His height, probably around 2 meters, and the large entourage made true anonymity impossible. European courts quickly knew his identity. Still, the disguise allowed him to avoid some royal ceremony and work directly alongside craftsmen. In the Dutch Republic, Peter studied shipbuilding, visited workshops, inspected mills, hospitals, museums, anatomical collections, and factories, and met merchants and political leaders. He worked for a period at a Dutch East India Company shipyard, although he reportedly found Dutch construction methods insufficiently systematic for his purposes. He then traveled to England, where he studied at the Royal Dockyards at Deptford, inspected the Navy, visited Parliament, observed scientific institutions, and met King William III. Peter purchased instruments, books, weapons, and equipment while recruiting hundreds of foreign specialists for Russian service. Popular stories describe Peter personally performing dental extractions, dissecting bodies, examining medical specimens, and enthusiastically learning trades from ordinary workers. Many of these accounts have some foundation. His surviving tool collections, notebooks, and documented activities reveal a ruler fascinated by practical knowledge. He did not simply admire European luxury. He wanted to understand how ships floated, how fortresses were designed, how artillery was cast, how hospitals functioned, and how governments collected information. His curiosity was wide-ranging, energetic, and sometimes unsettling to those around him. The Grand Embassy failed in its central diplomatic goal. European powers were more concerned with the impending struggle over the Spanish succession than with forming a major alliance against the Ottoman Empire. Peter nevertheless returned with technical knowledge, recruited personnel, and a clearer understanding of the institutions supporting European military power. He also concluded that Russia's most promising route toward the outside world lay not to the south but through the Baltic, where Sweden stood in the way. The journey ended abruptly when news arrived of another Streltsy revolt. Peter rushed back to Russia in 1698. Government forces had already defeated the uprising, but he personally directed an extensive investigation. Hundreds of Streltsy were tortured, executed, imprisoned, or exiled. Some accounts describe Peter participating in interrogations or executions, though specific details vary in reliability. Bodies were displayed publicly as warnings. Sofia was more tightly confined, and the Streltsy ceased to exist as an independent political force. The repression demonstrated the brutal side of Peter's rule. He interpreted the rebellion not as a limited military mutiny, but as evidence that old institutions could threaten the transformation of the state. His response eliminated a source of opposition while clearing the way for a new army organized along European lines. Yet it also established a pattern. When Peter encountered resistance, he often treated it as treason against both himself and Russia's future. Peter's most important war began in 1700, when Russia joined Denmark, Norway, and Saxony, Poland in attacking the Swedish Empire. Sweden controlled extensive territories around the Baltic and possessed one of Europe's finest armies. Its young king, Charles XII, was only 18, leading Peter and his allies to underestimate him. The conflict became known as the Great Northern War. The opening was disastrous for Russia. At the Battle of Narva in November 1700, a smaller Swedish army attacked Russian forces during a snowstorm and routed them. Russian troops panicked, officers lost control, and many soldiers fled or drowned while crossing a collapsing bridge. Peter was not present during the battle, having left shortly beforehand to gather reinforcements and supplies. His enemies later portrayed his absence as cowardice, while defenders emphasized legitimate command responsibilities. Whatever the reason, Narva revealed the weakness of the army he had inherited and the incompleteness of his early reforms. A lesser ruler might have sought peace. Peter instead treated defeat as instruction. He accelerated military reorganization, expanded conscription, improved artillery, founded schools for officers and engineers, and increased domestic arms production. Church bells were confiscated and melted down to provide bronze for cannon, although later stories exaggerating the percentage taken should be treated cautiously. Foreign officers trained Russian troops, while a new generation of commanders gained experience in smaller campaigns. Sweden's Charles XII concentrated for several years upon defeating Poland and Saxony, giving Peter time to rebuild. Russian forces captured positions along the Neva River and eastern Baltic coast. In 1703, Peter founded a fortress on Hare Island in the Neva Delta. Around it arose the city that became St. Petersburg, named for St. Peter rather than directly for the Tsar himself, though the association was politically useful. The location was strategically important but physically difficult. The Neva Delta consisted of marshes, islands, forests, and flood-prone ground. Peter ordered soldiers, peasants, prisoners, craftsmen, and conscripted laborers to clear land, dig canals, drive wooden pilings, and construct fortifications, docks, roads, government buildings, and residences. Stone construction elsewhere in parts of Russia was temporarily restricted so that masons and materials would be directed toward the new city. Nobles were commanded to build houses there and spend part of the year at court. Stories often claim that 100,000 or more workers died building St. Petersburg. The true number is unknown. Conditions were undoubtedly severe, and many laborers died from disease, hunger, exposure, accidents, and exhaustion. However, surviving records do not support precise enormous totals often repeated in popular history. Historians therefore acknowledge heavy mortality while remaining cautious about exact figures. The city represented Peter's vision of Russia. Unlike Moscow, whose irregular streets and traditional architecture reflected centuries of development, St. Petersburg was planned according to European models. Canals, broad avenues, government offices, shipyards, and stone palaces faced toward the Baltic. Foreign architects designed major structures, while imported fashions and court customs gave the city a deliberately international character. Peter later made it the capital, shifting the symbolic center of Russia away from Moscow and toward Europe. The phrase "window to Europe" is frequently used to describe St. Petersburg. It captures part of Peter's intention, but it can imply that Russia had previously possessed no European connections. A more accurate interpretation is that the city became a controlled gateway through which the state could direct diplomacy, commerce, naval power, technology, and cultural exchange. It was both a window looking outward and a stage displaying a new imperial identity. Charles XII eventually invaded Russia in 1708, expecting to defeat Peter's reformed army. Russian forces avoided a decisive battle, destroyed supplies, and withdrew deeper into the country. Charles turned south toward Ukraine, where the Cossack leader Ivan Mazepa abandoned Russian allegiance and joined Sweden, hoping to gain greater autonomy or independence. Peter responded by destroying Mazepa's administrative center at Baturin, where many defenders and civilians were killed. The episode remains deeply contested in Russian and Ukrainian historical memory. The Swedish army suffered from cold, hunger, disease, and inadequate supplies. On July 8, 1709, Peter confronted Charles near Poltava in present-day Ukraine. Charles had been wounded and could not lead normally. Russian troops defended fortified positions and then launched a coordinated counterattack. The Swedish army was decisively defeated. Charles escaped into Ottoman territory, while much of his remaining force surrendered. Poltava became the turning point of the war and one of the most important battles in Russian history. It demonstrated that Peter's reforms had produced an army capable of defeating Sweden in open battle. European observers who had regarded Russia as militarily backward were forced to reconsider. The victory did not immediately end the war, which continued for another 12 years, but Swedish dominance of the Baltic had been broken. Peter's success was not uninterrupted. In 1711, he campaigned against the Ottoman Empire and became trapped with his army near the Pruth River. Russia negotiated an escape, but returned Azov and destroyed southern fortifications. The defeat demonstrated that the state's new power remained limited. Peter could defeat Sweden under favorable circumstances, but could not dominate every frontier simultaneously. The Great Northern War finally ended with the Treaty of Nystad in 1721. Russia gained Estonia, Livonia, Ingria, and part of Karelia, securing access to the Baltic and control over several important ports and cities. Sweden retained territory, but ceased to be the dominant Northern European power. Russia entered the continental balance of power as a state that could no longer be treated as peripheral. Following the victory, the Russian Senate granted Peter the titles Emperor, Father of the Fatherland, and the Great. The adoption of the imperial title signaled that Russia claimed equal status with Europe's most prestigious monarchies and inherited traditions associated with Rome and Byzantium. Some foreign governments recognized the title gradually, since diplomatic rank carried significant political meaning. Military success depended upon massive demands on Russian society. Peter introduced increasingly systematic conscription, requiring communities to provide recruits for the army. Service could last for most of a man's adult life. Soldiers were removed from villages, subjected to harsh discipline, and sent across enormous distances. Desertion was common, and punishment severe. The new army became more professional and effective, but its strength rested upon coercion. Taxes multiplied to finance war, industry, government, and construction. Peter eventually replaced a household tax with a poll tax assessed on individual male peasants and townsmen. The government conducted censuses to determine liability, though families and local officials sometimes concealed people to reduce payments. Tax collection strengthened the state's knowledge of its subjects, while tying peasants more firmly to landlords and communities responsible for producing revenue. Under Peter, the position of Russian serfs worsened. Serfdom had developed before his reign, and Peter did not create it, but his policies expanded the state's dependence upon coerced peasant labor. Landlords exercised broad authority over serfs, while the government demanded taxes, recruits, supplies, and labor from rural communities. Some peasants were assigned to factories and mines, where conditions could be extremely harsh. The modernization of the military and economy, therefore, did not produce greater personal freedom for most Russians. Peter reorganized government to improve control and efficiency. The old Boyar Duma, an advisory council dominated by traditional aristocratic families, lost importance. In 1711, Peter created the governing Senate to supervise administration during his absences. Later, he replaced older central offices with specialized colleges responsible for war, foreign affairs, finance, commerce, justice, mining, and other functions. These institutions drew partly upon Swedish and German administrative examples. The reforms did not eliminate corruption or confusion. Jurisdictions overlapped, officials ignored instructions, and Peter frequently changed structures when dissatisfied. His government often appeared experimental, rather than smoothly planned. He issued an enormous number of decrees regulating matters large and small, from military organization and taxation to clothing, forestry, manufacturing, and public behavior. Implementation varied greatly across the empire. To supervise officials, Peter created the Office of Prosecutor General and encouraged systems of denunciation and inspection. Fiscal agents investigated corruption and disobedience, though they could themselves abuse power. The state became more bureaucratic but also more intrusive. Written records multiplied, allowing the government to count, classify, tax, recruit, and regulate the population with greater intensity. One of Peter's most influential measures was the Table of Ranks, introduced in 1722. It organized military, civil, and court service into 14 grades. In theory, individuals could advance through ability and service rather than birth alone, and reaching certain ranks could grant personal or hereditary nobility. The system weakened the exclusive status of ancient aristocratic families and tied noble advancement more directly to state service. In practice, family connections, wealth, education, and patronage remained important. The table of ranks did not create a meritocracy in the modern sense, yet it reshaped elite identity. Nobles increasingly defined status through rank within imperial institutions rather than solely through ancestry and private landholding. Variations of the system survived until the Russian Revolution of 1917. Peter demanded that nobles serve the state in the army or administration and encouraged them to acquire technical and mathematical education. Young noblemen were sent abroad to study shipbuilding, navigation, engineering, medicine, and foreign languages. Schools were founded for artillery, mathematics, navigation, and administration. These institutions remained limited and primarily served state needs rather than offering universal education. Nevertheless, they contributed to the formation of a technically trained elite. Cultural reform became the most visible and controversial part of Peter's transformation. After returning from Europe, he famously ordered many nobles to cut their traditional long beards. Those who wished to retain them could be required to pay a tax and carry a token proving payment. He also promoted Western European clothing at court and government functions, replacing traditional robes with shorter coats, stockings, and other imported fashions. The beard policy had symbolic importance. In Orthodox culture, beards could be associated with masculinity, religious tradition, and the appearance of saints. Cutting them seemed to many people like an attack upon identity and faith. Peter viewed them as signs of customs he associated with resistance to change. His policy, therefore, turned personal appearance into a political statement. A shaved face and European coat signaled participation in the new service elite. Peter also changed the calendar. Russia traditionally counted years from the supposed creation of the world and began the year in September. He ordered that the year 7208 be followed by 1700, using the Christian era and beginning the year on January 1st. Russia did not adopt the Gregorian calendar during his reign, however, and continued using the Julian calendar, which increasingly differed from dates used in much of Western Europe. He simplified the printed Cyrillic alphabet for secular publications, promoting what became known as the civil script. The change made letters easier to print and distinguished many secular texts from traditional church books. Printing expanded, newspapers appeared, technical manuals were translated, and government decrees circulated more widely. Literacy remained limited, but written communication became more important to the state. Peter established the Kunstkamera, a museum containing scientific instruments, ethnographic objects, anatomical specimens, preserved animals, and human abnormalities. He hoped such displays would encourage curiosity and challenge superstition. Some exhibits appear disturbing to modern observers, but they reflected early modern scientific interest in classification, anatomy, and unusual natural phenomena. Peter also promoted the Academy of Sciences, though it formally opened shortly after his death. His approach to education and science was overwhelmingly practical. Knowledge should build ships, cure soldiers, map territory, manufacture weapons, improve minds, and strengthen the state. He admired theory when it produced useful results. Scholars and specialists received support, but they also served imperial priorities. Peter's reforms extended to women of the upper classes. Traditional elite society often limited women's participation in mixed public gatherings, though the degree of seclusion varied and should not be exaggerated. Peter encouraged court assemblies where men and women socialized, danced, and conversed according to European customs. Noble women adopted new clothing and appeared more visibly in court life. These changes affected a tiny portion of Russia's female population. Peasant women continued performing exhausting agricultural, domestic, and craft labor under traditional community structures. Even among elites, greater visibility did not create legal or political equality. Peter's cultural reforms changed the court more quickly than society as a whole. The Russian Orthodox Church presented another major challenge. Patriarch Nikon and Tsar Alexis had clashed in the previous generation, demonstrating that church leadership could claim substantial authority. When Patriarch Adrian died in 1700, Peter did not permit the election of a successor. After a long interim, he formally replaced the Patriarchate with the Holy Governing Synod in 1721. The synod consisted of senior clergy supervised by a secular official representing the emperor. The arrangement effectively integrated the church into the state administration. Bishops remained important, monasteries continued operating, and Orthodox belief remained central to Russian identity, but institutional independence diminished. Peter expected clergy to support government policy, report certain forms of disloyalty, maintain population records, and contribute to education. His religious policies did not make Russia secular in the modern sense. Peter was an Orthodox Christian who attended worship, supported churches, and interpreted victories as signs of divine favor. He opposed what he considered ignorance, excessive clerical independence, and monastic unproductiveness rather than religion itself. Monasteries faced restrictions, and the state attempted to regulate the number of monks because Peter believed able-bodied men should contribute more directly to society. Religious dissenters experienced pressure. The Old Believers, who rejected 17th-century reforms to Orthodox ritual, had already suffered persecution before Peter. Under his government, they faced special taxes and social restrictions, though enforcement varied. Some fled to remote areas, preserving separate communities. Other non-Orthodox groups could receive limited toleration when their skills benefited the state, especially foreign Protestants and Catholics serving in the military or technical professions. Economic reform focused heavily upon military supply. Russia needed iron, copper, cloth, gunpowder, rope, timber, and ships. Peter encouraged mines, foundries, textile workshops, and state-supported factories. The Ural region became a major center of iron production under industrial families such as the Demidovs. By the end of Peter's reign, Russia had become one of Europe's leading iron producers. This growth represented genuine industrial development, but depended heavily upon coercion. Factory owners could receive control over peasant labor, workers faced strict discipline, and the government directed production according to military needs. Private enterprise existed alongside state ownership, monopoly privileges, compulsory purchasing, and regulation. Peter's economy was not capitalist or socialist in any modern sense. It was a state-driven system designed primarily to strengthen imperial power. Trade through the Baltic expanded after the conquest of new ports. St. Petersburg became a center for exports such as timber, hemp, tar, iron, grain, and naval supplies. Western merchants gained opportunities, while Russian officials attempted to learn international commercial practices. Yet internal transport remained difficult. Rivers served as major routes, roads were often poor, and the enormous distances of the empire limited integration. Peter's methods were intensely personal. He traveled constantly, inspected construction, questioned officials, visited workshops, and punished failures. He might promote a man of modest birth for ability, while humiliating a noble who ignored orders. His energy inspired admiration and fear. Foreign observers often described him as brilliant, restless, curious, unpredictable, and physically intimidating. He enjoyed loud celebrations, drinking parties, practical jokes, and informal gatherings with close companions. One notorious social club, sometimes called the all-joking, all-drunken synod, parodied religious and court ceremony through elaborate drinking rituals. Historians debate its meaning. It may have mocked the old church hierarchy, strengthened bonds among Peter's associates, expressed hostility toward traditional authority, or simply reflected a culture of heavy drinking and rough humor. Whatever the interpretation, It reveals a ruler whose personal behavior differed sharply from the solemn dignity expected of many monarchs. Peter could also be cruel. He used torture as a normal tool of investigation, ordered severe corporal punishment, and reacted violently to disobedience. These practices were not unique to Russia or to Peter's period, but his personal involvement and the scale of repression remain striking. The qualities that made him an energetic reformer, impatience, determination, and refusal to accept obstacles, also made compromise difficult. The most tragic example involved his eldest son, Tsarevich Alexei. Alexei was born to Peter's first wife, Eudoxia Lopukina, whom Peter later forced into a convent. The prince grew up among people who disliked many of Peter's reforms and appears to have preferred religion and private life to military and administrative service. Peter regarded this temperament as weakness and possibly as political opposition. The relationship deteriorated as Peter demanded that Alexei either embrace his responsibilities or renounce the succession and enter a monastery. Fearing punishment, Alexei fled Russia in 1716 and sought protection within Habsburg territory. Peter persuaded him to return by promising forgiveness. Once home, Alexei was interrogated about supporters and alleged plans to reverse reforms. Associates were arrested and tortured. Alexei was tried for treason and sentenced to death. He died in prison in 1718 after torture, and shortly before the sentence was to be carried out publicly. The official announcement attributed death to illness or shock, but documentary evidence leaves little doubt that brutal interrogation caused or contributed to it. Historians debate whether Alexei actively plotted rebellion or simply wished to escape his father. He certainly communicated with opponents and considered living abroad, but the government's portrayal of an organized conspiracy may have been exaggerated. Peter's treatment of his son reveals how completely he identified his reforms with the survival of the state. To him, an heir who might abandon the navy, reduce military commitments, restore old institutions, or empower opponents threatened Russia's future. Fatherhood yielded to kingship. The execution or torture-induced death of the heir sent a terrifying message that no family relationship stood above service to the emperor's project. The case also created a succession problem. Peter's second wife, Catherine, had borne several children, but most died young. Their surviving daughters included Anna and Elizabeth, while Peter's grandson through Alexei remained alive. In 1722, Peter issued a succession law allowing the reigning monarch to choose an heir rather than following automatic hereditary order. Yet he died without publicly naming one. Peter's marriage to Catherine was itself unusual. Born with the name Marta Skowronska, probably in the Baltic region, she came from humble origins and entered Peter's circle during the war. Her early life is poorly documented and surrounded by conflicting stories involving service in households and capture by Russian forces. She became Peter's companion, converted to Orthodoxy, took the name Catherine, and eventually married him. Contemporary accounts suggest she could calm Peter during episodes of rage or illness and accompanied him on military campaigns. In 1724, he crowned her empress in an elaborate ceremony. After his death, leading officials and guard regiments supported her accession as Catherine I. Her rise from obscure beginnings to the Russian throne became one of the most extraordinary social transformations in royal history. Peter's final years remained active. He traveled, inspected canals and factories, pursued administrative reform, and extended Russian influence toward the Caspian Sea and Caucasus during a war against Persia. These southern gains were difficult to maintain and were largely returned by later rulers. His principal lasting achievement remained the Baltic Empire secured against Sweden. In late 1724 or early 1725, Peter's health deteriorated, possibly because of urinary disease and infection. A famous story claims that he worsened his condition after entering icy water to help rescue sailors from a stranded boat. Some version of a rescue may have occurred, but the direct connection to his death is uncertain. Medical descriptions suggest severe bladder or urinary tract problems, though no retrospective diagnosis can be proven. Peter died in St. Petersburg on February 8, 1725, according to the modern Gregorian calendar, without completing a clear succession designation. Catherine I became empress, but political influence rested heavily with Peter's powerful associate Alexander Menshikov and other members of the elite. The uncertainty surrounding succession contributed to decades of palace coups in which guards, nobles, and court factions helped determine who occupied the throne. The Russian state Peter left behind was more powerful than the one he inherited. It possessed a permanent navy, a reformed army, Baltic ports, new administrative institutions, expanded industry, a service-oriented nobility, technical schools, and an imperial capital. Russia had become an unavoidable participant in European diplomacy. Foreign governments needed to consider Russian interests in Poland, the Baltic, Germany, the Ottoman frontier, and beyond. Yet the system remained incomplete. Many institutions depended upon Peter's direct intervention. Officials often lacked training, corruption remained widespread, and regulations exceeded the government's ability to enforce them. The economy was strained by war, and much of the population remained poor, uneducated, and tightly controlled. Peter modernized the machinery of state far more rapidly than the lives or rights of ordinary subjects. This uneven development became one of the central patterns of later Russian history. Successive governments continued pursuing military, industrial, and technical modernization while preserving autocratic authority and social hierarchy. The state might build railways, factories, universities, and armies without granting broad political participation. Historians therefore often see Peter as a foundational figure in the Russian tradition of modernization from above. How do historians know about Peter's life and reign? The evidence is extensive. Government decrees, Senate records, military reports, tax registers, diplomatic correspondence, shipbuilding accounts, court documents, church records, maps, architectural plans, personal letters, foreign travel narratives, memoirs, material objects, and surviving buildings provide detailed information. Peter wrote thousands of notes and instructions, often in direct and energetic language. His handwriting appears across administrative papers, revealing close involvement in numerous issues. Foreign diplomats and specialists left vivid descriptions. Patrick Gordon kept diaries documenting military and court affairs. The German diplomat Friedrich Christian Weber wrote about government and social life, though some claims relied upon rumor. The Hanoverian resident Friedrich Wilhelm von Bergholz recorded ceremonies and daily observations. French, Dutch, English, Swedish, Austrian, and Ottoman archives preserve external views of Russian diplomacy and war. These accounts must be evaluated carefully. Foreign observers often admired Peter's intelligence, while portraying Russia as exotic, barbarous, or backward, according to European stereotypes. Some exaggerated his behavior for entertainment. Russian official sources, meanwhile, presented reforms as necessary and victories as evidence of divine and imperial greatness. Comparing opposing accounts allows historians to identify likely facts while recognizing bias. Peter's own decrees reveal priorities but not always outcomes. A law ordering nobles to attend school does not prove universal attendance. A regulation governing factory quality does not show perfect enforcement. Instructions against corruption do not demonstrate that corruption disappeared. Historians therefore compare legislation with reports, petitions, court cases, tax records, production figures, and local correspondence. Military archives provide unusually rich information about recruitment, equipment, supply, training, fortifications, ship construction, casualties, and command. Swedish sources offer an essential counterbalance when studying the Great Northern War. Archaeology at battlefields such as Poltava and shipwreck sites adds physical evidence. Fortresses, cannon, uniforms, and naval remains reveal technological changes not fully captured in texts. St. Petersburg itself is one of the greatest sources. Archaeological excavation and architectural research show how the city developed from fortifications and wooden structures into a monumental capital. Soil layers reveal flooding, construction, fire, and changing shorelines. Building records identify architects, labor demands, and materials. Maps allow historians to trace Peter's planned city and compare ambition with reality. Portraits preserve his distinctive appearance, exceptionally tall, lean in youth, with dark hair, a narrow face, and an intense expression. Some were painted from life, while others followed official models. Death masks and clothing offer additional physical evidence, though interpretations of health or personality from appearance should remain cautious. His surviving boots, tools, instruments, and garments reinforce contemporary descriptions of unusual height and practical interests. The Kunstkamera collections preserve objects associated with Peter's scientific curiosity, although catalogs and later rearrangements complicate precise provenance. Ships and replicas connected to the early Navy became national relics. Objects can illuminate personal interests, but rulers often acquire symbolic associations over time, making it necessary to distinguish documented ownership from later tradition. The case of Alexei is supported by interrogation records, letters, trial documents, and official statements. Yet these sources emerged from a coercive investigation involving torture. Confessions cannot be accepted uncritically. Historians examine contradictions, the sequence of questioning, and the political goals of prosecutors. The records confirm deep conflict and fear, but leave uncertainty about the scale of any genuine conspiracy. Population and economic evidence also presents challenges. Peter's censuses were designed for taxation and therefore encouraged evasion. Communities concealed men, moved households, or manipulated categories. Production figures could be inflated by officials seeking approval. Military rolls might list soldiers who had died, deserted, or never appeared. Quantitative history is possible, but every number requires context. Where are historians uncertain? They continue debating the depth of Peter's westernization. Did he transform Russian society or mainly the army, government, and upper class? Evidence strongly supports major elite and institutional change, while the daily life of most peasants altered more slowly. Western clothing at court did not mean the countryside adopted European social values. Scholars also debate how original his reforms were. Peter drew heavily upon earlier Russian developments. Foreign officers had served the czars before him. New-style military regiments existed under his father. State industry was growing, and Russia had long interacted with Europe. Peter accelerated, expanded, and coordinated these trends rather than creating them from nothing. His greatness lay partly in scale and intensity, not complete originality. His personal contribution remains difficult to separate from that of ministers, generals, engineers, merchants, and foreign experts. Figures such as Menshikov, Fyodor Apraksin, Boris Sheremetev, Jacob Bruce, and many others implemented reforms and won campaigns. Thousands of unnamed clerks, soldiers, shipwrights, peasants, artisans, translators, and laborers turned decrees into reality. Peter directed the project, but he did not build an empire alone. The effectiveness of his economic policies is disputed. Industrial output increased, especially in metallurgy and military supply. Yet, state pressure, monopolies, forced labor, and wartime demand distorted development. Some factories struggled after government contracts declined. The state gained strategic production capacity, but the broader population did not necessarily become more prosperous. The human cost of St. Petersburg remains uncertain. Contemporary accounts describe disease and hardship, but famous death totals often lack firm documentary support. Historians can establish that labor was coerced, conditions were dangerous, and mortality was significant. They cannot state a definitive total with confidence. Peter's personality has inspired competing interpretations. Admirers portray him as a visionary genius who rescued Russia from isolation. Critics describe him as a violent despot who imitated Europe superficially while strengthening slavery and autocracy. Both images contain evidence but become misleading when treated alone. He genuinely valued knowledge and practical skill. He also used terror. He promoted advancement through service. He also demanded obedience without political freedom. The word Westernization itself can distort the history by treating Western Europe as a single advanced model and Russia as a passive recipient. Peter selectively borrowed from Dutch naval practice, Swedish administration, German military organization, English shipbuilding, and other sources, adapting them to Russian conditions. He did not seek to make Russia identical to any one country. He wanted to acquire methods that increased power. His reforms also interacted with Russia's Eurasian character. The empire continued expanding across Siberia and engaging with Central Asian, Caucasian, Persian, Ottoman, and indigenous peoples. Peter's turn toward the Baltic did not erase these connections. Russia became more involved in European politics while remaining a vast multi-ethnic empire spanning 2 continents. Peter's legacy within Russia has changed according to political context. Imperial rulers celebrated him as founder of the modern state and military power. 19th-century intellectuals divided between Westernizers, who viewed his reforms as necessary, and Slavophiles, who believed he disrupted authentic Russian traditions. Soviet historians criticized his aristocratic and coercive policies while admiring industrial and military development. Modern interpretations continue reflecting debates about Russia's relationship with Europe, state authority, and national identity. St. Petersburg became the most visible monument to those debates. It was an imperial capital, a center of literature and revolution, a city associated with European culture, and the site from which rulers governed a largely rural empire. Its beauty emerged from forced labor, political ambition, foreign expertise, and extraordinary engineering. In 1914, its name was changed to Petrograd, in 1924 to Leningrad, and in 1991 back to St. Petersburg. Each name reflected a different interpretation of Russia's history. Peter's influence extended beyond Russia. His defeat of Sweden reshaped Northern Europe. Poland-Lithuania became increasingly vulnerable to Russian influence. The Baltic German provinces entered the empire while retaining significant local privileges. European rulers studied Russia's military expansion, and diplomats recognized a new power capable of altering continental alliances. His navy became an instrument that later Russian rulers expanded in the Baltic, Black Sea, and Pacific. His administrative structures evolved, but established enduring principles of centralized service. The table of ranks shaped noble careers for nearly 2 centuries. The Synod governed the Orthodox Church until 1917. The Academy of Sciences became a major intellectual institution. His imperial title defined the state until the monarchy's collapse. The question of whether Peter made Russia European has no simple answer. Russia was already geographically and historically connected to Europe, though in distinctive ways. Peter changed the intensity, direction, and visibility of those connections. He made European diplomacy central to Russian strategy, required the elite to master foreign practices, and built a capital facing the Baltic. Yet he also strengthened institutions, autocracy, serfdom, compulsory service, that distinguished Russia from several Western European developments. This contradiction lies at the center of his historical importance. Peter imported scientific and military techniques without importing representative government. He promoted education without encouraging open political debate. He rewarded service while denying subjects the right to choose whether to serve. He built a modern fleet through pre-modern coercion. The state became more capable, but the individual remained subordinate to imperial purpose. Peter therefore fits the pattern seen throughout this book. Sargon created empire through conquest and administration. Cyrus governed diversity through accommodation. Alexander spread culture through military expansion. Ashoka reconsidered conquest through moral reflection. Charlemagne united warfare, religion, and learning. William transformed England through invasion. Mansa Musa connected West Africa to global networks. Henry VIII used royal authority to reshape religion. Louis XIV made monarchy the center of political and cultural life. Peter the Great transformed the state itself into an engine of compulsory modernization. What do historians know? They know that Peter built a permanent navy, reformed the army, defeated Sweden, gained the Baltic coast, founded St. Petersburg, reorganized government, subordinated the church, expanded industry, altered elite culture, and established Russia as a major imperial power. How do they know it? They rely upon Peter's decrees and correspondence, Russian administrative archives, foreign diplomatic reports, military records from several countries, tax registers, maps, architecture, artifacts, portraits, archaeological evidence, and accounts written by contemporaries. Where are they uncertain? They debate the precise human costs, the effectiveness of individual reforms, the depth of cultural change, the motives behind particular decisions, and the degree to which later admirers or critics distorted his personality. Peter the Great did not modernize Russia in the complete sense sometimes claimed. He did not educate the entire population, eliminate poverty, end serfdom, create equal law, or build an efficient government free from corruption. Many of his projects remained unfinished, and some reforms were altered after his death. Yet the direction of Russian power had changed permanently. No later ruler could simply return to the political world of 17th-century Moscow. His life demonstrates both the potential and danger of concentrated kingship. An energetic ruler with immense authority could redirect resources, break institutions, found cities, create armies, and force elites to adopt new skills within a single generation. The same authority could destroy opponents, burden peasants, torture an heir, and sacrifice thousands to projects they had no voice in choosing. Peter's power allowed rapid transformation precisely because few legal or political barriers restrained him. For admirers, he remains the ruler who gave Russia ships, science, industry, and international status. For critics, he remains the ruler who strengthened the state by placing even greater weight upon the people beneath it. Both views are necessary. Peter's reign cannot be understood as either pure progress or pure oppression. It was a vast historical bargain imposed by a king who decided that Russia must become powerful regardless of the immediate cost. That bargain shaped the centuries that followed. Russia entered European wars, expanded across Eurasia, developed immense military and cultural influence, defeated invasions, built industries, and became one of the world's decisive powers. It also continued struggling with the relationship between modernization and freedom, central authority and local life, European influence and Russian tradition. Many of those tensions existed before Peter, but his reign gave them a new and enduring form. Peter the Great closes this history of 10 influential kings because his reign represents the culmination of a long transformation in monarchy. The earliest rulers in this book governed worlds where writing, bureaucracy, and empire were still emerging. By Peter's era, kings commanded professional armies, centralized administrations, global trade networks, printed information, scientific specialists, and increasingly complex economies. Royal power had gained new tools capable of reaching more deeply into society than ever before. Yet the fundamental questions remained unchanged. What gives a king legitimacy? How should power be used? Does military victory justify suffering? Can reform be separated from coercion? Are the achievements of a ruler best measured by territory, institutions, culture, prosperity, or the lives of ordinary people? Peter's reign offers no simple answers, but it makes those questions impossible to avoid. The history of kings is not merely the history of crowns, palaces, battles, and royal families. It is the history of how power organizes human society. Kings could create order, sponsor knowledge, connect civilizations, defend communities, and build institutions that survived for centuries. They could also wage destructive wars, suppress belief, exploit labor, and force entire populations to bear the cost of personal ambition. The most influential monarchs often accomplished both. Peter's Russia emerged from his reign stronger, larger, and more feared than before. St. Petersburg rose from the marshes, warships sailed the Baltic, factories supplied artillery, officials served within new institutions, and European courts sent diplomats to negotiate with an emperor they could no longer ignore. Behind that achievement stood conscripted soldiers, taxed peasants, coerced workers, displaced traditions, and silenced opponents. The glory and suffering belong to the same historical process. That dual legacy explains why Peter continues to be remembered as great. The title does not mean he was gentle, just, or universally beneficial. It means that after him, the world was different. Russia had become an empire whose actions would influence Europe, Asia, and eventually the entire globe. Peter did not simply inherit a kingdom and preserve it. He seized its institutions, redirected its ambitions, and compelled it toward a future of his own design. In the end, this is what connects all 10 kings examined in the history of kings. Their influence came not from personality alone, but from the interaction between individual decisions and larger historical forces. Each inherited institutions, conflicts, beliefs, technologies, and opportunities created by earlier generations. Each acted within limits, even when royal propaganda claimed otherwise. Their successes depended upon armies, officials, workers, farmers, merchants, scholars, priests, builders, and countless people whose names were rarely recorded. Historians study these rulers not because history is made only by kings, but because kings occupied positions from which their choices could affect millions. Understanding them requires moving beyond legend. We must ask what the evidence actually shows. Who created that evidence, what interests shaped it, and what remains unknowable. Peter the Great's life, like the lives of every ruler in this book, becomes more interesting rather than less when uncertainty is acknowledged. What survives is not a perfect portrait, but a reconstruction assembled from fragments, decrees written in hurried handwriting, diplomatic reports sent across Europe, soldiers' records, tax lists, buildings raised from marshland, tools held by the Tsar, ships built under his supervision, and testimonies from people who admired or feared him. Together, these sources reveal a ruler of extraordinary curiosity, energy, violence, and ambition. Peter the Great changed Russia by forcing it to compete within a new age of imperial power. He believed knowledge should serve the state, nobles should earn status through service, religion should support government, and no custom should survive merely because it was old. He measured success through ships, soldiers, factories, fortresses, territory, and obedience. His methods strengthened the empire while narrowing the space in which individuals could resist it. For that reason, his story provides a fitting conclusion to the history of influential kings. It shows monarchy at the height of its transformative capacity, just before revolutions, nationalism, constitutional government, and industrial society began challenging the ancient assumption that one hereditary ruler should direct the fate of an entire people. Peter stood at the boundary between older kingship and the modern state, using the authority of a traditional autocrat to construct institutions that would outlive him. The empire he built would eventually disappear, as all empires do. The Romanov monarchy fell in 1917. St. Petersburg ceased to be the capital, and the society Peter attempted to command underwent revolutions he could never have imagined. Yet the questions raised by his reign remain relevant wherever governments seek rapid transformation, military strength, technological advancement, or cultural change through concentrated authority. Peter the Great wanted Russia to be impossible to ignore. By the time of his death in 1725, he had succeeded. He left behind no simple inheritance of progress or cruelty, but an empire transformed through both. In that achievement and its cost lies the final lesson of the history of kings. Power can change history with astonishing speed, but no crown can control every consequence of the world it creates. We close this journey through 10 eras and 10 extraordinary lives with a simple truth. The world we inhabit today was shaped by the choices, ambitions, and mistakes of those who wore the crown before us. From the cities forged by Sargon of Akkad to the empire-building vision of Cyrus the Great, from the boundless conquests of Alexander to the moral awakening of Ashoka, from the unity and learning of Charlemagne to the transformation of England under William the Conqueror, from the wealth and wisdom of Mansa Musa I to the religious upheaval of Henry VIII, from the grandeur of Louis XIV to the relentless reforms of Peter the Great. Each king left behind more than monuments and myths. They left systems of government, cultures of diplomacy, laws and institutions, roads and cities, art and ideas, wars and peace. Yet perhaps their greatest legacy is the reminder that power is never simple. These rulers were not heroes in every moment or villains in every deed. They were products of their times, constrained by the beliefs, technologies, and challenges of their worlds, yet still capable of changing history in ways that echoed across centuries. Some sought glory, others security. Some sought unity, others expansion. Some ruled with compassion, others with iron. All of them, in different ways, reshaped the lives of millions. History does not offer perfect answers. The stories of kings are filled with brilliant achievements and devastating costs, bold visions and painful realities. As historians, our task is not to worship or condemn, but to understand. We ask what they knew, how they knew it, what choices they had, and what those choices created, both intended and unintended. These 10 kings lived hundreds or thousands of years ago, yet their influence remains visible in our languages, our borders, our cities, our religions, our laws, and even in the questions we ask about leadership and justice. Their stories challenge us to think critically about power, responsibility, and the many ways ordinary people and extraordinary leaders shape the course of human history.